You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
Two men up at the front door, as you instructed, Mr. Holmes.
Capital. Then we've stopped all the holes. Now we must be silent and wait.
It's all clear.
It's no use. He's got a gun. Leave it to me.
The sheer speed of my friend Sherlock Holmes never ceased to amaze me. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I will tell you about the Rea Headed League. It is all in my notebooks. If I may consult them for a moment. Entered the sitting room of 221B Baker Street one autumn day to find Sherlock Holmes in deep conversation with an elderly man. The sort of fellow you put down at a glance as an average commonplace British face. Obese, pompous. In fact, there was nothing remarkable about him except for an expression of extreme chagrin and discontent upon his features. And a head of blazing red hair.
Ah, my dear Watson.
Morning, Holmes.
Let me introduce you to Mr. Jabez Wilson.
How do you do, sir?
This is Dr. Watson. He's been my partner and helper in many successful cases, and I've no doubt he'll be of the utmost use in yours, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, well, how do you do, Doctor?
My friend Watson shares my love of all that is bizarre, outside the conventions and humdrum routine of everyday life. He shows his relish for it by the enthusiasm with which he chronicles, and if you'll excuse my saying so, embellishes so many of my little adventures.
Your cases are of the greatest interest to me, Holmes. But none more interesting than mine, I'll warrant.
Really? You'll remember, Watson, my remarking the other day that for strange effects and extraordinary combinations, we must go to life itself, which is always far more daring than any effort of the imagination.
That's a proposition which I took the liberty of doubting.
You did. But you must come round to my view nonetheless, or I shall keep piling fact upon fact on you until you admit I'm right. Now, Mr. Jabez Wilson here has a narrative which promises to be one of the most singular I've listened to for some time.
It is indeed, sir, singular.
Therefore, my friend Dr. Watson must hear it for himself.
Yeah, with pleasure. Well, perhaps Dr. Watson had better read this here newspaper advertisement, eh?
Oh, thank you.
Where is it? That's
I see. To the Rea Headed League, on account of the bequest of the late Ezekiel Hopkins of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, USA, there is now another vacancy entitling a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. Rea Headed League? Carry on. All red-headed men above the age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on Monday at 11 o'clock to Duncan Ross at the offices of the League, 7 Pope's Court, Fleet Street. What on earth's it about? It is a little off the beaten track, isn't it? You've noted, of course, that the newspaper is 2 months old.
Oh, yes.
Now, Mr. Wilson.
Well, as I told Mr. Holmes, I have a small pawnbroker's business at Saxe-Coburg Square, near the city. It just gives me a living. I can only afford an assistant because he's willing to take half wages to learn the business.
Well, what is the name of this obliging fellow?
Vincent Spaulding. Oh, mind you, I couldn't wish a smarter man. Comes of a good family. He can get twice what I'm able to give him. But why should I put ideas into his head?
Why, indeed. I don't know that your assistant is not as remarkable as your advertisement.
Oh, he has his faults. There never was such a fellow for photography. Snapping away with a camera and then diving down into the cellar to develop his pictures. Oh, that is his main fault. But on the whole, he's a good worker. Well, one morning, just 8 weeks ago, Spaulding, come into the office and show me that advertisement that you just read out.
I wish I was a red-headed man, Mr. Wilson. Why, that vacancy's worth a little fortune.
This is incredible, Spaulding. I've never come across such an advertisement as this in all my life.
What? You mean you've never heard of the Red Headed League, Mr. Wilson?
No, never.
Well, you see, this American, Hezekiah Hopkins, was a millionaire, always getting ribbed when he was a lad for his red hair. So he had a sort of sympathy for red-headed men all his life. And when he died, his fortune went into the hands of trustees with instructions to use it, giving easy jobs to red-haired men.
It's astonishing.
And what's even better, old Hopkins was born in London, so the offer's confined to Londoners.
Well, but there must be thousands of red-headed men who would apply.
Thousands with red hair, sir, but scarcely 1 in 100 with hair to match old Hezekiah Hopkins' own. How did I hear it described now? Not light red, not dark, a sort of real bright blazing red. Yeah.
Hey, what is it?
Your hair, sir. If you'll pardon the liberty, well, I should have guessed it was just the kind they're looking for.
Really? Oh. Well, I don't know.
Of course, £4 a week would scarcely be worth a gentleman like you bothering.
Oh, well, it all sounds, interesting. An unusual experience, you might say.
Now, if only my hair would change overnight,
Well, things are a little slack here just now. You know, Spaulding, I think I might step along to Pope's Court now.
Yes, sir.
And you can put up the shutters and come along with me.
Your experience has been a most entertaining one, Mr. Wilson.
Did you ever hear anything to compare with it, Mr. Holmes? Well, gentlemen, I never hope to see such a sight as that again. Fleet Street itself was choked. From north, south, east, and west, every man jack with a shade of red in his hair had tramped into the city to answer that advertisement. Pope's Court looked like a Costa's orange barrel. I shouldn't have believed there were so many in the old country. Straw-coloured, lemon, orange, brick, Irish setter. But as Spaulding had said, my own vivid flame-coloured tint was scarcely to be found. If it hadn't been for him, I might have given up in despair. But he pushed and he pulled and he butted until he got me through the crowd and right up to the steps which led to the doorway of number 7.
What happened when you got there?
I eventually found myself in a large office with no furniture save for a couple of wooden chairs and a deal table. There was a man behind the table with an head even redder than mine. He said a few words to each candidate as he come up, but one glance at their heads seemed sufficient to disqualify them completely.
Yes. Name, please.
Patrick Holy, sir.
Cold that hair, Red, eh? Been better on a mop end. Yes.
My name's Rushworth, Benjamin Arthur Rushworth. I'm given to
This
understand.
isn't the Balls-Headed League, sir.
No, well, I can assure you my hair is Sir Duncan Ross, sir.
Name?
This is Mr. Jabez Wilson.
Mr. Jabez Wilson. Now, if you'll permit me, sir, that's the most interesting head. Most interesting indeed.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, yes. Do you know, sir, I don't think I can recall anything so fine.
Oh, well, glance at your own,
That's
sir.
beside the point, sir. He won't mind if I take one obvious precaution.
Oh, my hair. Oh, really, sir? You nearly dragged it out.
Forgive me, Mr. Wilson. Your eyes are watering. All is as it should be. Oh, we have twice been deceived by wigs and once by paste. But as for you, sir, well, it would be an injustice to hesitate. You may all go. The vacancy is filled. Oh. Kindly pass the word as you go out.
Well, this is extremely good of you, Mr.
Oh,
Ross.
not at all. Well, a warm welcome to the Red Headed League.
Thank you, sir.
Now, when will you be able to enter upon your duties?
What are the hours?
10 till 2 every day, excepting Sunday, that is.
Then that's most satisfactory for me. I'm a pawnbroker, you see, so most of my own business is done of an evening.
I can manage the shop while you're away, Mr. Wilson.
Splendid. As you know, the pay is £4 a week, and the duties are purely nominal.
What does that mean?
Well, you have to remain in this office, or at least in the building, throughout the whole 4 hours every day. If you leave, you'll forfeit your position forever.
Oh, I shouldn't think of doing so.
No excuse will avail. Sickness, business, nor anything else. Here you must stay.
And the work?
To copy out the Encyclopedia Britannica.
The Encyclopedia?
You must find your own ink, pens, and stationery. So, can you start tomorrow?
Yes, certainly.
Then, goodbye, Mr. Javis Wilson. And let me congratulate you once more on the important position which you have been fortunate enough.
You can imagine, Mr. Holmes, that by the time I reached home, I was persuading myself the whole thing must be some great hoax or fraud. It seemed altogether past belief that anyone could make such a will or pay someone so much for doing anything so simple.
Yet you did not abandon the arrangement.
Oh, nearly. But Vincent Spaulding did what he could to persuade me. And the next morning, I set out for Pope's Court with a penny bottle of ink, a quill pen, and 7 sheets of foolscap paper. To my surprise and delight, the first volume was set out ready for me. And Mr. Duncan Ross was there to see me get fairly to work. He started me off on the letter A, and then he left me. But he'd drop in from time to time to see that all was right with me.
And to make sure you were there,
Yeah. 2 o'clock, he bade me good day and complimented me on the amount I'd written, and then he locked me off his door after me.
And this procedure continued for some time?
Day after day, Mr. Holmes.
Did you get paid?
Oh, yes, on Saturday, Mr. Ross come in and plonked down 4 golden sovereigns for my week's work. It was the same the next week, and the same the week after. Every morning I was there at 10, and every afternoon I left at 2. By degrees, Mr. Ross took to coming in only once, of a morning. And then after a time, well, he didn't come in at all. Still, of course, I didn't dare to leave the room for an instant. I wasn't sure when he might come, and the billet was such a good one that I wouldn't risk the loss of it.
You mean you're still doing it?
Oh, Dr. Watson, alas. 8 weeks passed in that pleasant manner. I'd written about abbots and archery and armor and architecture. I was looking forward to getting onto the letter B before long, when suddenly the whole business come to an end.
But how?
Well, it was this very morning. Went to my work as usual, but the door was shut and locked. And this here little square of cardboard, there, was tacked onto the middle of the panel.
The Red Headed League is dissolved October the 9th, 1890.
I was staggered, dumbfounded. I called at the offices round about, but none of them seemed to know anything about it. And finally, I went to the landlord. He's an accountant living on the ground floor. He said that he'd never heard of any Red Headed League. He told me that the red-headed man at number 7 was a solicitor named William Morris, who'd taken the room as a temporary convenience until his new premises were ready. He moved out yesterday. I asked where I could find him.
Did he know?
17 King Edward Street near St. Paul's. I went there. It was a manufactory of artificial kneecaps. Oh, well, I can't see there's anything funny. Oh, no, really, gentlemen, if you can do nothing better than laugh at me, I can go elsewhere.
No, Mr. Wilson. I really wouldn't miss your case for the world. It's most refreshingly unusual. From what you've told me, I think it possible that graver issues hang from this exceedingly remarkable case than might at first appear.
Yes, but I want to know who are these people and what is their object in playing this prank on me?
We shall endeavor to clear up these points. But first, 1 or 2 questions. Now, this assistant of yours who called your attention to the advertisement, how long had he been with you then?
About a month.
How did he come?
In answer to an advertisement.
Was he the only applicant?
No, I had a dozen.
Why did you pick him?
I told you, because he was handy and would come for half wages.
What's he like, this Vincent Spaulding?
Oh, he's small and stout built, very quick in his ways.
Yes?
Clean-shaven, although he's not short of 30. Oh, yes, he's a white mark of an acid splash on his forehead.
Have you ever noticed that his ears are pierced for earrings?
Oh, yes. Well, he told me a gypsy did it for him when he was a lad.
I thought as much. And he's still with you?
Certainly.
Has your business been properly looked after in your absence?
Oh, nothing to complain of at all.
Very well, Mr. Wilson. That'll do.
Thank you, sir.
Now, today is Saturday. I hope that we may be able to give you an opinion by Monday.
Well, I'm much obliged, if you can. Well, good day, gentlemen. Good day to you.
Good day, Mr. Wilson.
Good day.
Well, Watson,
What do you make of it all?
I make nothing of it, Holmes. It's the most mysterious business.
As a rule, the more bizarre a thing is, the less mysterious it proves to be.
What are you going to do?
To smoke. Yes, it's quite a three-pipe problem. And I beg that you won't speak to me for 50 minutes. What?
What?
Sarasate plays at the St. James's Hall this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? Could your patient spare you for a few hours?
No, I've nothing to do today.
Then put on your hat and come. I'm going through the city first, and we can have some lunch on the way.
Maybe.
Come along. Here we are. Jabez Wilson Jeweler. The Three Gables describe his trade more accurately, I fancy.
You looking for something, Holmes?
A number of things, my dear Watson. Just listen carefully.
Well, what are you banging the pavement for?
Now we'll try the door.
You going to see Wilson again?
I trust not.
Morning, gentlemen. Can I help you?
Oh, thank you. I only wish to ask how you would go from here to the track.
The third right, fourth left. Can't miss it.
I'm much obliged. Good day.
Not at all. Good day, gentlemen. The assistant, eh? Smart fellow.
I rate him the fourth smartest man in London. As for daring, I'm not sure that he hasn't a claim to be the third.
You know him?
I've had experience of Mr. Vincent Spaulding before.
I see. You knocked at the door just to get a look at him.
Not at him, at the knees of his trousers.
What did you see?
What I expected to see.
Then why did you beat the pavement?
My dear doctor, this is a time for observation, not for talk. We are spies in an enemy's country. We know something of Saxe Coburg Square. Let us now explore the paths which lie behind it. Now, let me see. I should like to remember the order of the houses at the back of here. Now, there's the tobacconist, Mortimer's. There's the newspaper shop. The Coburg branch of the City and Suburban Bank. The vegetarian restaurant. And McFarlane's carriage building depot. That'll do. And now we've done our work, so it's time we had some play. A sandwich and a cup of coffee, and then off to Violin Land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. And there are no red-headed clients to vex us with their conundrums. You want to go home, no doubt, Doctor. I've some business to do, which will take some hours. I shall want your help tonight.
Well, count on me.
Considerable crime is in contemplation, but I've every reason to believe that we shall be in time to stop it.
What time tonight, then?
10 at Baker Street. Oh, and I say, Doctor, kindly put your army revolver in your pocket. Watson, I think you know Inspector Jones of Scotland Yard.
How do you do, Inspector? How do you, Doctor?
And this is Mr. Merriweather, who's to share our night's adventure.
How do you do, sir? I hope a wild goose may not prove to be the end of our chase.
You can rely on Mr. Holmes. His little methods are a bit theoretical and fantastic, but there's the makings of a detective in him.
Thank you, Inspector. But it's past 10 now, and time has started. Now, if you and Mr. Merriweather will take the first hansom,
Right, you are.
Watson and I will follow in the second. We meet at the back of Saxe Coburg Square.
Now, gentlemen, shall I lead the way?
Please do, Mr. Merriweather.
It's down this short passage. I'll unlock the gate at the end, and then there are steps into a vault.
Where are we now?
We're in the cellar of the city branch of one of the principal London banks. Mr. Merriweather is chairman of directors.
That is so, sir. And as you can see, there's nothing vulnerable about this place.
Kindly keep your voice down, sir. Have the goodness to sit on one of those boxes while I examine this floor through my lens.
Oh. Well,
You know what this is all about, sir?
it's something to do with our French gold. We've had several warnings that an attempt might be made on it. We had occasion some months ago to borrow 30,000 Napoleons from the Bank of France. We have never needed to unpack the money, and it is still lying in this vault, in these very crates on which we are sitting.
Good gracious.
I thought as much.
And what have you found, Mr. Holmes?
Details later, Inspector. It's time we arranged our little plans. We must put the screen over the dark lantern.
Sit in the dark?
We cannot risk the presence of the light. I shall conceal myself behind this crate. The rest of you kindly do likewise behind those. When I flash a light on our foes, close in on them quickly. These are daring men, and if they fire, Watson, have no compunction about shooting them down.
Very well, Holmes. What if they run? I have an inspector and 2 men up at the front door, as you instructed, Mr. Holmes.
Capital. Then we've stopped all the holes. Now we must be silent and wait.
It's all clear, Duncan. Take the chisel and hand me the bag.
No, you John Clay.
He's got a gun. Leave it to me.
There's no chance at all, John Clay, alias Vincent Spaulding.
The other one, what about him?
Lead him to the men at the door.
They'll have him all right. Now, still, Clay, while I just fix the derbies. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. You may not be aware that I have royal blood in my veins. Oh, still. And have the goodness to address me as sir, and to say please. All right. Then, now, would you please, sir, march upstairs where we can get a cab to carry your highness to the police station? That's better. Lead on, my good man. Well, I've met some in my time.
Well, really, Mr. Holmes, I don't know how the bank can thank you or repay you.
I am amply repaid by having had an experience which is in many ways unique, and by hearing the very remarkable narrative of the Rea Headed League.
Whiskey, Holmes?
Thank you. Thank you, my dear Watson. Your health.
And yours. And now, if you'll kindly explain.
Well, you see, it was perfectly obvious from the first that the only possible object of this rather fantastic business of the League and the copying of the encyclopedia must be to get this not over-bright pawnbroker out of the way for the same number of hours daily.
Well, a curious way of managing it.
Can you suggest a better? It was no doubt suggested to Clay's ingenious mind by the color of his employer's hair. The £4 a week was a lure which must draw Wilson. And what was it to them who were playing for thousands? They put in the advertisement. Duncan Ross has the temporary office. John Clay, alias Vincent Spaulding, incites the man to apply for the job. And together, they managed to secure his absence every morning in the week.
I see. But how could you guess what the motive was?
Well, Wilson's business was a small one, and there was nothing in his house which could account for such elaborate preparations. I thought of the assistant's fondness for photography and his trick of vanishing into the cellar. Then I made inquiries as to this mysterious assistant and found, as I suspected, that I had to deal with one of the coolest and most daring criminals in London. He was doing something in the cellar, something which took many hours a day for weeks on end. What could it be? I could think of nothing save that he was running a tunnel to some other building.
Now I see. When you beat the pavement with your stick, you were testing for a hollow sound.
To be more precise, I was ascertaining whether the cellar stretched out in front of Wilson's house or behind. It was not in front.
And then you knocked at Wilson's door.
As I'd hoped, his assistant answered it. I hardly looked at his face.
You wanted to see his knees, you said?
You must have noticed yourself how worn, wrinkled, and stained his trousers were.
Yes, I did.
They spoke of those hours of burrowing. The only remaining point was, what was he burrowing for?
The City and Suburban Bank, round the back.
Exactly.
But how could you tell they would make their attempt tonight?
Well, when they closed their league offices, it was a sign that they cared no longer about Mr. Jabez Wilson's presence.
You mean they'd completed their tunnel?
Yes. But it was essential that they should use it soon, as it might be discovered or the bullion removed. Saturday would suit them better than any other day, as it would give them 2 days for their escape. For all these reasons, I expected them to come tonight.
Beautifully reasoned, Holmes. Every link of the chain rings true.
Oh, it saved me from boredom. Alas, I feel it closing in on me already.
Holmes, you're a benefactor of the human race.
My life is spent in one long effort to escape from the commonplaces of existence, my dear Watson. These little problems help me to do so. That's all.
The Rea Headed League was one of the Sherlock Holmes stories from the inspired pen of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. My real name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Our script for this BBC production from London was by Michael Hardwick. I need hardly say I look forward to the pleasure of your company again soon for more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Mr. Blessington come in. And then within a minute, I heard him rushing downstairs again.
Who's been in my room, Trevelyan? Answer me, man, who?
He burst into my room like a whirlwind.
I demand to know at once. Who has been in my room?
Almost incoherent with rage or fear.
Lies! Come out and look. Footmarks all over the floor. Someone has been in there, Trevelyan, and I demand to know who.
Desperate indeed was the frenzy Dr. Trevelyan described to my friend Sherlock Holmes. Watson is my name, Dr. Watson, and it was my privilege to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I will tell you about the case of the resident patient. Where are my notes? Yes. It had been a close, rainy day in October. I was weary of our little sitting room at 221B Baker Street, and I agreed gladly when Sherlock Holmes suggested an evening ramble. For 3 hours, we strolled about watching the ever-changing kaleidoscope of life. It was 10 o'clock before we reached Baker Street again.
Well, nearly home, Watson. I hope you're feeling better now.
I've certainly shaken some of the cobwebs away, Holmes. I say, it looks as though we've a visitor. Brougham at the door. You weren't expecting anyone, Holmes?
Not at all. A doctor's brougham. General practitioner, I presume.
Doctor? What doctor?
Oh, come, Watson. Look there, do you see? A doctor's bag lying on the seat. Come to consult us, I fancy. Well, let's see what this medical gentleman has in store for us. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening.
I'm glad to see you've only been waiting a very few minutes.
You had a word with my coachman?
Not at all. It's been dark for several hours. That candle on the table beside you was unused when we went out. It hardly burnt down at all.
I see your reputation isn't a false one, Mr. Holmes.
I trust not. Pray tell me what I can do for you.
My name is Dr. Percy Trevelyan of 403 Brook Street.
Trevelyan. Didn't you do a monograph on obscure nervous lesions?
My hobby has always been nervous disease. I'd like to specialize, you understand. But a man has to take what he can get at first.
Yeah, quite so.
The fact is, Mr. Holmes, a most singular train of events has occurred recently at my house in Brook Street. After what happened this evening, I couldn't wait another hour before coming to ask for your advice and help.
Oh, you're very welcome to both, Dr. Trevelyan. Now, please let me have your account from the beginning.
To begin with, I'd better tell you something about my own career. I'm a London University man.
Ah, good.
I won the Bruce Pinkerton Prize.
Splendid fellow.
And then, of course, there was a bit of attention for that monograph Dr. Watson mentioned.
Isn't it?
It wouldn't be going too far, then, to say that a distinguished career was forecast for you.
That's exactly it, Mr. Holmes. But then there was the old stumbling block.
Money.
You've hit it. Dr. Watson will tell you, Mr. Holmes, that a specialist who wants to aim high has simply got to start in one of about a dozen streets in the Cavendish Square quarter. Harley Street, Wimple Street, that sort of place.
Quite right.
But then, suddenly, something changed the whole outlook. Just like that. It was a visit from a man by the name of Blessington. He came up to my room one morning and plunged straight into business without more than an exchange of introductions.
Dr. Trevelyan.
Yes? You are the same Percy Trevelyan who won the Bruce Pinkerton Prize not long ago.
I had that honor, sir.
Splendid. Now then, please answer me frankly. What would you say if I were to start you in Brook Street?
What did you say?
Oh, it's for my sake, not yours, Dr. Trevelyan. I'll be perfectly frank with you. I've a few thousands to invest, you see, and I'd like to invest them in you.
But
why not? Most men look for a promising business to invest in. I choose to help a young medical man with a brilliant career ahead of him and help myself in doing so. Reasonable enough, isn't it?
Well, yes. Yes, I suppose it is. What would it involve?
I'll tell you. I'll take a house in Brook Street, furnish it, pay the maids, run the whole place.
Yes?
All you have to do is to wear out your chair in the consulting room. I'll let you have pocket money and that sort of thing.
Mm.
When the fees start rolling in, I take 3/4, you keep what's left, eh? Now, Dr. Trevelyan, just tell me how that strikes you, eh?
And that was the proposal he put to me, Mr. Holmes.
You accepted then?
I did. Oh, I thought about it for a few days, you know. But there didn't seem to be any snags. It seemed the chance of a lifetime. Don't you agree, Dr. Watson?
I certainly do. If anyone had offered a chance like that to me when I came out of the army, I'd have had me played up on his house before he could have changed his mind.
Well, I moved in next Lady Day. Mr. Blessington gave up his place and moved into the house as well, as a sort of resident patient.
A patient?
Yes, his heart was weak, it appeared, and he needed constant medical supervision. That made his whole offer seem much more to the point than just a desire to speculate in my career.
Quite so.
He turned the 2 best rooms on the first floor into a sitting room and bedroom for himself. He never seemed to have any company.
Did you see much of him yourself?
Very little. I can assure you I've never had the slightest occasion to regret the arrangement. My hospital reputation soon got about. I had a good run of cases, and I've never looked back. During the last year or 2, I've made Mr. Blessington a rich man.
Congratulations.
A very satisfactory state of affairs, Dr. Trevelyan. But what has occurred to bring you here tonight?
Well, some weeks ago, Mr. Blessington came to me pretty agitated about some burglary somewhere in the West End. He said we must have better locks on our windows and doors without delay. He gave up taking his little stroll before dinner. In fact,
He seemed thoroughly afraid.
Did you question him?
Yes, I did. He became so offensive that I dropped the subject and left him to it. Anyway, after a week of it, his fears seemed to die away, and he became quite himself again. Then I got this letter. Would you care to read it first, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, Watson is our champion letter reader. Come along, Watson. Let's all hear it together.
Oh, very well, Holmes. No address, no date.
That's right.
Yes, it says, a Russian nobleman who is now resident in London would be glad to avail himself of the professional assistance of Dr. Percy Trevelyan. He has been for some years a victim to cataleptic attacks on which, as is well known, Dr. Trevelyan is an authority. He proposes to call at about 6:15 tomorrow evening if Dr. Trevelyan will make it convenient to be at home. Yes, that's all.
Thank you. Now, this letter interested me deeply. You see, Mr. Holmes, the chief difficulty in studying catalepsy is the rarity of the disease.
Indeed?
So I was quite eagerly awaiting this patient when it got to 6:15 next evening. He turned out to be an elderly man, quite commonplace. By no means one's idea of a Russian nobleman. But his companion was a tall, handsome young man, very well set up indeed. He helped the old man into the room and settled him in a chair beside my desk.
Dr. Trevelyan, may I introduce my father, the Count Egrovich?
I'm honored, sir.
You are kind to see me, Doctor. Oh, this is my son, Ivan.
Your servant. You will excuse my coming with my father. His health is of the utmost concern to me.
I quite understand. If you would care to remain while I conduct my examination.
No. I cannot bear the details of my father's suffering. My own nervous system is of an extremely sensitive nature, you understand. No, with your permission, I will remain in the waiting room.
By all means. Please make yourself comfortable.
Thank you, Doctor.
And now, sir, may I first be permitted to make a detailed examination of your condition?
By all means, Doctor. First, I would ask you one thing, though.
Yes?
These attacks have been frequent of late. If one should occur during this consultation, I beg you not to let my son know. I try to spare him as much anxiety as I can. You will promise?
Very well. I can assure you, sir, he would hear nothing from my waiting room.
Good.
Oh, but come, sir, let us assume that there will be no attack. And now, if you will be kind enough to take off your coat and turn back your shirt. May I finish dressing now, sir? I think I have learnt all I can at this stage about your condition.
And what is your conclusion, Dr. Trevelyan?
Well, I must carry out a few tests and study the results at greater length. But I believe there is every reason for confidence. Sir? Oh, Lord, he's started. Nitrate of amyl. Where the devil is it? Oh, down in the laboratory. Hang it. When I got back upstairs, the consulting room was empty. My patient was gone.
How long would you say you were out of the room, Doctor?
A good 5 minutes. I had a job to find the bottle.
You immediately looked for your patient elsewhere about the premises, of course.
In my waiting room? Oh, naturally, I went in there at once. It was empty, too. They'd both gone. I ran down to the hall and found the door pulled to, but not properly shut. It was obvious to me that my visitors had left the building.
Well, your servants?
Well, there's a page who shows patients in and out. He waits downstairs for them to arrive or for me to ring. But he'd seen and heard nothing, he said.
Nothing?
Oh, he's a new lad and not very quick.
I see. By the way, did you mention this strange occurrence to your patron?
No, I didn't. Mr. Blessington came in soon afterwards, but I thought it better to say nothing.
Quite so. Well, then?
Well, I thought I'd never see or hear from the Russian and his son again. But this very evening, long after all my other appointments were over, they came into my consulting room, just as they had done before.
Good heavens.
I can tell you, Dr. Watson, I was very surprised.
Well, you might be, sir.
Very surprised, indeed.
Trevelyan, I have the deepest apology to make to you.
Won't you be seated, sir?
Oh, thank you. Well, Doctor, you will have thought me rude in the extreme for leaving your consulting room so abruptly the other evening.
Well, I confess that I was very much surprised.
Oh, naturally so, and I offer 1,000 apologies. The fact is that after these terrible attacks, my mind is clouded as to all that has gone before. You understand? I woke up in a strange room. No one was here. I made my way at once into the street.
And seeing my father pass the waiting room door, I thought the examination was ended and he was looking for me to go home. It was not until we had reached home safely that he told me it had another of these so dreadful attacks while he was with you, Doctor. I do apologize.
Well, there's no harm done, gentlemen, I assure you. I admit I was puzzled, but I was sure there must be some good explanation, as there was.
Excellent. And now my father has come to ask if you will finish the consultation where it was unfortunately necessary to interrupt the other evening.
Of course.
Thank you.
There's very little left to do, really, but I've done a little work on the results I obtained at your first visit, and it would help me to re-examine you in one or two details, if I may.
Then shall I go to the waiting room again?
If you please. Now, sir, if you will kindly remove your jacket again, I shall soon be able to find out all I need to know.
Doctor, what would you say about his state of health?
Not bad at all, Mr. Holmes. Nothing remarkably abnormal about him.
Thank you. Pray go on.
I kept him for about half an hour on this second occasion, mostly discussing his symptoms with him. I prescribed for him and delivered him back to his son. And then they left together.
Quite a pair.
As you say, Dr. Watson, quite a pair. Anyway, a little later, I heard Mr. Blessington come in. And then within a minute, I heard him rushing downstairs again.
Who's been in my room, Trevelyan? Answer me, man. Who?
He burst into my room like a whirlwind.
I demand to know at once. Who has been in my room?
Almost incoherent with rage or fear.
Lies, lies! Come out and look. Footmarks all over the floor. Someone has been in there, Trevelyan, and I demand to know who.
I went upstairs and saw he was speaking the truth. He has light-colored carpets on his floor, and there were quite distinct footmarks on them. Well, I could understand him being upset about it, but not to that extent. He collapsed in a chair and started to cry.
Good God.
It took me some time to make him coherent again. And then he begged me at once to come straight round for you, Mr. Holmes, and ask if you'd go at once. I really do apologize for all this, but what else could I do? The man was almost out of his mind.
No apologies are necessary, Doctor. Watson, come along. This is a singular business. The sooner we get to Brook Street to look into it, the better.
This is Mr. Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson, his colleague.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Good evening.
Dr. Watson. Mr. Holmes, no man ever needed your help more than I do.
Mr. Blessington, I must ask you to tell me straight away, who is it you fear? And why?
Well, it's hard for me to say that.
You mean you don't know?
You see this box?
I do.
Well, I've never been a very rich man, Mr. Holmes. I've only made one investment in my life, and that was in Dr. Trevelyan here. But I don't believe in bankers, Mr. Holmes. I would never trust a banker. Between ourselves, gentlemen, what little I have is in that box, every penny of it. Now can you see what it means to me to find that people have forced their way into my rooms?
My dear sir, I cannot possibly advise you to try to deceive me.
Deceive? Everything.
Come along, Watson. Good night, Dr. Trevelyan.
I don't understand. Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes, have you no advice for me?
My advice to you, sir, is to speak the truth. Good night. My dear Watson, I'm sorry to bring you out on such a fool's errand. It's an interesting case, too, at the bottom of it.
I'm glad to hear you say so, Holmes. Hanged if I can make head or tail of it.
No? Well, it's quite evident that there are at least two of them in it.
The Russian?
Those two, at any rate.
Do you think the son broke into Blessington's rooms while his father was being examined?
Without a doubt.
And the catalepsy?
A fraudulent imitation, Watson. Though I should hardly dare hint as much to our specialist. It's quite easy to imitate the complaint. I've done it myself.
Have you indeed?
Oh, yes. By the purest chance, Blessington was out on each occasion. They chose a late hour for a consultation when there'd be no one else about in the doctor's rooms.
Well, the trunk with the money in it was there. Why didn't they take it?
My belief is they were after Blessington himself.
You think he knows?
He knows what those men want, Watson, and he knows why. And for some reason, he's not telling us.
Holmes, these Russians, this catalepsy, all that, couldn't it all be a concoction of Trevelyan's to get into Blessington's rooms himself and throw a false scent?
My dear fellow, it was one of the first solutions which occurred to me. But then I saw those imprints on the carpet.
Eh?
There were one or two quite distinct impressions. They were at least an inch longer than the doctor's foot and made by square-toed shoes. The doctor was wearing pointed ones. No, Watson, there's nothing to do but sleep on it. But I'll be surprised if we don't hear something further from Brook Street before long.
Watson. Wake up quickly, lad.
Holmes, what's the matter? What's the time?
Get dressed quickly, my dear fellow. There's a brougham waiting for us at the door.
Oh, is the Brook Street business, Holmes?
Blessington hanged himself during the night.
Terrible. It's shaken me completely.
You have our sympathy, Dr. Trevelyan.
Blessington had a cup of tea taken in every morning about 7. When the maid went in, she found him hanging by a cord from a big chandelier hook in the middle of the room. He'd jumped off a box. That box he showed us yesterday, matter of fact.
I see. In here?
Yes, please.
Ah, Inspector Lanner.
Mr. Holmes, delighted to see you again. You too, Dr. Watson.
Good morning, Inspector.
Now, what's your opinion, Lanner?
As far as I can tell, he did this about 5 o'clock. The most common time for suicide, you know.
That's about it, Inspector. Dead about 3 hours from the rigidity of the muscles. You agree, Trevelyan?
Yes, about 3 hours.
Notice anything significant about the room?
Bed's been slept in all right. And he seems to have smoked heavily during the night, too. There were 4 cigar ends in the fireplace.
Oh? May I see them?
Yes, here.
Have you his cigar holder?
Oh, no sign of one.
Oh. For his case, then?
Oh, yes, that's here. It was in his jacket pocket.
Ah. Thank you. Oh, no, Lanner. No. The only cigar in this case is a Havana. These others are imported by the Dutch from their East Indian colonies. See? Much thinner for their length than other brands.
I see, sir.
2 of these have been smoked from a holder, and 2 without. 2 have been cut with a not very sharp knife. The others have had their ends bitten off by a set of excellent teeth. This is no suicide, Inspector. It's a very deeply planned and cold-blooded murder.
Possible.
Holmes, why should anyone murder a man in so clumsy a fashion as by hanging him?
That is what we have to find out.
But how did they get in here?
Through the front door.
It was found barred this morning.
Then it was barred after them. I should ask that page boy of yours about that, Doctor. I fancy he might know.
I see. I meant to mention it to you, but it quite escaped me with all this. He's nowhere to be found this morning. All his things have gone.
Ah.
Then you think he will...
I'm sure he's played a not unimportant part in this drama. He let the others in. There were 3 of them. And helped them to get into Mr. Blessington's room. Oh, by the way, I take it this door was locked.
Always at night.
Ah. However, with the help of a wire, they forced the lock.
What? Holmes?
See? Well, even without this lens, you'll perceive by the scratches on this ward where the pressure was applied.
I see. But, Mr. Holmes, you say there were 3 of them?
The Russians and...
Yes, the young man and the old man, and 1 unidentified. If I'm not mistaken, they made their way quietly into Blessington's room and either bound and gagged him or so paralyzed him with fright that he was unable to resist or cry out. They then held some sort of consultation over him. It must have lasted quite some time.
Just a moment, Mr. Holmes. Where'd you get that notion from?
Oh, from these cigar butts, Lanner. Now, one of them sat over here. He kept knocking his ash off against this chest of drawers, see?
You've got eyes like a hawk, you have, Mr. Holmes.
Another sat in this basket chair. Distinct faces, see?
On the carpet, yes.
While the third fellow paced up and down here.
Yes.
You see? The discussion ended by their taking Blessington off the bed and hanging him.
Well, you may be right, Mr. Holmes. You usually are. You better let me have some particulars of this page boy before I go, Dr. Trevelyan.
Certainly, Inspector. But, Mr. Holmes, what about that box? You haven't even looked to see if the money's gone.
Oh, that. I doubt if there's anything of value in it at all. His story about the box was just part of his attempt to evade telling me the real truth as to why anyone should want to break into his room.
Well, I don't know about these other gentlemen, but this is certainly beyond me.
Oh, me too.
Well, I won't speculate any further now. Oh, I'll just take this photograph of Blessington from the mantelpiece and meet you all at 221B Baker Street at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yes, of course.
I hope by then I'll have been able to clear up any little obscurity this matter still holds.
Here's the inspector at last. Any news for us?
Sorry I'm a bit late, gentlemen. Oh, good afternoon, Dr. Trevelyan.
Good afternoon.
We got the page boy, though.
Capital. And I've got the others for you.
Well done.
Well, at least I've got their identity. This so-called Blessington is, as I expected, well known at headquarters, and so are his assailants. Their names are Biddle, Hayward, and Moffat.
The Worthington Bank gang.
Yes.
Oh, that Blessington must have been Sutton, the worst of the gang.
Exactly.
Mr. Holmes, I beg you. The inspector may know what you're talking about. I'm dashed if I do.
Yeah.
Oh, surely you must remember the great Worthington Bank case. There were 5 of them in it. They got away with £7,000 and murdered the caretaker Tobin in doing so. They were all arrested, and one of them turned Queen's evidence.
That one was Sutton. You're Mr. Blessington, Doctor.
Sutton's evidence got one of the gang hanged, and these other 3 15 years apiece. He himself was acquitted, of course.
I see. When was all this?
1875. They were released a few weeks ago before the end of their full term. I remember reading it in the newspaper. And so, if I'm not mistaken, did your Mr. Blessington.
Do you mean when he got so agitated and wanted better locks on the doors and windows? When he gave up taking his evening stroll?
Right, sir. His talk about being afraid of burglary was just sublime.
But why could he not tell you this?
Well, my dear sir, knowing the vindictive character of his old associates, he was trying to hide his own identity from everybody as long as he could. His secret was a shameful one, and he couldn't bring himself to divulge it. However, wretch as he was still living under the shield of British law. And I have no doubt, Inspector, that although the shield may fail to guard, the sword of justice is still there to avenge.
Such were the singular circumstances in connection with the resident patient and the Brook Street doctor. From that night, however, nothing was ever seen of the 3 murderers by the police, though it is surmised at Scotland Yard that they were among the passengers of the ill-fated steamer Nora Creina, which was lost to... The proceedings against the page broke down for want of evidence. What was it Holmes said? Although the shield of British law may fail to guard, the sword of justice is still there to avenge.
The Resident Patient was one of the Sherlock Holmes stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. My real name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Michael Hardwick wrote our script for this BBC production from London. And, of course, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again soon for more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Achilles descensus averno, noctes atque dies patet atri jano ditis. Sed Revocare gradum superas, quaevader ados.
Hoc opus Nicolavo est.
Edith.
Good afternoon, Father. You see, I still remember my Virgil.
I didn't hear you come up there.
Oh, you were far away. Finding the descent to Hades easy. But to find your way back... Quiet, boy!
Trace one step out to the upper air. That's the task.
That is the labour. Well, I'm taking Roy here to the upper air of the high meadow. Give him a run.
Good.
Oh.
Seems in need of it.
You never do so now. And you and he were once so close.
What, Edith? And I have more to occupy me than walking a bad-tempered old wolfhound.
He's not bad-tempered. He's been missing you. How's Alice?
Miss Morphy is very well indeed. I said, hold him, Edith!
Drink it first, Father. What's the matter with you?
Take the beast away!
Yes, Father.
Take him away before I summon Bennett to have him taken away for good. Shot! That's the medicine for mad dogs. Or strangled. Or still strangled with my own hands.
Father!
I could do that, you know. I have the strength for it. Don't you doubt I have the strength to rid myself of the feeble old brain-softened, ranting brute.
The Creeping Man by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatized for radio by Robert Forrest. With Clive Medicine as Sherlock Holmes and Michael Williams as Dr. John Watson. And featuring Robin Ellis as Professor Presbury. The Creeping Man.
Holmes, I've been here for half an hour.
Not quite, Watson, not quite.
And you haven't uttered a word.
Oh, what a time you showed more understanding of, or at least patience with, my protracted reveries.
I do understand.
Curious facts have been submitted to me that in turn give rise to speculation of a more general character.
Speculation that you might share with me.
That's presently.
Since I am here at your request, your seemingly urgent request, come at once, if convenient, if inconvenient, come all the same.
Neatly worded, don't you think? And I take it by your tone, it was inconvenient.
It was, as a matter of fact.
But here you are.
Yes, here I am, having had to rearrange my entire day. My practice, you know, is not inconsiderable.
And Mrs. Watson's concern for you, it too is considerable.
Well, of course it is, but...
In addition to a thriving medical practice and an ever-watchful wife, does a lovable family dog play a part in your new domestic arrangements?
A dog? No.
But if I were to study Dr. Watson's dog, what might I learn?
I think Holmes, even you would learn little from a hypothetical dog.
Might I witness it whining at you, tail thumping impatiently, begging to be taken out on adventures? Yes, only when you and the mutt were alone together, of course.
Holmes, what are you talking about?
I am giving serious thought to the writing of a small monograph on the uses of dogs in the work of the detective.
You mean bloodhounds?
Oh, no, that's been thoroughly explored already. No, but a dog reflects the family life. Whoever saw a frisky dog in a gloomy household or a sad dog in a happy one? Snarling people have snarling dogs, dangerous people dangerous ones, and changing canine moods may reflect changes in the family around them.
Holmes, did you summon me for my work for something so trivial?
In some ways, Watson, you never change. You never learn that the gravest issues may depend upon the smallest things. Yes, Professor Presbury.
Presbury?
The Cambridge physiologist.
I know of him, of course.
But not of Roy, his devoted wolfhound, who now, after years of being the traditional, faithful best friend of the man, has twice attacked his master. What do you make of it?
Isn't it obvious? The dog is ill, distemper.
The beast attacks no one else, and molests the professor only on very special occasions.
Curious.
Very curious. Aha! Young Mr. Bennett. Admirably prompt. And now we may learn more about our professor and his perfidious pet.
The matter, Mr. Holmes, is very delicate.
We understand, Mr. Bennett.
The relation in which I stand to
Professor Pressbury.
Yes, both publicly and privately.
You see, Watson, Mr. Bennett here is not only a professional assistant to the great scientist, but lives under his roof and is engaged to his only daughter.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you. But the thing is, I don't see how I can, justify myself if I speak before...
Before?
A third person.
Oh, I see. Have no fear, Mr. Bennett. Dr. Watson here is the very soul of discretion.
Oh, I don't doubt that at all.
I can assure you, Mr. Bennett.
In fact, I was just about to impart all I know of the case to him, so please, do continue.
There have been fresh developments.
Excellent. That's what I hoped for. But first I shall proceed to outline, to share with my invaluable friend and colleague the course of events so far.
I suppose I must accept your assurances, Mr. Holmes.
Of course you must do that. Now, the Professor is a man of European reputation. His life has been academic, illustrious.
Never a breath of scandal.
Not one.
Certainly not.
No, not one breath of scandal, then, in all his 61 years. And now this most respectable widower has become engaged to the daughter of Professor Morphy, his colleague in the chair of comparative anatomy. The lady, Alice Morphy, is an admirable match for the Professor in both mind and body. Is that not so?
Yes, she is.
And intellectually most accomplished for a girl of 24 years. 24, Watson. Then, not long after this happy engagement was announced, a little mystery clouded the Professor's normal routine. He left home.
Left home?
With no indication of where he was going. He was away a fortnight, is that correct?
Yes, and returned.
Altered.
In certain ways. His intellect was not affected. His lectures were as brilliant as ever, if not even more.
But there was an alteration, as if he were under some shadow.
Mr. Holmes.
Those are your words, Mr. Bennett. Something sinister, you said. Not the man you'd known and admired for years, you frankly stated. And if I'm to help you, you must continue to be so frank with me and with Dr. Watson.
Very well.
You were aware of the change in the Professor as soon as he returned?
From the very hour he returned. He threw himself back into his work with, if anything, more vigour, more brilliance than before. But, yes, he was altered.
Blood tomorrow, Bennett. I shall announce my return with a dissertation, a very rhapsody on the blood of life. Blood must have its course, lad. And every dog its day.
Yes, sir.
Well, you agree with Mr. Kingsley, then?
Mr. Kingsley?
Mr. Charles Kingsley, the Chartist clergyman who railed against celibacy and wrote much about water. An obsession instilled in him I've always maintained by his cold compulsory baths at school. Put the books down, boy. And find me that portfolio of vascular diagrams.
Right, sir.
We may agree with Kingsley, Bennett, who said also that we must do noble things, not dream them. But we can no longer agree with Harvey in his explication of the blood. Or rather, we now see more deeply, more clearly into the complexity and versatility of that. It's not up there, boy, certainly not up there.
It's a purple folder, isn't it?
Yes, tied with yellow cord. It must take a morning soon to reorganize this place. We've allowed too much clutter to accumulate. But it's good to be back, It's surprisingly good. And my first lecture tomorrow will be a declaration of intent on my part. My intent to do more than simplify difficult matters for inferior, immature minds. My intent to do new work, bold work.
The air of a company in Prague must be supremely invigorating, sir.
Prague?
Yes, I had a letter from a fellow student there. He mentioned in passing that he...
Give you a full account of my work there, did he, this student fellow?
No, he merely saw you across the street.
No matter. Find that portfolio.
Yes, sir.
Oh, such a genius the man was. William Harvey. Here it is. De Nutu Cordis on the motion of the heart and blood in animals, 1628. A new age began then, Bennett. Perhaps a new age is beginning now. Our knowledge of the constituents and functions of the blood. Leave that alone! Sir? Leave it be! You meddling young fool! Bring it here! Here! Give it to me. This box, Bennett, this box you so carelessly handle.
Sir, I merely lifted it.
It contains only personal material, private material.
no concern of yours.
I understand, sir. I was only moving it out of my way.
There are other things that are not your concern.
Well, of course, sir, I wouldn't...
You are not my son, and you are not yet even my son-in-law. You will agree I am entitled to some privacy. Let us not say secret. Some proper privacy from a mere secretary and assistant, however much confidence I have in him.
Of course.
And I do have confidence in you, Bennett. I am confident you will respect my wishes, carry out my instructions. As to certain correspondence I expect from London.
Correspondence?
Letters, Bennett. Letters and packages of a strictly private nature from London, which will be marked beneath the stamp with a cross. You understand?
A cross beneath the stamp?
Just so. Letters and packages so marked are not to be opened by you, if you value your place here and your happy position with my daughter.
And correspondence so marked did arrive?
Yes, there have been several such deliveries.
And you obeyed the Professor's command? You've no idea of their contents?
None. They come from London. They were addressed in a rather illiterate handwriting. Beyond that, I know nothing.
Yes, and the box you so angered him by touching?
Mr. Holmes, the new development I mentioned, the incident the night before last.
Yes, I've been wondering about that.
All in good time, Mr. Bennett. All in good order. Huh? That's the proper method. My method. Huh? The box.
I can tell you little about it. Wooden, quaintly carved. I think he must have brought it back from Prague.
Its contents, too, are a mystery to you.
Yes. All I know is he keeps the key to it on his watch chain.
When did the incident you just described take place?
Early in July. In fact, I can tell you the exact date. I have it here. The 2nd. And it was on that date, too, that Roy first attacked the Professor. On July the 11th, there was a similar scene which Edith witnessed. Again on July the 20th. Then we had to banish the dog to the stables.
Admirable.
But he had been such an affectionate animal.
I mean, you're an admirable witness. It seems you do appreciate my method.
I learned method, Mr. Holmes, from my great teacher, Professor Presbury.
Now, Miss Edith Presbury.
Edith?
The Professor's daughter, your fiancée. Did she, too, note the disturbing change in her father's character?
Well, yes, she did, of course, but I don't see the relevance of that. She knows even less than I do about the marked letters.
There's more to this than marked letters, Mr. Bennett. And you've agreed, have you not, to be utterly frank with me?
Yes, I have.
Because we have to violate a deeper privacy than the Professor's correspondence.
I don't understand.
It is understanding we seek, is it not? Now, tell me what your fiancée has confided in you about her father's altered behavior.
The day he came home from Prague, the first time she saw him on his return.
Come on now, Roy. Good boy. We'll keep each other's spirits up. We'll have a run in the meadow. Let the fresh air... Father! Oh, you're home.
So I am, Edith, so I am. And how wonderful it is to see you.
We were so worried. No word from you.
And to see Roy. Good boy, good old boy.
Where have you been?
Both of you look radiant. As the garden does, as home does, everything does.
Father, please. We've been so anxious.
Where I've been is of no matter. Now I'm home. I have nothing to tell you that you need to know, or that would entertain a young lady. But you have much to tell me.
Tell you?
Oh, I've been homesick, Edith, very sick and failing indeed. But now I'm well, healthy and well, and eager to be doing. Don't I look well?
Well, yes, you do, but...
Oh, that chestnut tree is splendid, isn't it? And the lawn positively shines. Alice, how is Alice?
She's well. But, of course, she too has been at a loss.
At a loss? My Alice? Not for company, I'll wager. No doubt a host of young fools has been buzzing around her like foraging bees. Well, that fatuous swarm will now be dispersed, annihilated. The honey's all mine. Mine. Mine alone.
Pride. That was the word she used. He seemed so proud. Some breakthrough in his work, I assume. New work, he said to me. Bold work.
And yet, according to Edith, he didn't talk about his work.
No. About his Alice.
Gentlemen, I feel I must tell you about the night before last.
Yes, September the 4th. 9.
9 what?
9. A meaningful number, I think.
Holmes, what are you talking about?
Do tell us what happened on this significant date, Mr. Bennett.
It was about 2 in the morning. I was lying awake.
I thought by the look of you, you might have been sleeping badly.
With so much distress, Doctor.
You may consult Dr. Watson about your insomnia later. Please, go on.
I heard a sound in the corridor outside my room. A dull, muffled sound. I got up, opened my door. Mr. Holmes, I believe I'm as strong-nerved as any man, but the corridor was dark. Only one window, halfway along, threw a patch of light, pale light, on the floor. And into it, something was emerging. Something dark, crouching, and it was he. Crawling. No, creeping, not quite on his hands and knees, more. Good God. More on his hands and feet, his face sunk between his hands, creeping, but with ease, his eyes darting, and I was paralyzed. What's that?
It's only the bell downstairs.
The bell?
The doorbell. Caller.
Who can it be?
Come, just a minute. Mrs. Hudson will discover who.
I'm sorry, Jack.
It's all right.
I knew I'd find you here, and I simply had to see you. After what happened last night, I just couldn't wait for you to return. I couldn't remain another night in that... Mr. Holmes, I do apologise for this intrusion and for my agitation.
Think nothing of that, Miss Presbury. Any fresh light you may throw on your father's case will be most welcome.
Shall I have Mrs. Hudson bring up some tea?
No, thank you, Dr. Watson. I'm quite recovered.
Do you feel able now to tell us what happened last night?
Go ahead, Edith. We may speak as freely to Dr. Watson as to Mr. Holmes.
Of course you may, of course you may. Do sit down, Miss Presbury. We'll hear your account of last night's new evidence a little later. First, I'd like to hear more of your impressions of the change in your father since his engagement to Miss Morphy.
Alice.
Miss Alice Morphy, to whom your father became engaged in...
In June.
Within days of that happy but unexpected...
Well, yes, it was rather...
Yes, within days of that happy but unexpected announcement, he disappears to Prague and returns an altered man. Tell us a little more about that.
I don't quite see what you want me
I confess neither do I, Mr. Holmes. After what I have told you, and when Edith has experienced something, we
Your
haven't
fiancé will, I'm sure, confirm, Miss Presbury, that complete frankness is essential if we're to unravel this case, and complete trust in my method.
Jack? Very well. It was early in June. Very fine. Warm, as you'll no doubt remember. That day he was taking tea with the Morphys. Professor Morphy is his closest colleague. And I knew he and Alice were... they shared many interests. My interests... Anyway, I didn't go with him that day. I often did, but on that afternoon I'd been strangely restless, a slight headache, and the piano and my music was a great comfort to me.
Good afternoon, Edith.
Father, and Alice. How are you, Alice?
I'm well, Edith. We could hear you playing as we came across the garden. Very sweet.
Sweet and sad. When I'm in this headachy mood, I begin with such a piece, then move to something more light and jolly.
And that is restorative.
Restorative? Oh, well, yes. It helps, sometimes.
How curious. But then you are artistic. All I can do in such a condition is lie down in a darkened room after taking one of my father's elixirs.
Is your father well?
Oh, yes. And perhaps imbibing elixirs of a different kind right now.
Imbibing?
In celebration, Edith. And perhaps you will play something more jolly now. Something downright joyful, I'd hope.
Something epithalamious. Is that the word?
It is. Up, fair bride, and call thy stars from out their several boxes. Take thy, diamonds...
Rubies. Rubies, pearls, and diamonds.
Yes, and make thyself a constellation. A marriage song by John Donne.
Oh, I don't care for him. Mother used to read his sermons to me.
Oh, but in his youth, Alice, such lines he could spin.
Love all alike no season knows, nor clime, nor hours, days, months, which are the rags of time.
But I summon Ben Johnson to my case, dear George, when it comes to done.
George? You called my father...
Miss Morphy, your longtime friend Alice, and now my Alice too, has done me the stunning honour of agreeing to be my wife. Now, where's that young Jack of yours?
Jack?
He must share in the celebration, must my fine young Mr. Bennet. In the laboratory, is he?
I think so, yes.
Industrious fellow. Bennett's last task today shall be to bring up a bottle of our finest. And you, my pretty pale daughter, shall play. Hey!
You are pale, Edith. And I think in no mood for playing.
No. No, I don't think
This
I can.
has come as an utter surprise to you.
Well, of course. There's been no hint that such a thing...
I know. We have been very discreet. We allowed no suggestion that matters were developing in this way until we were entirely sure of each other. Today was his third proposal, in fact.
Alice? Thomas Wellwood. You and he, I thought, were...
Young Mr. Wellwood is pleasant company, and I know he has high hopes, indeed high intention of making his career in the bank a sound one. But no more than sound. There are no Newtons or Galileos in the science of money. But your father's work now, and further attainments are ahead for him. You must know that. I'm not speaking of merely material success, Edith. Your father's work of itself is endlessly fascinating.
Alice?
Yes?
I think I must take your advice. This headache is one of the more removable ones. I'd best go and lie down for a while.
Of course. We'll talk more later.
Excuse me, Alice.
Edith?
I'm sorry, Alice. I do feel rather faint.
Oh, a moment only. You and I have been friends since childhood. I want us still to be friends.
Do you?
Well, of course. And more than that. Let me be frank. When your father and I are married, we will, of course, live here. But you mustn't think of me as your... Oh, but that's too absurd even to say. We shall be like sisters, Edith. Sisters.
Edith? Miss Presbury, are you feeling unwell?
What is it, Edith? Dr. Watson?
There's no need to continue if you don't feel up to it. You've told us enough for the moment.
I must tell you about last night.
Edith, if you're unwell, you mustn't force yourself to say
more. It
more.
was Roy that woke me, I think. Certainly he was barking from the stables when I was fully awake. And I know I was. I was awake. I remember thinking, is my door locked? But of course, it always is these days. The moonlight at the window was so bright. I could see quite clearly what was there.
What was there? At the window, you mean?
In a square of light. My father.
What?
My father's face. Pressed against the window pane.
But your room is on the second floor.
One of his hands was raised, as if he'd been about to push the window up. If that window had started to rise, I know I'd have gone mad. There have been times when I thought I am already, but it was no delusion. He was there for about 20 seconds or so, and I couldn't move. Even when he vanished, I still couldn't budge. Paralyzed. All I could do was lie and shiver until dawn. Then at breakfast, he didn't mention it.
And did you?
No. I made an excuse to come to town. Here I am.
Curious. Most curious.
Curious? It's uncanny.
But last night, so soon, that is curious. Do you have something in mind, Holmes? Yes. An inn in Cambridge. You, Mr. Bennet, shall return to your duties with as normal a manner as you can pretend, while your fiancée remains in London. Your visit can be prolonged, Miss Presbury.
Yes, easily.
And you and I, Watson, if you can without too much inconvenience, uproot yourself from practice and domesticity. You and I shall, for the next few days, be in the most pleasant surroundings of that ancient and commendable hostel, the Chequers Inn. The linen is above reproach, the port above mediocrity.
There now. You agree about the port?
It's very fine.
And now that we're properly refreshed, we're fit to discuss the case. What's your opinion?
Mine? You want my opinion?
Why shouldn't I?
These days, Holmes, I think I have become little more than a habit to you. Like a violin or your old black pipe. Sometimes you condescend to drink aloud in my presence, but wouldn't it be as useful to address your pipe or that glass in your hand?
Indeed, no, Watson. My pipe doesn't register what I say, nor does it interject as you do.
Kind of you to say so.
Now, when Bennett found Pressbury creeping along the corridor at night in that strange, stooped position, what do you make of that?
Well, as a medical man, I've known a severe attack of lumbago make a person walk in such a way.
Lumbago?
An affliction that can certainly be trying to the temper.
Let's not be too flat-footed, Watson. Bennett told us that he was able to walk erect again.
I was joking, Holmes.
And the change in Pressbury's character, his mysterious trip abroad. Have you something suitably facetious to say about those aspects of his case?
No. Speaking in all seriousness as a medical man, I believe it's a case for an alienist. A quite elderly gentleman falls in love, seriously so, with a much younger woman. His cerebral processes are disturbed by the affair. His journey to Prague may be a last and futile attempt to break himself of his passion.
Something in there. And the secret letters and packages in the locked box.
They may not even be directly connected. Some other private transaction, a loan perhaps, or share certificates.
And the Wolfhound disapproves of this financial dealing. No, there's more to it all than this. All connected.
And how do you propose we find out what more there is?
In the morning, we confront Pressbury.
And cajole an explanation from him.
Unlikely, but I'd value a good close look at him. His daughters told us that he seems to have little or no memory of those times when he's altered. Well, I've thought of a bold and provoking approach to take advantage of that fact.
And are you familiar with Cambridge, Mr. Holmes?
I have been summoned here before.
That would suggest you are here, what's the phrase, on a case?
We are, yes, but we don't yet know quite how time-consuming it might be.
Then I must consume as little of your time as possible. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
What can you do for us?
I'm sorry?
That was the question I was about to put to you.
To me?
Yes. You see, I heard, through an agent of mine, that Professor Pressbury of Cambridge had need of my services. There is only one Professor Pressbury, I'm sure.
Indeed, there is only one.
And on the 26th of last month, you don't recollect communicating with my agent?
It is not a matter of recollection. At no time have I considered dealing with any detective.
Then my agent must be in error. We can only apologize for troubling you, Professor.
Just a moment, gentlemen. Perhaps my agent can throw some light on the matter. It's not every day a man gets the opportunity to assist a detective of your stature. And your informant, Mr. Holmes, would I know his name?
I doubt it very much. And my business is, in this respect, like the good doctors here. There must be the strictest confidentiality between investigator and client.
Oh, I, too, put great value on confidentiality. Bennett?
Yes, sir.
These two gentlemen have come from London under the impression that they have been summoned. Do you know them?
Know them, sir?
Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Well, of course, I know of them.
Please trouble yourself no more, Professor Pressbury.
No trouble, Mr. Holmes. You handle all my correspondence, don't you, Bennett?
Yes, sir.
And have you a note of any kind, of any communication going to Mr. Holmes, or any letter, telegram, any scrap of paper at all, to or from any third party concerning this, Mr. Holmes?
Nothing at all, sir.
And perhaps you'd show these misplaced and mistaken gentlemen out, and return to me at once.
His nerves are in extreme disorder. We'd best return to him quickly, Mr. Bennett.
I fear you may be in for a rather uncomfortable time.
Still, I hate to tell the man lies.
Let him have his own way as far as you can. Try to cross him as little as possible.
Before you go, which is Miss Pressbury's bedroom window?
Second floor, third from the right. And you'd better have this, Mr. Holmes.
What is it?
It's the address of the man in London with whom the professor is secretly communicating.
Well, now.
He wrote to him this morning, and I got it from his blotting paper. I must go, and please, clear all this up soon.
Well, the blotting paper, indeed. Yes, that young man has the makings of a detective, Watson. Yes, Dorak. Curious name. Holmes, look at that window. Miss Presbury. I have looked. There's a creeper below it and a water pipe above, which gives some foothold. Dorak. Slavonic, I assume.
Are you suggesting you could climb to that window?
Dorak, perhaps a Bohemia. Bohemia, Prague. Yes, there's one connection, Watson. But the once faithful dog that so hates him, the ivied wall, no normal man could scale.
Glad you admit that.
A creeping gate.
We didn't learn much from our bold, close inspection, did we?
Well, apart from his poorly concealed rage at our intrusion, he gave little away, and his memory is more reliable than his daughter believes.
He struck me as being in possession of a perfectly clear and logical brain, and physically, there was nothing remarkable. Portly, smooth-skinned, his complexion and eyes quite healthy.
Smooth-skinned, apart from the knuckles, of course.
Knuckles?
Yes. Always look at the hands first, Watson. Then cuffs, trouser knees, and boots. The professor's knuckles were thick and horny in a way that's quite new.
What is it?
The ivy, the knuckles, the dog, and Prague.
Prague?
And Alice. Good God, no. Surely not.
What?
Connections. Horrifying connections. Back to London, Watson. You to seek out this Dorak. I to visit Miss Edith Presbury.
But haven't I told you how I felt about the engagement, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, you have. And I would press you no further if I didn't think it necessary.
And why is it so necessary? Forgive me, but you ask me for a most unusual frankness about matters that are...
Delicate, yes.
Of a personal and family nature, certainly. So may I not ask for an equivalent openness from you?
Quite right. My investigations so far have led me to begin to make certain connections in my mind. Now, where these connections lead will decide how I must approach your father, how I might help him, help all your family. Put it this way. I am being so bold as to ask a lovely and decorous young lady to share with a virtual stranger those secrets young women friends might share.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
Can you do that, Miss Presbury? Can you do that to save your father?
Save him?
And Alice. To save them both.
Bravo. Your playing does improve, Edith. And what a complex piece it was.
There's a deeper passion in it I can't quite reach.
What it might express, I can't say. But the sheer skill required. It's a science, too, in a way, isn't it?
Is it?
Mathematics. Each note in its place, like the components of an equation.
I met Thomas Wellwood yesterday.
Oh?
He was passionate.
He can be embarrassingly fervent, that young man.
He seemed torn between grief and anger. He suggested you and he had an understanding.
He misunderstood. And his passion will fade. The bank will soon cure him of such adolescent indulgence.
Oh, but he's such a sweet man, Alice.
Sweet? That kind of shallow winsomeness is not for me.
But my father is?
Most certainly.
You love my father?
I don't object to the word. But there are more precise ones. I respect him, even revere him. I'm honoured that such a brilliant and striving man should want me to be his wife. I know he'll protect me, raise my understanding of the world, and I don't shrink from confessing it, raise my position in the world. I mean the world of learning, of civilization.
Well, I feel all these things for Jack.
I hope so.
But we expect more.
Then you have high expectations.
Surely it's not overly ambitious to pray for children from our marriage.
I have no such ambition.
Your life together will be one entirely of the intellect, of civilization.
And companionship, of course.
No other fulfillment? You're only a few years older than I.
And I will be your father's faithful wife. We are not French, Edith.
Alice.
That's as delicate as I can be to make sure you understand.
And does he understand that companionship is the only...
I'm sure he must. Your father, after all, has already lived the kind of fulfillment you're talking about. You are its result, and he is justly proud of you.
I remember his face when he announced your engagement. He looked fervent. His eyes were young.
Please, Can we let this subject rest?
Have I given away enough secrets now?
Yes, I think you have.
And your connections?
They become more clear.
In what direction do they lead?
They lead me to Cambridge. You, they compel to stay here. Out of danger.
Dear God, Holmes. I cannot believe this is happening.
But there it is, Watson.
It's like a nightmare.
But I see it too. We are both awake.
Do we interfere?
Not yet. You have your revolver.
Yes. Do you think...
I think when something as monstrous as this is unleashed, we must be ready for anything.
Look. He's down. Heading around the side of the house.
Towards the stables. Good.
But the wolfhound is there.
And so should our third man be there.
The speed of him. He moves like...
Yes, Watson. I know what he moves like. Come on now. After him.
Come on, you toothless whelp. Can't reach me, can't touch me. Of course you can't. You're the runner and I'm the master. You're in chains and I'm in charge, the master. All mine. See? Can't reach. Having the strength, having the blood, having the brains, and me all brains and brawn all. Might and main.
Professor Presbury.
Oh, man.
Leave the beast alone.
A man all blood and bone and rubber.
Right, put down.
Stay back, he knows me. Down, Roy, put down.
You'll sleep for some time now. The morphia should see to that.
Thank you, Doctor.
And thanks for your help, Mr. Bennett. But he should be seen by a first-class surgeon.
No.
We had him firmly by the throat.
And you've dressed the wound well. I do have a medical degree.
Then you know the teeth pass dangerously close to the carotid artery.
But he'll survive.
Well, yes, I think the danger is past.
Then no more outsiders, please. If his condition gets beyond these walls...
But what is his condition? I still can't quite believe what I saw out there. On the wall.
On the wall?
He was climbing, Mr. Bennett, climbing on the ivy with the most extraordinary speed and agility, leaping from branch to branch like a... Isn't that so, Holmes? It was like a dream. On that moonlit wall in his dressing gown, he looked like a huge bat, and he seemed to climb for the sheer joy of it. His agility was... I can't fathom it.
For pleasure? He climbs an ivied wall for pleasure?
That's how it looked. And the other night, when he appeared at the young lady's window, he must have been, well, indulging in this mad pastime.
When mere chance brought him to Edith's window?
Yes. We must assume so. Is that your opinion, Holmes? Holmes?
What?
Mere chance brought him to his daughter's window.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
Holmes, what is this? How could he do those things? Is it madness?
Madness. Oh, yes, it's that.
Your interest in the dates, 9 days, you said. Are you thinking of some connection between bouts of insanity and phases of the moon?
Oh, no. A drug. A drug administered at regular 9-day intervals. The incident out of sequence, his appearance at the window on the 4th of September. But either he'd increased the dose or the effects were growing out of his control. I incline to the latter theory.
But what drug could bring about such a horrible transformation?
Perhaps we'll find the answer in that precious locked box of his. You said the key's on his watch chain.
Yes.
Yes, and the box in the laboratory.
It was, yes.
And bring the key and show us the way. As I warned you, we may have to violate his deepest privacy.
Yes, it fits. Not much here.
But enough. You were right, Holmes. A hypodermic syringe.
One empty phial, one nearly full. And the letters, you see, with the cross under the stamp.
From our bohemian friend in London, Dvorak. Well, I've already settled him. The police should be interviewing him now.
He's no more than an errand boy. I'm sure you'll find a more significant name in that other letter.
This one? It's from Prague. Should I read it, Mr. Holmes?
If you can face all the truth.
Well, of course Why should I not? I shall read it. From someone named H. Lowenstein.
Lowenstein? I know that man. Oh, my God.
He says... No.
Let me see. Honored colleague, the treatment enjoined caution. Not without danger. The serum of anthropoid would have been better. Have used black-faced langur. A specimen was accessible.
Langur?
An ape from the Himalayas, is it not? Yes. The most human of climbing monkeys.
He was injecting himself with ape serum?
Lowenstein is already known and condemned by his profession for his ruthless search for the secret of rejuvenescence, for the elixir of life.
His strength, his agility.
New youth, new virility. And, of course, the dog must have sensed the change in him before anyone else. His smell.
Alice. Dear God, Alice.
Holmes, even Lowenstein won't resist you. We'll write to him, yes? Even go there, go to Prague, confront him with his criminal responsibility for this obscenity.
Yes, we can stop Lowenstein, but others will follow. Others may find a better way. The sensual, the material, the worldly. They'll prolong their worthless lives. Those more of the spirit will resist the temptation. So who will survive? What sort of cesspool might our world become?
So, you think you understand, Mr. Philosopher Holmes?
Professor, how can you... Professor, you should not be moving.
Be still, Doctor. My elixir is more powerful than any common sawbones can know. More potent than your morphia.
You must go back to bed.
And you, Holmes, you lecture me about when my work should be done, when my life should be over.
I do not lecture. I merely observe with horror.
Horror? The meddling detective, the grubby snoop, is horrified? How can you understand my horror? That I should wither before my work. My life is fulfilled. How can you understand my need?
Professor, let me.
Dear God.
Strange to hear that name from one who'd flout nature's laws.
What? Oh, I'm not down here to pray, Holmes. My legs gave way. They just gave way.
Look at yourself. Listen to yourself. Is this the man of renewed youth who awaited the altar of Miss Alice Morphy? And don't you think a wife, even one as innocent as she, will sense that you stand there with blood in your veins? That's an affront to nature. Blood that flows from a monstrous experiment that's already brought you like an animal to your daughter's window in the middle of the night. That's aroused disgust and fear in your family, your friends, even your own dog. Watson.
Yes, Holmes.
There's an early train to town. But I think we have time to return to the Chequers first for a refreshing cup of tea.
What's to become of me?
You have a loyal servant in Mr. Bennet here, and I think still a devoted friend.
Of course.
God bless you, Bennet.
He and your daughter will see you through what will no doubt be a long and painful convalescence, and perhaps you'll have a wife to guide you with proper discipline to a full recovery. Now, Watson, the Chequers and that tea.
In The Creeping Man, Sherlock Holmes was played by Clive Medicine and Dr. Watson by Michael Williams, with Robin Ellis as Professor Presbury. Edith Presbury was played by Deborah Berlin, Alice Murphy by Annabel Mullion, and Jack Bennett by Oliver Senton. The violinist was Leonard Friedman. The Creeping Man was dramatized for radio by Robert Forrest and directed by Patrick Rayner.
Sherlock Holmes series by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The first story is called The Sussex Vampire, and here to tell you about it is Dr. Watson.
It was evening of a dull, foggy November day. Following our usual custom, Sherlock Holmes and I had taken our usual stroll about the streets adjoining Regent's Park. But the poisonous brown air had driven us back thankfully to the warmth and comfort of the parlour at 221B Baker Street. As I stretched out my toe to the welcoming blaze, Holmes read carefully a note which the last post had brought him. Then, with a dry chuckle, which was his nearest approach to a laugh, he tossed it over to me.
What do you make of this, my dear Watson? For a mixture of the modern and the medieval, or the practical and the wildly fanciful, if you like, I think this is surely the limit.
Well, let's see. 46 Old Jury, November the 19th. Sir, our client, Mr. Robert Ferguson, of Ferguson and Muirhead, tea broker of Mincing Lane, has made some inquiry from us in a communication of even date concerning vampires. Vampires?
Go on.
Yes. As our firm specializes entirely upon the assessment of machinery, the matter hardly comes within our purview, and we have therefore recommended Mr. Ferguson to call upon you and lay the matter before you. We have not forgotten your successful action in the case of Matilda Briggs. We are, sir, faithfully yours, Morrison, and Dodd. Matilda Briggs? I don't remember her, Holmes.
It wasn't the name of a young woman, Watson. It was a ship which is associated with the giant rat of Sumatra.
Giant rat of...
A story for which the world is not yet prepared.
Ah.
But what do we know about vampires? Does it come within our purview either? Make a long arm, Watson, and see what V has to say.
Right.
Anything's better than stagnation, but really we seem to have been switched on to a Grimm's fairy tale.
Here you are.
Thank you. Now, Voyages of Gloria Scott.
Bad business, that.
I have some recollection that you made a record of it. I was unable to congratulate you upon the result. Victor Lynch, the forger, venomous lizard or Gila. Remarkable case. Victoria, the circus belle, Vanderbilt and the Yeggman, Vipers, Vigor, the Hammersmith Wonder. Hello.
Found something?
The good old index. You can't beat it. Listen to this, Watson. Vampirism in Hungary, and again, vampires in Transylvania. Oh, rubbish, Watson, rubbish. What are we to do with walking corpses who can only be held in their graves by stakes driven through their hearts? It's pure lunacy.
But surely the vampire wasn't necessarily a dead man. A living person might have the habit. I've read, for example, of the old sucking the blood of the young in order to retain their youth.
Quite right, Watson. It mentions the legend in one of those references. But are we to give serious attention to such things? This agency stands flat-footed upon the ground, and there it must remain. The world is big enough for us. No ghosts need apply.
Bravo, Holmes. So you're not going to take the case of Mr. Robert Ferguson seriously?
The postscriptum to that letter, which you failed to read out, my dear Watson, advises us that the gentleman himself will be calling upon us at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Oh.
I fancy he himself may be able to throw some light upon what is worrying him.
Hello, Watson. You don't look quite the man you did when I threw you over the ropes into the crowd at the old Deer Park.
Ferguson, it's you. I never for one instant connected the name.
I deduce that you gentlemen know one another.
We do indeed.
Big Bob Ferguson, the finest three-quarter Richmond ever had. The days when I played for Blackheath.
I never get your limits, Watson. There are unexplored possibilities about you.
Well, you could scarcely picture me playing rugger as you see me now, Mr. Holmes.
Nor Watson, I fancy.
That's true.
Pray sit down, Mr. Ferguson, and tell us what brings you to us.
Thank you.
May I ask where you live?
Lumberley, Sussex, south of Horsham. The house is called Cheeseman's.
Yeah, I know that part pretty well. Full of old houses called after the men who built them. Audleys, Harveys, Carringtons.
Cheeseman's, yes, that's so, Watson. But I'm not here on my own behalf.
Oh?
No, I'm
I'm acting for a friend. I see. Pray let us have the particulars, then.
Yes. Well, this gentleman married some 5 years ago a Peruvian lady. He'd met her during a business trip to South America. She is very beautiful. But, well, what with her alien ways and so on, it seems as though there are sides of her character that he can never hope to explore. In short, he's come to regard their union as a mistake.
I understand.
Oh, she remains as loving and devoted a wife as a man could wish for. But at the same time, she's begun to show some curious traits, quite unlike her general nature.
Of what kind?
Well, my friend had been married before. There's a son of 15 by the first marriage. Charming lad. Unfortunately, partially crippled in a childhood accident. Now, on 2 occasions, my friend's present wife had been caught in the act of assaulting this poor lad in the most unprovoked way.
Good heavens.
That's nothing. There's also a child of the present marriage, a dear little boy under a year old. On one occasion, about a month ago, this child had been left by its nurse for a few minutes. A loud cry from the baby called her back. As she ran into the room, she saw her employer, my friend's wife, leaning over the baby and apparently biting its neck.
Joe.
There was a small wound in the neck and a stream of blood ran down. The nurse was so horrified that she started to call for her husband. But the lady implored her not to and actually gave her £5 to keep silent.
Pray continue, Mr. Ferguson.
As you can imagine, this made a terrible impression on the nurse's mind. She began to keep a close watch on her mistress. It began to seem to her that even as she watched the mother, so the mother watched her. And that every time she was compelled to leave the baby, the mother was waiting to get at it. Day and night the nurse covered the child, and day and night the watchful mother seemed to be lying in wait as a wolf waits for a lamb.
It's incredible.
That's how it must sound to you, Watson, yet I'm not exaggerating when I say that a child's life and a man's sanity may depend on it. My friend well remembers the day when the nurse's nerve gave way and she told him everything. To him it seemed as wild a tale as it may now seem to you. He knew his wife to be a loving wife and a loving mother. Then why should she assault her stepson and wound her own dear little baby? He told the nurse that she was dreaming, that such libels upon her mistress were not to be tolerated. Whilst they were talking, a sudden cry of pain was heard.
Another?
Nurse and master rushed together to the nursery. Imagine his feelings as he saw his wife rise from a kneeling position beside the cot and saw blood upon the child's exposed neck and on the sheet. With a cry of horror, he turned his wife's face to the light and saw blood all round her lips. It was she, beyond all question, who had drunk the poor baby's blood. Great heavens. So the matter stands, and my friend, appeals to you, Mr. Holmes. His wife is now confined to her room. He himself is half demented. Vampirism, Mr. Holmes, in the very heart of the English Sussex.
Terrible, absolutely.
Mr. Ferguson, I will examine your case with pleasure.
Oh, no,
Come, sir. This agency is not a home for the weak-minded. It's no use your pretending to be anyone's deputy.
Well, suppose it's better to deal direct. Forgive me, Mr. Holmes. You can imagine how difficult it is when you're speaking of the one woman you're bound to protect, to help.
I understand.
Then what am I to do? How am I to go to the police with a story like this? And yet I must protect those youngsters. Is it madness, Mr. Holmes? Something in her blood? Have you experience of any case like this? For pity's sake, give me some advice.
Now, pull yourself together, Mr. Ferguson, and just give me a few clear answers.
Yes, of course.
Tell me, what happened after you discovered your wife in this act?
She seemed horrified. She wouldn't speak. Oh, I suppose I raved at her. She only looked at me in a wild, despairing sort of way. Then she rushed to her room and locked herself in. Since then, she's refused to see me.
Who attends to her once, then?
Oh, a maid. Dolores.
Also Peruvian?
She's been with my wife for some years. More a friend than a servant.
And the child? The baby?
The nurse has sworn to me that she will not leave it, night or day. As for poor Jack, the inoffensive little cripple, I only hope if she comes out of the room, he won't happen to be near at hand.
What exactly is his complaint, Ferguson?
Oh, some injury to the spine. He can get about, but only in a limited sort of way.
And yet you say your wife, who is of a loving disposition, has assaulted him twice. In what way?
She struck him savagely.
This maid, Dolores, has been with your wife even before your marriage, I take it?
Oh, yes, quite some time.
Then she might know more about your wife's character than you yourself.
Oh, I suppose so.
Well, I fancy I may be of more use at Lamberley than here. It is eminently a case for personal investigation. If the lady remains in her room, our presence cannot annoy or inconvenience her.
It's what I'd hoped to hear you say, Mr. Holmes. There is an excellent train for Victoria at 2, if you could manage it.
With pleasure. Watson comes with us, of course.
Oh, of course.
Yes, delighted.
There are just 1 or 2 points I should like to be sure about before we start.
Aye?
This unhappy lady, as I understand it, has appeared to assault both her own baby and your son.
Aye, that's so.
But the assaults have taken different forms. Did she give no explanation why she had beaten your son?
Only that she hated him.
That's not uncommon among stepmothers, you know.
I know. There's never been any love between them.
Is your wife jealous by nature?
Highly.
But the boy, he is 15 and probably very developed in mind, since his body has been circumscribed in action. Didn't he explain the assaults?
Well, he could find no reason.
I see. No doubt you and the boy were great comrades before this second marriage.
Oh, aye, indeed. He was my greatest comfort after the loss of my wife.
And the boy remained devoted to the memory of his mother?
Most devoted.
A most interesting lad. Now, I have one final inquiry to make of you.
Aye?
Were the strange attacks on the baby and the assaults on your son made at the same time?
They were, yes. In the first case, that is. It was as if some frenzy had seized her, and she'd vented her rage on both of them. But on the second occasion, when she attacked my son, she made no attempt on the baby.
Oh. That certainly complicates matters.
But I don't quite follow you.
Possibly not. One forms provisional theories and waits for time or fuller acknowledgement to explode them. A bad habit, Mr. Ferguson, but human nature is weak. I fear your old friend here has given the public an exaggerated view of my scientific methods. However, I will only say at this stage that your problem doesn't appear to me to be insoluble.
The ancient farmhouse in which Bob Ferguson dwelt proved to be a large, straggling building, very old in the center, very new at the wings. An odor of age and decay pervaded the whole crumbling building. The large central room into which Ferguson led us was a most singular mixture of dates and places. The half-panelled walls may well have belonged to the original yeoman farmer of the 17th century. They were ornamented, however, on the lower part by a line of well-chosen modern watercolors, while above, where yellow plaster took the place of oak, there was hung a fine collection of South American weapons, which had been brought, no doubt, by the Peruvian lady. Holmes, with that quick curiosity which sprang from his eager mind, examined them with some care, and then turned his attention to a spaniel which came slowly forward from his basket in the corner. It walked with difficulty to Ferguson and licked his hand.
Dear me. What is the matter with your dog, Mr. Ferguson?
That's what's puzzling the vet. A sort of paralysis. Spinal meningitis, he thought. But it's passing. Isn't it, boy? You'll be all right soon, Carlo, eh?
Tell me, did it come on suddenly?
In a single night.
How long ago?
Oh, well, it's about 4 months.
Very remarkable. Very suggestive.
What do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
It confirms what I'd already thought.
For heaven's sake, what do you think? Look here, this may be just an intellectual puzzle to you, but it's life and death to me. My wife a would-be murderer. My child is in constant danger. Don't play with me, Holmes.
I'm afraid there is pain for you, Mr. Ferguson, whatever the solution may be. I would spare you all I can. I can say no more for the moment. But before I leave this house, I hope I may have something definite.
Well, please God you may. I ask your pardon, Mr. Holmes. Well, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I'll go up to my wife's room and see if there's been any change.
Well, Holmes?
A charming old room, Watson. Just look at those oak beams. Magnificent.
Holmes!
See that iron fire screen. 1670. And all these fascinating weapons and trinkets. A most interesting collection, my dear Watson.
Holmes, I do wish...
You, sir. Please.
Me? Yes.
You are doctor, sir.
I am.
Oh, my mistress is very ill. She don't want food. Very ill. She need a doctor.
You are Dolores?
Si, senor, si.
Would your mistress see this gentleman?
She need, sir. She see him. I say so.
But she will not see Mr. Ferguson.
Oh, no, sir.
Watson?
Of course I'll go, if it'll be any use.
Oh, sir, I thank you 1,000 times. You follow me now, sir? Quick. She lie like that one day, 2 days. I'm afraid she die. Dolores, is that you, child? Who are you?
I am a doctor, ma'am.
A doctor? Did my husband send for you? Where is he?
He is in the house. He's only waiting for you to say you will see him.
Oh, no, I will not. Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do with this fiend, this devil?
Madam, I am here to help you.
No one can help. It is finished. All is destroyed. Whatever I do, all is destroyed.
No, madam, no. Your husband loves you dearly. He is deeply grieved at what has happened.
But do I not love him, then? Do I not love him enough to sacrifice myself rather than break his dear heart? Yes, doctor. That is how I love him. And yet he can think such things of me. Speak to me in such a way.
I assure you, madam, he doesn't understand.
But he should trust me. Oh, no. I cannot forget those terrible words, nor the look on his face.
But I can promise you, madam.
I will not see him. Go away. You can do nothing for me.
Very well.
Tell him only one thing. I want my child. I have a right to my child. That is the only message I can send to him.
How the devil can I send the child to her? How do I know what she mightn't do to it? Why, I'll never forget seeing her beside it, with its blood on her lips. No, the child stays with Mrs. Mason, where he's safe.
Oh, Father.
Jack, my boy, come in, lad.
I didn't know you were home, Dad. I'd have been there to meet you.
That's all right, old chap. I came home early because my friends Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson have come to spend an evening with us.
Hello, Jackie.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the detective?
None other, my boy.
How do you do? And what about your other child, Mr. Ferguson? Might we make the acquaintance of the baby?
Oh, I beg pardon.
No, wait, Mrs. Mason. You've just come in time.
Very good, sir. Look, I just brought baby for his good night, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were engaged.
There you are, Mr. Holmes. Your request attended to in an instant. No, isn't he a fine little fellow?
Oh, yes, grand little chap.
My word. His father in miniature.
Do you think so?
Hey, Watson?
Without a doubt, Holmes.
Mr. Ferguson, if I were ever to have a son of my own, I can't imagine a finer specimen.
Do you really say so? Well, there's praise for my little fellow. There we are.
Well, Jackie, do you like your little brother?
Jack has very strong likes and dislikes. Luckily, I am one of his likes. Aren't I, lad?
Oh, number one, Dad.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Mason. That'll be all.
Thank you, sir.
Good night, little one. You'll keep him safe.
You can count on me for that, sir.
Ah, dear little thing. Fancy anyone having the heart to hurt him.
Quite.
Now, run... go along, Jack. These gentlemen and I have important matters to discuss.
All right, Dad. Don't be too long.
I won't.
Poor boy.
Mr. Holmes, I'm beginning to feel that I've brought you on a fool's errand.
Oh?
Well, what can you possibly do except give me your sympathy? This whole affair must appear most exceedingly delicate and complex.
It's certainly delicate, but I haven't been struck up to now with its complexity.
Oh, really?
It's been a case for intellectual deduction. But when this intellectual deduction is confirmed point by quite a number of independent incidents, then the subjective becomes objective, and we can say confidently that we have reached our goal.
Reached our goal?
I fancy as much. I had, in fact, reached it before we left Baker Street. The rest has merely been observation and confirmation.
For heaven's sake, Holmes, if you can see the truth in this matter, don't keep me in suspense. What's it all come to? What shall I do about it? I don't give a hang how you found your facts, so long as you really have found them.
Certainly. I owe you an explanation, and you shall have it. But you'll permit me to handle the matter in my own way.
But I don't see you...
Is Mrs. Ferguson capable of seeing us, Watson?
She's ill, but she's quite rational, yes.
Capital. It's only in her presence that we can clear this up. So, let's go to her.
But she won't see me.
Oh, yes, she will. Here, Watson. You at least have the entree. Take this note. Have the goodness to give it to the lady.
Oh, very well.
Mr. Ferguson and I will follow in 2 or 3 minutes. I fancy she'll be ready enough to receive us by then.
Come in, gentlemen. Please come in. My mistress will see you.
Darling.
No. Do not come near me.
But, Holmes.
All in good time, Mr. Ferguson. Now, I think we can dispense with Dolores.
No. She must stay or you must go.
Very well, madam, if that is what you wish. Now, Mrs. Ferguson, I am a busy man with many calls on my time, and my methods have to be short and direct. The swiftest surgery is the least painful. Let me first say what will ease your mind. Your wife is very good, a very loving, and very ill-used woman.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, prove that and I'm in your debt for life.
I will. But in doing so, I must wound you deeply in another direction.
I don't care, so long as you clear my wife. Everything else on earth is insignificant.
Then let me tell you the train of reasoning which passed through my mind in Baker Street. The idea of a vampire was absurd to me. Such things do not happen in criminal practice in England. And yet your observation was precise. You had seen the lady rise from beside the child's cot with blood on her lips.
I did.
Didn't it occur to you that a bleeding wound may be sucked for another reason than to draw the blood from it?
What?
Wasn't there a queen in English history who sucked such a wound to draw poison from it?
Poison?
A South American household. My instincts felt the presence of these weapons on your walls downstairs before my eyes ever saw them. It might have been some other poison, but that was what occurred to me. When I saw that little empty quiver beside the bird bow down there, it was just what I expected to see.
What are you saying?
If the child was pricked with one of these arrows dipped in curare or some other devilish drug, it would mean death if the venom was not sucked out.
I don't understand.
And the dog? If one were to use such a poison, wouldn't one try it first in order to see that it hadn't lost its power? I didn't foresee the dog, but at least I understood why he was crippled, and he fitted into my reconstruction.
Good.
Now do you understand? Your wife feared such an attack. She saw it made and saved the baby's life. And yet she shrank from telling you the truth. For she knew how you loved the boy and feared it might break your heart.
The boy? Jackie?
I watched him as you fondled the baby down there just now. His face was clearly reflected in the glass of the window where the shutter formed a background. I saw such jealousy, such cruel hatred as I have seldom seen in a human face.
My Jack.
You have to face it, Mr. Ferguson.
No.
It's more painful for you because it is love. A distorted, maniacal, exaggerated love that has prompted his action. Love for you and possibly his dead mother.
Oh.
His very soul is consumed with hatred for that delightful baby. Its health and beauty are a contrast to his own weakness.
It's incredible.
Have I spoken the truth, madam?
How could I tell you the truth, Bob? I knew what a blow it would be to you. I couldn't tell you.
I understand. Oh, my darling, I hadn't the faith to trust you. I suspected you at once. I accused you, called you all those vile names.
Oh, no more, dear. Hush, you were not to know.
I think a year away from you all would be my prescription for Master Jackie, Mr. Ferguson.
By heavens, you're right.
Oh, only one thing puzzles me slightly still, madam.
Yes?
How did you dare not say anything and leave your baby open to another attack?
Oh, I had told Mrs. Mason everything. She knew.
I thought as much.
My darling, what a dreadful experience for you.
And you. I didn't know what to do.
Never mind. Watson, this, I fancy, is the time for our exit. If you'll take one elbow of the too faithful Dolores,
What are you doing to me?
I will take the other.
Oh.
I think we may leave your friend and his wife to settle the rest between themselves.
I've only one further note of this case. It's the letter which Holmes wrote in final answer to that with which my narrative began. It ran thus.
Baker Street, November the 21st. 3 Vampires. Sir, referring to your letter of the 19th, I beg to state that I have looked into the inquiry of your client, Mr. Robert Ferguson, of Ferguson and Muirhead, tea brokers of Mincing Lane, and that the matter has been brought to a satisfactory conclusion. With thanks for your recommendation, I am, sir, faithfully yours, Sherlock Holmes.
That was The Sussex Vampire, the first of another series of Sherlock Holmes stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. As Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, you heard Robert Langford and Kenneth Baker. Others in the cast were Tony Jay, Jacinta Rosero, Elizabeth Hamilton, Linda Stewart, and Beth Boltler.
To you by Krakus Atalanta Polish Hams.
Think who the devil's writing to me. Let it wait.
Looks interesting, Uncle. It's got a foreign stamp.
Well, give it here, then. Better find out, I guess. Now, what's the...
What is it, Uncle?
It's death! It's death!
Uncle, wait! Come back!
Death rattled in the 5 dry seas that drove Elias Openshaw to frenzy. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I will tell you what happened in the case of the 5 orange pips, in which Holmes accused himself of a fatal error of judgment, for reasons you will soon appreciate.
Would you buy an imitation when you can get the original? The genuine? Of course not. Krakus and Atalanta brands, the originals, are genuine imported Polish hams. They are available at your favorite grocer, supermarket, or butcher. Krakus Crackus and Atalanta, the original brands, are the only brands of imported Polish hams to carry both the Good Housekeeping seal and the Parents Magazine seal of approval. Insist on the best for your money. Fine, lean, great-eating Crackus or Atalanta brand genuine imported Polish ham in 2, 3, 5, or 7-pound take-home sizes. You can also buy these fine hams sliced from larger sizes at your deli counter. New York Commodities Corporation is the importer of Crackus, Atalanta, and Tala Polish hams exclusively.
Holmes? Wasn't that the bell?
I wasn't aware of it.
Who on earth would come on a night like this?
Come in. Yes, Mrs. Hudson.
Oh, excuse me, gentlemen. Mr. Holmes, a visitor for you. Can you see him?
Kindly show the gentleman in.
Mr. Holmes will see you, sir. Will you step in?
Thank you. It's very good of you, Mr. Holmes.
Not at all. My friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir? How do you do, Doctor? Sit here, Mr... Oh, I beg your pardon, Openshaw, John Openshaw. Oh, Mr. Openshaw. Mr. Holmes, I heard about you from Major Prendergast, how you saved him in the Tankerville Club scandal.
Ah, I remember. He was wrongfully accused of cheating at cards.
Yes. May you be successful with my case.
I hope so.
But I doubt whether you've ever listened to a more mysterious train of events.
Pray tell them to us, Mr. Openshaw, and I will judge.
Very well. To begin at the beginning, my grandfather had 2 sons, Joseph, my father, and Elias, my uncle. My father had a small factory at Coventry, which he enlarged at the time of the invention of bicycling. It was such a success that he was able to sell the business for a handsome figure and retire. My uncle Elias emigrated to America when he was a young man, became a successful planter in Florida. He fought in the Civil War in Jackson's army, and then under Hood, who made him a colonel. When Lee laid down his arms, my uncle returned to his plantation, but after 3 or 4 years he came home and he took a small estate in Sussex, near Horsham.
How long ago was this?
17 or 18 years.
Uh-huh.
Well, after he'd been settled here for about 9 years, he asked my father if I might go to live with him for a while. I was about 12 at the time. He'd taken rather a fancy to me, even though he'd never have anything to do with friends or neighbors, or even, for that matter, with his own brother.
Indeed?
My father accepted. But I was a bit daunted by my uncle at first. He was fierce and quick-tempered. He drank a great deal, smoked heavily, scarcely ever set foot outside his own grounds. Still, he was very kind to me in his way, dealing with servants and tradespeople. And by the time I was 16, I was quite master of the house. Extraordinary. Yes. I could do what I liked, go where I pleased. Oh, that is with the exception of one locked room up amongst the attics. Of course, I peeped through the keyhole, but all I could see was old lumber and trunks and so forth. I'm sorry to go into all this detail, but I think you may find some of it relevant, Mr. Holmes.
Pray continue, Mr. Openshaw.
Well, now I come to a day in March 1883. I was having breakfast with my uncle when a servant brought in a letter which had just been delivered.
For me? I can't think who the devil's writing to me. Let it wait.
Looks interesting, Uncle. It got a foreign stamp.
Foreign? Who the blazes? India? India? Well, what's that postmark say?
Pondicherry. It's on the east coast, the capital of the French possessions in India.
You don't say. Well, give it here, then. Better find out, I guess. Now, what's
What is it, Uncle?
It's death! It's death!
Uncle, wait! Come back! Orange pips. 5 of them. No letter, but... What on earth's this? It was the letters KKK scrawled in red ink on the flap of the envelope just above the gum. That's all there was, gentlemen. Just that and 5 dried orange pips.
How very odd. Remarkable.
Well, as you can imagine, my uncle's abrupt flight from the breakfast table had alarmed me, and I ran out to look for him. I found him coming down from the attics with a small brass box in his hand. He called to me to send down at once to Horsham for his solicitor, Fordham. When the lawyer arrived an hour later, I was asked to join them both in my uncle's room. I noticed that the brass box stood open and empty beside the hearth, and that there was a mass of black, fluffy ash, as from burnt papers, in the fire.
John, I've called you in because I want you to witness my will.
Your will, Uncle?
I'm leaving my whole estate to my brother, your father, with all its advantages and disadvantages. No doubt it'll come to you in turn. If you can enjoy it in peace, then well and good. But if you can't, take my advice, boy, and leave it to your deadliest enemy.
But I don't understand, Uncle Elias.
I hope you never will. I'm sorry to pass on such a two-edged thing, but that's the way it is. Now, if you'll be kind enough to sign the paper where Mr. Fordham shows you. Just here, if you please.
You can imagine what an impression all this made on me.
I can quite imagine.
In the weeks that followed, I couldn't shake off a vague feeling of dread. I could see a change in my uncle, too. He drank more than ever. He spent most of his time shut up in his room with the door locked. But sometimes he'd come out in a sort of frenzy with a revolver in his hand and go about the house and the grounds raving that he was afraid of no one. Well, to come to an end of it, Mr. Holmes, there came an evening when he made one of those drunken sallies into the garden from which he never returned.
Never returned?
We found him face downwards in a little pond at the foot of the garden. There was no sign of violence, and the water was only 2 feet deep. The jury at the inquest brought in a verdict of suicide.
But you don't think it was so?
I found it hard to persuade myself that it could have been.
Mr. Openshaw, let me have the date of the reception by your uncle of that letter from India and the date of his supposed suicide.
The letter arrived on March the 10th, 1883.
March 10th, 83.
His death was on May the 2nd, 7 weeks later.
May the 2nd. Thank you. Pray proceed.
Well, my father passed into possession of the estate. He liked the house, and he decided to make it our home. Well, as you can imagine, one of the first things I did was to search that locked attic.
Yes?
We found the brass box there, although its contents had been destroyed. But on the inside of the cover was a paper label with the initials KKK repeated upon it, and letters, memoranda, receipts, and a register written beneath. But there was nothing else of much importance, mostly odd possessions and a great many scattered papers and notebooks.
What kind of papers?
Oh, mostly bearing on my uncle's life in America. He seemed to have done well in the war and had the reputation of a brave soldier. The rest were concerned with politics.
Politics?
Yes. Evidently, he took a strong part in opposing the carpetbag politicians sent down from the north, and he was a violent opponent of the colored people's rights. But now I must tell you the rest of my story.
Go on.
We come now to the beginning of 1885, about a year after my father had taken possession of the house at Horsham. Again, it happened at the breakfast table.
What on earth this, John?
Father, the 5 orange pips. You remember what I told you about Uncle Elias?
Oh, that nonsense.
Oh, look. There it is, written on the flap of the envelope again. KKK.
Yes. There's something else, too. Put papers on sundial. What papers? What sundial?
There's a sundial in the garden. It must mean that. But the papers, those must be the ones that Uncle Elias destroyed.
Oh, rubbish, boy. Some preposterous practical joke. Where's this been sent from, anyway? Dundee, you said that the other was from India, didn't you?
Only 3 days after that letter arrived, my father went to visit an old friend of his. He never came back.
Oh, no.
They sent word to me to say that on his way home alone at dusk, he'd evidently fallen into one of the chalk pits in the neighborhood. He'd been found with his skull shattered.
Great
There were no signs of violence, no footmarks, no robbery. The jury had no hesitation in bringing in a verdict of death from accidental causes.
They would.
And now I come to the final part of my story. My father met his death in January 1885. 2 years and 8 months have elapsed since then. During that time, I have lived happily at Horsham, and I'd begun to hope that this curse had passed away from the family. But this morning, Mr. Holmes, I received these.
5 orange pips.
They were in an envelope posted in the eastern part of London. And there, you see the letters KKK in that same order. Put papers on sundial.
What have you done?
Nothing.
Nothing?
No, I felt helpless.
But you must act, man, or you're lost. Nothing but energy can save you.
I have seen the police.
Yes?
They just smiled. I think the inspector believes the letters are all practical jokes and that the deaths were coincidences.
Incredible imbecility.
They have, however, allocated me a policeman who may remain in the house with me.
Has he come here with you tonight?
No. His orders were to stay in the house.
Oh, of all the stupidity. Mr. Openshaw, why didn't you come to me at once?
Well, it was only today that I heard of you from Major Prendergast.
It's 2 days since you had the letter. We should have acted before this. Have you any further evidence which might help us?
There is one thing. I found this single sheet of paper upon the floor of his room. I only kept it because of the reference to Pips.
Let me see. March 1869, 7th. Set the Pips on Macaulay, Paramore, and Swain. 9th, Macaulay cleared. 10th, John Swain cleared. 12th, visited Paramore. All well.
It's undoubtedly my uncle's writing.
Thank you. And now you must on no account lose another instant. We cannot spare the time even to discuss what you've told me.
But surely...
You must get home instantly and act.
What shall I do?
There's only one thing to do. You must put this piece of paper you've just shown me into that brass box of your uncle's. You must also put in a note to say that all the other papers were burned by your uncle and that this is the only one remaining. You must assert that really convincingly. You understand?
Yes.
Then you must at once put the box out onto the sundial as directed. Don't think of revenge or anything of that sort at present. We have our web to weave, but theirs is already woven. The first consideration is to remove the danger to you. The second is to clear up the mystery and punish the guilty. Tomorrow, I shall set to work upon your case.
I shall see you at Horsham, then?
No. Your secret lies in London. It is here that I shall seek it. And now, good evening, Mr. Openshaw, and good luck.
Would you buy an imitation when you can get the original? The genuine? Of course not. Krakus and Atalanta brands, the originals, are genuine imported Polish hams. They are available at your favorite grocer, supermarket, or butcher. Krakus and Atalanta, the original brands, are the only brands of imported Polish hams to carry both the Good Housekeeping seal and the Parents Magazine seal of approval. Insist on the best for your money. Fine, lean, great-eating Krakus or Atalanta brand genuine imported Polish ham in 2, 3, 5, or 7-pound take-home sizes. You can also buy these fine hams sliced from larger sizes at your deli counter. New York Commodities Corporation is the importer of Krakus, Atalanta, and Tala Polish hams exclusively.
Watson, of all our cases, we've had none more fantastic than this. That young Openshaw seems to be walking amid great perils.
Well, you certainly took enough pains to warn him about them. But have you any clear idea of what those perils are?
There can be no question about them.
Then what are they? Who is this KKK, and why does he pursue this unhappy family?
Kindly hand me down the letter K of the American Encyclopedia.
K to L. There you are.
Thank you. Now, let us consider the situation and see what we may deduce. In the first place, we may start with a strong presumption that Colonel Elias Openshaw had some very strong reason for leaving America. Men at his time of life do not change all their habits and exchange willingly the charming climate of Florida for the lonely life of an English provincial girl.
No, indeed.
His extreme love of solitude in England suggests the idea that he was in fear of someone or something. So we may assume as a working hypothesis that it was this which drove him from America.
Yes.
As to what it was he feared, we can only deduce that by considering those fateful letters. Now, what were their postmarks again?
The first was from Pondicherry in India, wasn't it?
Yes.
The second from Dundee and the third from London.
From the east of London. What do you deduce from that?
Well, they're all seaports, so the writer was on board a ship.
Excellent. We have a clue already. Yes, Watson, the strong probability is that the writer was on board a ship. Now, consider another point. In the case of Pondicherry, 7 weeks elapsed between the threat and its fulfillment. In the case of Dundee, it was only some 3 or 4 days.
Yes, that's very true.
Does that suggest anything?
Well, only that the distance is greater.
There is at least a presumption that the vessel in which the man or men are is a sailing ship.
Oh.
It looks as if they always sent their singular warning before them when starting upon a voyage. You see how quickly the deed followed the sign when it came from Dundee.
Well, that's true. The letters would come, of course, by steam mailboat, but a sailing ship would take all that much longer to get here.
Exactly.
Yes.
And now you see the deadly urgency of this case, and why I urged young Openshaw to caution. The blow has always fallen at the end of the time which it would take the senders to travel the distance. But this latest letter only comes from London.
Great heavens, Holmes, this is terrible. But you still haven't told me what it all means.
The papers which Elias Openshaw kept in that brass box are obviously of the deepest importance to the person or persons in the sailing ship.
Persons?
Yes. I think there must be more than one of them. A single man couldn't have carried out 2 killings in a way to deceive a coroner's jury.
Well, then?
What, don't you see? KKK ceases to be the initials of an individual. It becomes the badge of a society.
But of what society?
Have you never heard of the Ku Klux Klan?
The what?
I see you haven't. Well, what says the encyclopedia? Kentucky, Kittiwake, Knoxville. Ah, here we are. Ku Klux Klan. A name derived from a fanciful resemblance to the sound produced by cocking a rifle. This terrible secret society was formed by some ex-Confederate soldiers in the southern states after the Civil War, and it rapidly formed local branches in such parts as Tennessee, Louisiana, the Carolinas, and Florida. Its power was used for political purposes, principally for the terrorizing of colored voters and the murdering or driving from the country of those who were opposed to its views. And now listen to this, Watson. Its outrages were usually preceded by a warning sent to the marked man in some fantastic but generally recognized shape. A sprig of oak leaves, melon seeds, or orange pips.
Jove, Holmes.
Yeah, I don't think the rest will help us. So I see that the general collapse of the movement came in 1869, which you'll remember was the very year Elias Openshaw returned to England from America, bringing those papers with him.
So it was. Then you think that he was a leading member and that those were records which would implicate some of the others?
With no doubt some important citizens of the South amongst them. I fancy that there are some who will not sleep easily until they know that those papers no longer exist.
Holmes, that page from his uncle's diary young Openshaw showed us. How do you interpret that?
Well, quite simply. It ran something like, set the pips on A, B, and C.
What, send the society's warning to them?
Then there are successive entries that A and B were cleared, or presumably left the country, but that C was visited, with, I fear, a sinister result for him.
Holmes, it's a grim outlook for young Openshaw until they know he no longer possesses those papers.
It is indeed, Watson. Ah, Watson, you'll excuse my not waiting breakfast for you. I have a busy day ahead of me.
Holmes, you're too late.
What?
I've just got the newspapers. Young Openshaw, he's dead.
Oh, I feared as much. How was it done?
You listen to this. Tragedy near Waterloo Bridge. Between 9 and 10 last night, Police Constable Cook of H Division on duty near Waterloo Bridge heard a cry for help and a splash in the water. The night, however, was extremely dark and stormy, so that in spite of the help of several passers-by, it was quite impossible to effect a rescue. Later, water police recovered the body of a young man who was identified by papers on him as John Openshaw of Horsham. It is believed that in hurrying to catch a train from Waterloo Station, he missed his way and walked over the edge of one of the landing places for river steamers. The body bore no traces of violence, and there can be no doubt that the deceased had been the victim of an unfortunate accident. Well, Holmes?
This hurts my pride, Watson. It becomes a personal matter with me now. And if God sends me help, I shall set my hand upon this gang. That he should come to me for help. And that I should send him away to his death.
Holmes, you couldn't have foreseen...
No, don't try to excuse me, Watson. I'm going out now.
To the police?
No. I shall be my own police. When I have spun the web, they may take the flies, but not before.
Here you are, sir. This is the list of every vessel which touched at Pondicherry in January and February 1883. 36 of them in all.
Thank you. Now, let's see. Ah,
sir?
The bark Lone Star.
Sir?
The Lone Star State. Texas, I think.
Yes, sir. She's an American, all right.
Now, have you the Dundee records for January 85?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Capital. So, what we must ascertain is... There. The only one of those vessels which called at Pondicherry in 83 and which also called at Dundee in 85 is the Lone Star. There's no question, I take it, that this is the same Lone Star on each occasion.
Oh, none at all. We know her well. Captain James Cahoon.
Ah. And where is she now?
Well, since you're so interested in her, sir, it's a pity you didn't call here 24 hours earlier. She went down river on this morning's tide from the Albert Dock, bound for Savannah.
No. I might have known.
Well, is there anything I can do, sir?
I fear not. Once again, I'm too late. But while I am here, you can perhaps give me some information about her captain and crew.
Oh, with the greatest pleasure, Mr. Holmes. We pride ourselves on the most up-to-the-moment shipping records in the entire country.
Holmes, at last. Where on earth have you been all this time?
Where's that loaf of ours?
Loaf? Oh, it's under the cover on the sideboard, of course.
Thank heaven.
Holmes, there is a bread knife. Oh, you're hungry.
Starving. I've had nothing since breakfast.
Nothing? But it's nearly midnight.
Not a bite. Haven't had time to think of it. By the by, have we an orange?
What? Oh, of course, there's one here, I think, but Mrs. Hudson will have something cold downstairs.
I don't wish to eat it, Watson. Hand me that knife. No, I mean to cut it and squeeze it and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pips. Into this envelope they go. And I address it to Captain James Cahoon, Bark Lone Star, Savannah, Georgia.
Holmes, what on earth?
It'll await him when he enters port, Watson. I wish him to suffer at least one sleepless night, such as he inflicted on some of his victims.
He's your man, then?
One of them. The Lone Star was in Pondicherry in 83 and Dundee in 85, just at the time when those letters were sent from those places. She was also in London until this morning. And I learned that her captain and the only 2 other Americans aboard her were absent from her on some mysterious errand last night, from which they'd returned drunk and triumphant.
Who told you this?
The stevedore in charge of her loading. She left on the morning tide, and today's northeasterly wind in the channel will have taken her well past the good winds by now.
That's undoubtedly right.
There was nothing left but to cable to the police at Savannah. And now to send this letter off by the fastest means. I do not wish Captain Cahoon to escape this little taste of his own medicine before he's arrested and sent back here on a triple charge of murder. Instead of KKK, Watson, I shall inscribe this envelope's flap with S.H. so that they may learn that one as cunning and resolute as themselves has been upon that track.
But there is a flaw sometimes in the best laid of human plans, even in those of a Sherlock Holmes. Very long and severe were the equinoctial gales that year. We waited long for news of the Lone Star, of Savannah. None ever came. But at long last, far out in the Atlantic, a shattered sternpost of a boat was seen swinging in the trough of a wave with the letters L.S. carved upon it. And that is all we shall ever know of the fate of the Lone Star.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce. The makers of bromoquinine cold tablets bring you another adventure of Sherlock Holmes with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. Watch out for colds, ladies and gentlemen. They're very prevalent now, and a little cold may be the start of a serious illness. And now, as we make our way through the night to Dr. Watson's hospitable door, we notice a feeling of spring in the air. The buds are swollen on the trees, still black and dripping from the rain. And there's the smell of warm, damp earth.
Delicious. Eh, Mr. Manning?
Well, hello, Dr. Watson. I didn't see you in the darkness.
Yes, I've been out checking up to see if my magnolias survived the winter.
Any casualties?
No, they all seem to be fairly bursting with buds. There's nothing as delicious as that first faint whiff of spring. Or as treacherous. Come along to the house before we both catch our death of cold.
After you, sir.
Not at all, my boy. None of that age before beauty nonsense. I'm not as decrepit as Orwell.
Oh, what's this? The front hall littered with trunks and suitcases?
Oh, yes. I'm afraid my annual wanderlust has broken out rather early this spring. I'm off on a little jaunt first thing tomorrow morning, but come along into the study.
Well, does that mean that this is the last of our storytelling evening?
For this winter, yes, I'm afraid it does. Well, I trust I'm not too forward if I hope to be invited back again in the fall.
Oh, of course not. You know we'll be waiting for your return.
Oh, thanks very much. It's very, very decent of you. To put up with the meanderings of an old fellow like myself, huh? I appreciate it, you know. But sit down, Mr. Manning. Sit down there, over there, in the usual chair. Let's get on with our story before I get all blithery and sentimental.
You're going to tell us about Professor Moriarty tonight, aren't you?
Well, I had intended to, but I've changed my mind. I'm going to tell you the adventure of the retired Coulourman instead.
Retired Coulourman? Isn't that a military term?
No, it isn't. Mr. Josiah P. Amberley had been the junior member of Brickfall and Amberley, manufacturers of artistic paint boxes. He made quite a tidy little fortune. Retired from business at the age of 61, bought a house at Lewisham and settled down. The very next year, 1897, I think it was, the old fool married.
Married?
Yes, married. And a woman 30 years his junior.
Yes, that's always a bit risky.
Risky? Risky. Within 2 years, he was as miserable a creature as crawls beneath the sun. Oh, dear me, I'm jumping ahead in the story again. As I was saying, it was the 23rd of April, 1899, and a rainy and disagreeable April it had been. Holmes was in a melancholy and philosophic mood that morning as he stood by the window, watching the raindrops chasing one another down the pane. Rain had always depressed him when he was not working on a case. When he was working on a case, I don't believe he realized that there was such a thing as weather.
Look at that beastly rain. Hasn't stopped for 3 days. Might as well be another flood. Well, heaven only knows what transgressions could have brought it on. There's been a really first-class crime for months.
Well, cheer up, Holmes, cheer up. It's probably good for the crops or something.
The shortage in crime?
No. The rain, of course. Probably makes the little buds sprout and the little shoots shoot.
Oh, don't be so
little...
blasted optimistic. More likely rotting all the seeds that's already been planted. Rain, where the deuce does it all come from? This confounded English climate? Why any man with half a brain stays on this rain-soaked, mist-bound island is beyond me.
I doubt if the men have anything to do with it. It's the ladies, God bless them. This climate gives them perfect complexions, and with so many lovely creatures about, what Englishman would think of quitting the country? So much beauty, such exquisite...
Oh, rubbish, Watson, rubbish. The spring has given you a temporary softening of the brain. I regret to say it seems to have that effect on most impressionable males.
Impressionable nonsense. When a woman's concerned in one of your cases, you never even notice whether she's 16 or 60, and then you don't care whether she's got a well-turned ankle or whether she's flat-footed.
Oh, why should I?
Holmes, there are times when I think you're a cold-blooded fish.
Possibly, Watson, possibly. Why do you suppose the fool doesn't show up?
What fool?
Josiah P. Amberley.
Oh, is he one of your clients?
Oh, I suppose I may call him so. He's been sent to me by Scotland Yard.
Oh, by Scotland Yard?
Quite. By Lestrade, to be exact. You must consider the case fairly hopeless if Lestrade hands the matter over to me of his own accord.
Look, Holmes, there's a cab drawing up in front of our front door. He must be your client, Mr. Amberley.
Yeah. Strange-looking individual, eh, Watson?
He's quite an old fellow. Looks literally bowed down with care.
Ah, but no weakling. Look at those shoulders and that chest. The framework of a giant. He's arguing with the cab driver about the fare. Huh. Watches the pennies, eh?
I must say I don't like his face. So fierce and eager, and the way those snaky locks of grizzled hair stick out from under his hat.
I wonder what he's worrying. What's worrying Mr. Amberley? I'm willing to bet it has something to do with money. I imagine nothing else could upset him to any great extent.
Nonsense, Holmes. You always look on the base side of human nature.
Here he is now. Come in, come in.
Which of you is Sherlock Holmes?
I am. This is my friend, Dr. Watson.
Oh, how do you...
I'm a broken man. He's robbed me, the swine. Taken everything I had in the world. I thought he was my friend, and he took everything. Right from under my nose. In my own house. Robbed me, he did.
Yes, I thought sure it was a question of money.
Money? Who said money? He stole my wife. The light of my life. The apple of my eye. It's true she was very expensive. But after all, she was my wife, and he stole her.
And now, Mr. Amberley...
My beautiful blonde wife. Hair like gold. And my securities. The money I saved up with years of hard work. Gone. All gone.
Yes, thank you. First, tell us about your wife. How long have you been married?
2 years. 2 years, and she's tired of me already. 2 little years.
Easy, my good man, easy. More facts and fewer recriminations if we're to get to the bottom of this case.
Well, 3 years ago I retired. Bought a house. Big house at Lewisham. Cost me plenty of money, that house did. Well, sir, I'd never lived alone in a big house before, and got sort of lonely. House began to need looking after, so I thought I'd start looking around for a wife. Nice, healthy, young wife to look after me. And then I met Ella. Handsome girl she was, too. A good cook. Hair like gold. Could bake a beef and kidney pie that would melt in your mouth. So I thought I might as well get married.
Yeah, very practical, I'm sure.
Yes, that's what I figured at that time. But, Lord, Mr. Holmes, the money a woman runs into. They made my heart bleed the way the money went.
I still thought you'd have been glad when the other fellow took it off your hands. But who was this...
This wolf in sheep's clothing?
Yes.
His name was Dr. Ray Ernest, a young fellow. Used to come over nights and play chess with me.
Oh, I see. He stole your wife?
Yes, and my securities.
Yes, but surely the securities are registered. You can hardly hope to convert them.
Maybe not, but I must have them back. And you've got to find those securities for me, Mr. Holmes. You've got to find them.
And your wife, of course?
Well, of course, wherever she is, they are.
Quite. On the other hand, Mr. Amberley, I confess I don't see that I can be of much service. It's a routine matter, and I'm sure that Scotland Yard would be only too glad...
They haven't found a thing, not a single security.
Very well. And we'll do our best. Dr. Watson will take a run down to your house at Lewisham to look over the grounds.
Oh, really? Oh,
yes. I hardly expected you'd come yourself. After my heavy financial loss, nobody cares if an old man's heart is broken.
Oh, stop that blubbering. I'm not coming myself because I'm preoccupied with the case of the 2 Coptic patriarchs. This particular case doesn't seem to be very complicated. I'm sure, Mr. Amberley, that Dr. Watson can handle it as well as I could myself.
Well, if that's the best that you can offer, I suppose I must be satisfied. Pampered, that's what she was. And that young man, that dirty pickpocket, I treated him like my own son. He had the run of the house. And now look how they've treated me. Me, who never harmed a soul.
Quite. And now, good day, Mr. Amberley.
Oh, yes. Well, good day, Mr. Holmes. And I shall expect Dr. Watson this afternoon. You have my address, I believe. Oh, the ingratitude, the rank ingratitude of it all.
I must say, Holmes, I like the way you've shoved all this off onto my shoulders. Coptic patriarchs, indeed. You just don't want to go.
Right, Watson, right, the very first time. You've been begging for a case all to yourself for months. Well, here it is.
Yes, and a nice case you've given me, I must say. That old skinflint.
Oh, my daughter, oh, my ducats, eh? With the emphasis on the ducats, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, confound that passage. There. Ah, that's better. That's dash good. Hello. Someone steps on the stairs. Watson, if I'm not mistaken, and in a triumphant mood.
Hello, Holmes. Well, I'm back.
Hail the conquering hero. A successful afternoon, I take it, with the light of victory in your eye.
Well, I did manage to dig up a clue or so.
Good. How about Mr. Amberley's place of residence? What's it like?
Well, he calls it the Haven.
Oh, charming.
Yes, isn't it? I think the place would interest you, Holmes. You know that particular quarter, the monotonous brick streets, the weary suburban highways. Well, right in the middle of them lies this beautiful old home, surrounded by a high sun-baked wall, mottled with lichens and topped with moss, the sort of wall...
You may omit the poetry, Watson. I note that it was a high brick wall.
All right. I should have guessed it was the Haven even if I hadn't asked a lounger who was smoking outside in the street.
A lounger?
Yes, a tall, dark, heavily moustached man with a curious look in his eye.
With great tinted glasses and a Masonic type-in?
Good heavens. How'd you know?
Oh, the fool. A child of 10 could have seen through that.
I must say, Holmes, I don't see.
Never mind. Continue with your story, Watson.
Well, I'd hardly entered the gateway before I saw Mr. Amberley coming down the drive to meet me. He began at once, pouring out his grievances. We walked back to the house together.
And,
Well, once inside the wall, I must say, I've never seen a place worse kept. Garden running to weeds and in a dreadful neglect. The house, too, was slatternly to the last degree. It just goes to show what happens to a place when there's no womanly hand about to keep it in order.
Yes, but Mrs. Amberley's only been missing a few days. Hardly time for so much disintegration to take place. Must have set in before she left.
Oh, possibly. At any rate, Mr. Amberley seemed to be ashamed of it. He was doing his best to remedy it, though I must admit that his efforts looked a trifle ineffectual.
What's to become of me? What's to become of me? My wife gone, most of my fortune stolen. Oh, come in, Dr. Watson, come in. Here you see what remains of what used to be called my home. An Englishman's home is his castle, so they say. But home is where the heart is. And my heart... Look out, Dr. Watson, look out. That wood waste just been...
Oh, look at that. My best pair of trousers.
Too bad. Careful. You almost stepped into that pot of paint.
Oh, dash it all, Amber. This is absolute limit.
Sorry, I shouldn't have left that pot of paint in the middle of the passage, I suppose. When one's alone in the house, one forgets.
Well, alone? So you've been doing this painting yourself?
It must strike you a strange occupation under the circumstances. One must do something to ease an aching heart. And step in here, Dr. Watson. This is my study, my sanctum sanctorum.
Oh, sanctum sanctorum, is it? I see you've just finished painting woodwork in this room, too. What a smell of paint.
Yes, it's not dry yet. That's why I have a fire in here.
Now, let me see. Where did you keep your securities?
In the safe in that wall. This room is really a strong room, like a bank, with an iron shutter on the window and an iron door, burglar-proof. Ah, that's the irony of it. No thief from without could have taken my money, but my wife, my own wife. There's a picture, Dr. Watson, on the mantel, taken in a wedding dress.
Nice-looking girl, Emily. It doesn't look the sort...
the viper, the ingrate.
Oh, really?
The very night, that very night, I bought 2 upper circle seats at the Haymarket Theatre. Wanted to give her a treat, I did.
Oh, didn't she go?
No. Last moment she said she felt sick. Said she had a headache, she did. I believed her and went alone. When I came back, she was gone. The safe was ransacked.
Just a minute. What night was that, Mr. Emily?
Last Thursday.
Oh, Thursday, was it?
Yes, an unused ticket. Money wasted. She was always wasting money.
May I have that ticket, Mr. Emily? Hold on. You would have thrown it in the fire. Oh, why?
I wanted to get rid of it. I want to get rid of everything that reminds me of her. Here, give me that picture.
Well, I see.
There, into the fire she goes, Kelter. May her soul burn in torment as their picture's burning now.
Unpleasant fellow, Watson? This case begins to look more somber than I suspected. If you could only have brought me that ticket, Watson.
Oh, I did my best, Holmes. I may not have the ticket itself, but I did notice the number of the seat.
Oh, bravo, Watson. How did you happen to remember it?
Well, as a matter of fact, it was my place and form at school, 31. See from the bottom. And so it stuck in my head.
Splendid, old fellow. Then Amberley's seat must have been 30 or 32. Dear me now, who can that be?
Well, whoever it is, he's dashed impatient.
Oh, yes. Here he comes up the stairs, fairly running. Come in. Well, bless my soul if it isn't our old friend, our good friend, Mr. Amberley. What's up?
A telegram, Mr. Holmes. I can't make anything of it. Here, see for yourself.
Uh-huh. Come at once without fail.
Yes.
Can give you information as to your recent loss signed Elman,
Yes,
the
Elman.
vicarage. Dispatched at 2:10 from Little Purlington. Little Purlington in Essex, I believe, not far from Frinton. You will start at once, of course. Watson, look up the train.
It's probably a hoax. What could anyone in Little Purlington
But it's
know
from
about?
a very responsible person. Where's my Crockford? Yes, here it is. We'll look up this minister of the gospel. E. Elman. Here it is. Yeah, J.C. Elman, M.A., living of Mossmore, Little Purlington.
Yes, but I still don't...
Surely, Mr. Amberley, you want to find your wife and your lost securities,
Of course, but think of the waste of time and money.
Here we are. Here's a train from Liverpool Street at 5:20.
Yes, you just have time. Mr. Amberley, you go downstairs and hail a cab. I'll help Dr. Watson throw a few things in the bag.
You think I need Dr. Watson? Perhaps I'd better go alone.
Oh, no. It may be a trap for all we know.
Don't think I shall go.
Mr. Amberley, it would make the worst possible impression on both the police and on myself if you refused to follow up so obvious a clue. We should feel that you are not in earnest about this investigation.
Very well, I'll go.
Perhaps you'd better go with him, Holmes.
What? Take your case, Watson. After the brilliant way in which you've handled it? No. Go along, Mr. Amberley, or you'll miss your train.
Very well, but the expenses are something...
Here you are, Watson. Here's your bag.
Sir, it's packed.
Yes, you never know when you may be called off in a case like this. I packed it for you.
Holmes, I do think that...
Quite. Now, whatever you do, see that he really does go to Little Purlington.
Yes, I don't think that he's
Again, quite. Should he break away and try to return, get to the nearest telegraph station and send me the single word bolted. I will arrange to have it reach me wherever I am.
What? You have something to look into at this end, then?
I have, Watson. This case is beginning to take on a rather curious and sinister aspect. Above all, old man, take good care of yourself. And Mr. Amberley. Confound this rain. Everything's as dark as a black hole of Calcutta. The haven. Chilly little haven this is. I can find a window unlatched. Not much chance on the first floor. The old boy's 2 quarters. Ooh. Second story window, perhaps. Now, if I can manage to scale this porch pillar. This confounded rain. Just slippery as a greased pole. Come on. Hey, there we are. Yeah. There's the window that's unlatched. Easy. Now. 1 foot over the sill. Now
Up with your hands. Up with them, I tell you. Thought I wouldn't see you prowling around down below, eh? Well, I've caught you red-handed.
Nice wild goose chase that turned out to be. That friend of yours, Sherlock Holmes, is a fool.
I'm sure, Mr. Amberley, if you'll call and see him, he can explain.
Explain nothing. That vicar had never seen that telegram before. The way he treated us. You might have thought we were suspicious characters. Then missing the last train and having to sit up all night in the confounded station with the rain dripping through the roof.
Well, he could have gone to an hotel.
Gone to an hotel? That costs money. Gone to an hotel, indeed.
Well, here's your house, Mr. Amberley. I think I'll go along home now and get some breakfast.
You will not. I'm going to come into the house and see if everything's all... I look up there. The window over the porch. It's open.
Perhaps you left it like that yourself?
Rubbish. I tell you, I don't like the looks of this. Where's my key? Here it is. We'll soon find out.
I say, it's gloomy, isn't it?
Look. Someone's been here right enough. Footprints on the fresh paint. I'll find them if I have to tear the place apart.
No need for that, Mr. Amberley. We're here waiting for you in the study.
Holmes! Good heavens, what a start you get.
How did you get in here?
Dived in through an upstairs window.
That's burglary, young man.
Yes. Burglary's always been an alternate profession, had I cared to adopt it. I'll admit I was glad I hadn't when I walked into Inspector Lestrade's gun last night. He thought I was a burglar, too. But come, we're keeping him waiting. He's in the library. Here they are, Lestrade. I told you we could expect them back before 10.
No, but look here, that's not Lestrade. That's the man I saw loitering in front of the gate yesterday afternoon. The fellow with the black moustache and the glasses.
That's right, Dr. Watson.
Yes. Lestrade fondly imagines that's a disguise.
Oh, now look here,
It's as obvious to anyone who takes the trouble.
Look here, I've had enough of this. I won't have 2 busybodies prowling around my house in the middle of the night. And what's more, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I suspect you sent that telegram yourself.
Very clever of you, Mr. Amberley, very clever. You looked a trifle pale. I thought a night in the country might do you
Oh, no,
good.
enough of that. What kind of a fool do you take me for? I'll have you put behind the bars, all of you.
Oh, surely not Inspector Lestrade. Why, he's from Scotland Yard.
I don't care if it's from the House of Lords.
Yeah, none of that.
Oh, you're all disgraced, publicly disgraced. Breaking into my house in the middle of the night. Oh, I'll get you for that. What were you doing in here last night? Answer me that.
Looking for the bodies.
What? Good heavens.
Looking for the bodies of your wife and Dr. Ernest. What have you done with them?
How dare you? How dare you?
You murdered them in this room. We have ample proof.
Why, you...
Stop him, Watson. Stop him. He's got a capsule in his hand. It's poison. He's going to swallow it.
Oh, no.
Come on, get that out.
Spit it out.
Spit it out.
Spit it out, or I'll choke
No
you.
short cut, Mr. Amberley, if you please. Everything decently and in its proper place. Take him away, Lestrade.
Right, come along now. No more monkey business. I won't put up with that. All right.
Phew, what a scene. So that old brute Amble is a murderer, eh? How did you find it out?
Well, the first clue was the theater ticket, which you didn't use. We found that out.
Oh, that destroyed his alibi.
Yes, the theater people assured us that there had been 2 empty seats, not just one. The second clue was the smell of fresh paint. What was he trying to hide by that?
Yes, what?
Gas. He asphyxiated his wife and Dr. Ernst in this room.
Good heavens.
His strong room, which was as near airtight as anything could humanly possibly
Yes,
be.
but how?
Well, that's what I wanted to find out. That's what I was looking for when I broke into the house last night.
And what did you find?
Look here. Notice the gas pipe along the skirting here? It rises in the wall, in the angle there, and ends in that plaster rose in the center of the ceiling where it's concealed by that ornamentation. The end's wide open.
How horrible.
Yes, and look here. Look, near the floor. What do you make out?
2 words written on the wall. Then a scroll. We were. What does that mean?
The poor devil was trying to write, "We were murdered." I can see the whole ghastly scene. It was last Thursday night. Amberley had lured his wife and Dr. Ernest into this room.
Oh, listen to that wind. I wish it would stop.
It's not so bad in this room. Let's have a little game in here, eh, Dr. Ernest? Just you sit here, do you? Entertain the doctor while I go and look for the chessmen. Excuse me for a minute, Dr. Ernest.
Certainly.
And if you don't mind, I'll close the door. There's such a draught. It'll be much cozier in here with the door closed. Much cozier.
If that wind only wouldn't howl. I feel so depressed. Is there something terrible we're going to happen?
Oh, nonsense, my dear Mrs. Amberley. This house is getting on your nerves. Is it any wonder?
He gets worse and worse. Oh, Dr. Ernest, I'm so frightened.
You must go away.
What?
Now, don't be alarmed, Mrs. Amberley. I've had your husband under observation for some time. I'm afraid he isn't quite normal. It isn't safe for you to stay here any longer.
But, Dr. Ernest, don't you understand? I can't leave my husband. Heaven knows what would happen if I left him alone.
We could get a nurse to take care of him. You can't stay here with him. What was that?
Josiah, he heard us. He was outside the door listening. Oh, Dr. Ernest, this is terrible. What can we do?
Listen. You hear that?
It's the gas. Someone's turned on the gas. I can smell it.
Hurry, we've got to get out of here.
What? The door's locked. He's locked the door. Amberley! I say, Amberley, open the door!
Quick, the window. No, that's locked, too. The iron shutters.
Amberley! Amberley, let us out!
You realize what this means? He's going to kill us. He must have gone mad, I'm afraid.
Yes, it's what I was afraid of. He's a maniac. A homicidal maniac. Oh, this is horrible. We're trapped. What a fool I was.
What can we do? I feel so faint. I can hardly breathe.
Here. Lie down on the floor. The air's better down here.
It's no use. I can't stay awake. I don't mind anymore. I'm quite all right. Really.
Mrs. Amberley. Mrs. Amberley. Don't give up. I feel faint, too. I must warn people. It's dangerous. I can't think. Oh, God, I can't breathe. I can't think.
What a tragic story, Dr. Watson. And was Mr. Amberley insane?
They decided he was. He ended his days in an asylum.
Did they ever find the bodies?
Yes, at the bottom of an old well, the opening of which had been cleverly concealed by a dog kennel.
I see.
And now I'm afraid it's time to say goodbye.
Well, not goodbye, Dr. Watson. Au revoir.
Well, just as you say, Mr. Manning. Anyway, in conclusion, I want to thank you and our radio audiences who so patiently listened to the reminiscences of a sentimental old fellow. And I want to wish you all, old and young, an extremely happy summer.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, Basil Rathbone would like to say a few words to you. But first, may I give you a word of advice? Remember the danger of the so-called common cold. Remember the sickness it can cause and the bills it can cost. Act promptly, decisively, at the first sign of a cold. Take famous bromoquinine tablets. And now, here's Basil Rathbone.
Ladies and gentlemen, to me, Sherlock Holmes has always been one of the greatest characters ever created. Tonight, as our present series ends, I'd like to thank our sponsor, the makers of bromoquinine, for giving me the opportunity of playing Holmes on the air, especially with such an inspired Dr. Watson as Mr. Nigel Bruce.
Oh, Basil, that's very...
Please.
Oh, sorry, what?
Speaking for myself and Mr. Bruce, may I express our gratitude to our radio audience for the many letters of interest and encouragement that we've received. And finally, a word of appreciation to all the performers and others concerned with this program who have helped so immeasurably in making the Baker Street days live again. And now, until fall, it's time for me, too, to say au revoir and good luck.
You have been listening to a Sherlock Holmes adventure adapted by Edith Meiser from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Retired Coulourman, with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. The Sherlock Holmes series was produced by Tom McKnight. This program was presented from Hollywood by the makers of bromoquinine cold tablets, quick relief for colds. This is Knox Manning speaking.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Saw the cabin door open, but they were all so afraid of him, they didn't venture near till midday.
What did they find?
Saw it for myself a few hours later, and I can tell you it gave even me a shake. The walls of that hut were like a slaughterhouse. Blood everywhere. And there, up against one wall, was Black Peter himself, pinned upright by a harpoon, right through his chest, like a beetle on a card.
Calm accounts of horror were something I became used to in the company of Sherlock Holmes. Watson's my name, Dr. Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I'll tell you what happened in the case of Black Peter, which began with Holmes behaving in a way most unlike him. He was never an early riser, but as ever, he had his reasons, as you'll soon see.
Watson, a very good day to you, my dear fellow.
Oh, morning, Holmes.
There can be no question of the value of exercise before breakfast.
Exercise, Holmes? You.
And I'll return with an excellent appetite. But I'm prepared to bet that you won't guess what form my exercise has taken.
I won't attempt it. Great heavens, what on earth that you've got? It looks like some sort of spear thing.
More coffee, Watson? No? Actually, it's a whaler's harpoon. And if you'd looked into the back of Allardyce the butcher's a few minutes ago, you'd have seen a gentleman in his shirt sleeves stabbing furiously with this very weapon at a dead pig.
Oh, really, Holmes? No need to ask if that gentleman was you, I suppose.
I was that energetic person. And I satisfied myself that by no exertion of my strength can I transfix a pig with a single blow of a harpoon. Come in. Ah, Hopkins, come and take some breakfast with us.
No, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I'll take a cup of coffee, if you please. Morning, Dr. Watson.
Morning to you, Inspector.
I spent the night in town. I came up yesterday to report back at the yard.
And what had you to report, Hopkins?
Failure, Mr. Holmes. Absolute failure.
Dear me. I must look at the matter.
Holmes, may I ask...
Wish to heavens you would, Mr. Holmes. My first big chance, and I'm at my wit's end.
Well, as it happens, I've read all the available evidence, including the report of the inquest, of course. By the way, what do you make of the tobacco pouch?
Holmes?
The pouch, sir? Well, his own. Had his initials on it.
Yeah, but he had no pipe.
Well, that's true. He didn't smoke. Well, he might have kept some tobacco for his friends.
Holmes, if you don't...
Dear me, Hopkins, I was forgetting that my friend Dr. Watson knows nothing of this matter.
Nothing, Holmes.
And I myself should be none the worse for hearing the sequence of events once more. So just give us some short sketch of the essentials, will you?
Very well, sir.
Thank you.
You see, Doctor, we've this dead man, Captain Peter Carey, 50 years of age, sealer and whaler. Commanded the sealer Sea Unicorn. Did very well. Retired 11 years ago.
What? Well, he can't have been 40 then.
39. Travelled about for a few years, then bought a place near Forest Row in Sussex 6 years ago. Lived there with his wife and daughter, aged about 20. 2 female servants, always changing, and you can't blame them.
How so?
Habitual drunkard. Perfect fiend when he had the fit on him. Been known to drive his wife and daughter out of doors in the middle of the night and flog them through the park.
Great.
It appears, Watson, that he was known as Black Peter in his seafaring days.
Suitable.
A graphic description, it seems.
Yeah, that's right, Doctor. Huge fellow with a great black beard. Anyway, he built himself a little wooden hut near his house, called it his cabin, all done up with maps and charts, picture of the Sea Unicorn, line of logbooks on the shelf, and so on. He slept there every night. Well, last Tuesday he seems to have been in one of his most dangerous moods. Roamed all over the house, drunk and savage, and the women folk kept right out of his way. Then he went off to his cabin for the night. About 2 a.m, his daughter was wakened by a terrible yell, but he used to bawl and shout half the night when he was in drink, so she did nothing about it. Next morning, one of the maids saw the cabin door open, but they were all so afraid of him, they didn't venture near till midday.
What did they find?
Saw it for myself a few hours later, and I can tell you it gave even me a shake. The walls of that hut were like a slaughterhouse. Blood everywhere. And there, up against one wall, was Black Peter himself, pinned upright by a harpoon, right through his chest, like a beetle on a card.
Now, tell my friend what you did next, Hopkins.
Examined the floor and the ground outside. There were no footmarks.
Meaning that you saw none. However, I understand from the inquest that there were some objects which you did not manage to overlook.
Yes. The harpoon had been snatched down from a rack on the wall. 2 others remained there, with Sea Unicorn engraved on them. Carey was fully dressed, and there were 2 empty glasses and a bottle of rum on the table. So I deduced that the crime was done in a moment of fury by some drinking partner who grabbed the first weapon that came to hand.
Sounds plausible enough to me, Inspector.
Yes, I think both inferences are permissible. Tell me, Hopkins, was there any other spirit but rum in the room?
A tantalus full of brandy and whiskey on the sea chest, but I don't
Then
see...
let us hear some more about the things you believe do bear on the case.
The tobacco pouch. Oh, here, Dr. Watson, if you'd care to see it.
Oh, thank you. Some straight-haired skin, sealskin, I suppose. Leather thong to fasten it, initials PC on the flap, and about half an ounce of very strong tobacco in it. Ship's plug, I should say.
Excellent, Watson. What more, Hopkins?
This notebook. I found it on the hut floor. Owner's initials JHN and the date 1883 inside the front cover. Several pages of numbers, mention of Argentine, Costa Rica, and San Paulo, and some other fellow's initials, CPR.
And what you make of those?
Oh, Stock Exchange Securities. JHN, the initials of a broker. CPR, those of his client.
By name, Canadian Pacific Railway, no doubt.
Eh? CPR. Well, that makes a nug of me, all right. Yes. Well, then, JHN are the only initials we have to worry about. I've been through the old stock exchange lists. There was no one with those initials in the house or among the outside brokers in 1883.
Well, surely the securities can be traced by their numbers.
That's true, Doctor. Only they're South American concerns, and the registers are held over there. Well, I started inquiries, but it'll take weeks.
Hopkins?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, what have you found?
This coloration on the cover of this notebook. Surely...
Blood, sir. I told you I picked it up off the floor, and there was blood all over the place.
Was this blood stained inside the one uppermost or next to the boards?
Next to the boards.
Which proves, of course, that the book was dropped after the crime was committed.
Exactly, Mr. Holmes. Near the door. Reckon the murderer dropped it as he ran.
And I believe there was also a knife found.
Also on the floor, still in its sheath. Mrs. Carey identified it as the captain's.
Inspector, I don't quite see the mystery in all this. I mean, Now, couldn't it be a simple case of intended robbery in which the thief was surprised by Captain Carey?
It could, sir. Even so, it still leaves us with a murderer to track down.
Which is why you come to me, I suppose.
Oh, I'd be more than obliged for your opinion, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, well, I suppose I shall have to come out and have a look.
It'll be a real weight off my mind, sir. This is Mrs. and Miss Carey, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mrs. Carey? Allow me to express our sympathy.
Oh, thank you, sir. There's no need for it. It's good riddance to the blackest scoundrel that ever lived, that's all.
I see. Then, Miss Carey, do you suppose that anyone in particular might have determined to kill him?
Anyone you like to choose. Me included. Oh, for shame, girl.
Come now, Miss Carey. I appreciate your feelings, but I wish you to be as specific as possible.
What? To help you lay hands on the one who's put my ma and me out of a life of misery?
Mrs. Carey?
No. I don't know. I don't know anything. Oh, come on, Ma. There's no more to fret about. Is that all, then?
For the moment. Thank you.
Come back to the house, love. We'll make some tea, and you shall rest a bit.
And now, Hopkins, if we may look inside this hut.
Right, sir. Here's the key. Hello.
What is it, Inspector?
Someone's been at this lock since I was here last. Those marks were never there before.
Whoever it was must have been a very poor burglar. He can't have got it open.
Or some curious villager, perhaps. What do you think, Holmes?
I think that fortune is very kind to us. Someone came here expecting to find the door open. He tried to get in with the blade of a very small penknife. He couldn't manage it. Now, what would he do?
Oh, come again next night with a more useful tool.
So I should say. And it'll be our fault if we're not here to receive him. Meanwhile, let me see the inside of the cabin.
There you are, sir. Mind, I don't think there'll be anything else for you to find. I've been over this place with a microscope, almost.
Ah. Have you removed anything from this shelf in the course of your search?
Nothing, sir.
Something's been taken.
Eh?
There's less dust in this corner of the shelf than elsewhere. It may have been a book lying on its side. It may have been a box. So let us see what else your microscope has failed to reveal, Hopkins. And then, Watson, we'll enjoy a walk in these beautiful woods and all meet at 11 o'clock to hide in those fine bushes outside and see if we can come to closer quarters with the gentleman who wished to visit this place last night.
Curiosity monger. He won't come again.
Just the same, we must wait and see.
We've not waited in vain. I can just see him by the hut.
Working on the lock. Let's hope he's more successful tonight.
He is. Let's pay him a visit there. No, wait. See if he'll oblige us with some illumination first. You see? His little candle. Now then, gentlemen.
Stay still there, or it'll be the worse for you.
Who are you?
I'm the police. That's who I am.
You think I'm connected with the death of Captain Peter Carey, I suppose, don't you?
We'll see about that. Let's have your name first, young fellow.
It's Nelligan. John Hopley Nelligan. But I swear I'd nothing to do with the murder.
John Hopley Nelligan. What are you doing here, then?
I only want to prevent an old scandal gaining a new lease of life. Did you ever hear of Dawson and Nelligan?
The West Country bankers?
That's right.
They failed for $500,000, Hopkins, ruined half the county families of Cornwall, and Nelligan disappeared.
Well, then?
It has always been said that my father stole all the securities and fled. It isn't true. He believed that if he were given time to realize them, every creditor would be paid in full. He started in his little yacht for Norway, leaving my mother a list of the securities he'd taken, and swearing he'd come back with his honor cleared.
And did he?
No.
Huh.
Both the yacht and he vanished utterly. We believed, my mother and I, that he and it and the securities he'd taken were at the bottom of the sea. Yet, some time ago, a faithful friend who's a businessman discovered that some of the securities had reappeared on the London market. I spent months trying to trace them, and at last I found that the original seller had been Captain Peter Carey.
You say this is the truth?
It is, all of it. I made inquiries about Carey and found he'd been in command of a whaler which was due to return from Arctic waters, just at the time my father was crossing to Norway. There were many storms that autumn, and my father's yacht may well have been blown to the north and met by Carey's ship. I read of Carey's death. The report stated that the contents of this cabin included the old logbooks of his ship, and I hurried here at once, hoping to get my hands on them and find entries for August 1883, the month in which my father met his fate.
And this book you were looking in when we found you, is it the one?
It should have been.
Should have?
I barely got it open before you came in, but it only took a glance to see that all the pages for August 1883 are missing, ripped out. See for yourself.
So, is that all?
Yes.
And you swear you've never been inside this hut before now?
That's the truth.
Then how do you account for this notebook, bearing your initials, J.H.N., found lying in the dead man's blood when his body was discovered?
Oh, it can't have been. I thought I'd lost it at my hotel.
Well, here it is. And there's the bloodstain to prove where it was found. So I reckon you better save the rest of your talking for the courtroom and just take a little walk with me down to the police station. I'll stand for no trouble on the way.
You shan't have any outcome.
And where does it lead us now, Holmes?
To 221B Baker Street, where I fancy we shall find certain letters awaiting. You see? And this is the very one. Excellent, Watson. The alternative develops. Just get a couple of telegraph forms, will you?
Yes.
Over there.
There you are.
That's the idea. Thank you. Now then, here's the first one. Sumner, shipping agent, Ratcliffe Highway. Send 3 men on to arrive 10 tomorrow morning. Basil.
Basil?
Oh, did I never tell you? Captain Basil is my name in those parts. Now, the next one goes to Inspector Stanley Hopkins, 46 Lord Street, Brixton. Come breakfast tomorrow at 9:30. Important. Were, if unable to come, Sherlock Holmes. There, Watson. This infernal case has haunted my mind since long before Hopkins first came to consult me about it.
I thought as much. But, Holmes, about that pig sticking...
No, Watson. I hereby banish the whole matter completely from my presence. Tomorrow morning, I trust we shall hear the last of it forever.
Splendid breakfast, Doctor.
Mrs. Hudson's kidneys are always delicious.
My word, my appetite was up this morning.
Sharpened by success, no doubt.
You may be right, No, I can't imagine a more complete case, eh, Mr. Holmes?
Your explanation covers every point, then?
Undoubtedly. I find that young Nelligan arrived at a hotel in Forest Row on the very day of the crime. Well, he went down to Carey's place that night, met the captain at the hut, quarrelled with him, killed him with a harpoon. Then, horrified by what he'd done, fled out of the hut, dropping the notebook, which he'd brought with him in order to question Carey about those different securities. After his flight, he didn't dare go near the hut again for some time, but at last forced himself to go there to obtain the information he needed. There. What could be more straightforward than that?
I must admit that it has only one drawback, Hopkins.
Well, some slight detail, maybe.
And that is that it's intrinsically impossible.
Eh?
Tell me, have you ever tried to drive a harpoon through a body?
Drive it? Of course I haven't.
My dear fellow, you must really pay attention to these details. My friend Watson will tell you that I spent a whole early morning in that exercise.
Eh? That's so.
Oh, the body was that of a dead pig. But I can assure you that although I'm stronger than most men, I couldn't achieve it. It requires an arm that is not only strong, but practiced. Now, do you imagine that this anemic youth was capable of it?
Well...
Is he the man who hobnobbed in rum and water with Black Peter in the dead of the night? No, Hopkins. It's another and more formidable person we must seek.
Now, see here, Mr. Holmes. You can't deny Nelligan was there that night. His notebook being found proves that.
To persuade a jury, Holmes?
Yes. And besides, I've laid hands on my man. But this one of yours, where is he?
I rather fancy I hear him on the stair now.
Eh?
I think, Watson, you do well to keep your revolver where you can reach it.
Yes, very well, Holmes. Here we are.
Put it in your pocket. Now, Watson, you'll find 3 men outside asking for Captain Basil.
Captain Basil?
Kindly show them in, one by one.
All right, Holmes. Captain Basil, in here, my man. You others wait there.
Name, please.
Lancaster, sir. James Lancaster.
Ah, I'm sorry, Lancaster. The berth has been filled. Here's half a sovereign for your trouble.
Oh, much obliged, sir.
Just step into this inside room and wait a few minutes, will you?
Right. Right you are, sir.
Next, Watson.
Next.
Captain Basil, is it?
The same. And you?
Bellins, Captain. You Bellins, at your honour's service.
Oh, I fear not, Battins. Here's half a sovereign instead.
Here, what the...
Watson, get Lancaster and show the 2 of them out. They're not to speak to the 3rd man on any account, do you follow?
Of course, Holmes.
Then show him in.
Very well. Lancaster, go on now.
Aye, sir.
You too.
What the blazes?
Would you tell me what all this is, Mr. Holmes?
I'll show you instead. Ah.
This way.
I'm a Kearns. Patrick Kearns. Which is a captain.
Cairns, harpooner?
Aye, 26 voyages.
And ready to start with an exploring ship?
Ready enough.
Wages?
£8 a month.
Very well. Your papers, please. Thank you. Yes, you're just the man I want, Cairns.
Good.
Now, here's the agreement. Now, if you'll just sign with this pen.
Why, here?
That will do. And...
There. Right, Flitch. Now, what do you think you're at?
The revolver,
quickly.
Stay still, I shoot.
Stinks of a bull. I thought he'd be too much for us, even with the handcuffs on. Cairns, sit down on that settee.
You go to hell.
You'll do as I say, or my friend here will not hesitate to put a bullet in you for resisting arrest for the murder of Captain Peter Carey.
Arrest? Oh, I wouldn't say no.
That's better. Now, sit still.
I see here, mister. No, I won't give no trouble. Well, listen, you say I murdered Black Peter, we're all right. But I say I killed him. And that's all the difference in the world.
Going to sling us some yarn, are you?
It's no yarn. When he pulled his knife on me, I whipped a harpoon through him sharp. You call that murder if you like.
We'd better hear your story from the beginning before we judge that.
It was in 83. Black Peter Carey was master of the Sea Unicorn. I was spare harpooner. We'd just come out on the ice pack, homeward bound, when we picks up a little craft near to foundering. Only one man on her, so he takes him aboard with his tin box.
What was his name?
Whatever did hear. He was shut up with a skipper in his cabin for near 2 days, talking and talking, the ship's boy said. And on the second night, the skipper tells us all the chap's disappeared. Fell overboard, he reckons. We never sees him no more.
Well, it could have been true, Holmes.
Yeah, it could. But it wasn't. Just one man sees Black Peter tip up that poor chap by his heels over the rail in the dark.
And that man was yourself?
Yeah, right.
But this was in 83, 12 years ago. Why didn't you report it?
I kept the knowledge to myself and waited to see what would come of it. I reckon there was something in that tin box that'd make it well worth his while to pay me well or keeping me mouth shut. But he left the sea after that voyage,
and it was long years before I could track him down. When I called on him, he was reasonable. Oh, we had a rum or two together, but I didn't like the look in his eye. I spotted that harpoon hanging in the wall, and it's as well as I did, for he went for his knife, but before he could use it, well, I had the harpoon right through him.
What did you do after you killed him?
Well, I looked around for that tin box, didn't I? It was on a shelf. I took it down and left it out. But just as I got outside, I heard someone coming, so I hid it and watched. I saw a man go slinking into the hut. Next minute, he gave a great yell and came out and ran off as fast as his legs would go.
Young Milligan.
Whoa, never you mind. What then?
Well, I walked 10 miles to Tunbridge Wells and got a train to London. Yeah. When I opened the box, there was nothing in it but papers, which I wouldn't have dared to sell. I'd lost my hold on Black Peter and I was stranded without a shilling. And I saw these advertisements by Captain Basil for harpooners at high wages. Well, here I am.
A very clear statement.
Mr. Holmes, I owe you an apology. You were right all along. Well, I'm blessed if I know how you did it.
Simply by having the good fortune to get the right clue from the beginning. All I heard pointed in the one direction. The amazing strength and skill needed to pin a man to a wall with a harpoon. The sealskin tobacco pouch with the coarse tobacco and the initials PC.
Here, that must be mine. Where is it?
The inspector has it. It was found in the hut.
And I've been wondering where I'd lost it.
Now, the coarse tobacco pointed to a seaman, the sealskin to a whaler. The initials were those of Peter Carey, too, but he seldom smoked and no pipe was found in his cabin. I adjudged that to be a coincidence. Finally, Hopkins, you remember that I asked whether whiskey and brandy were in the cabin?
Yes.
You said they were. How many landsmen are there who would drink rum when they could get these other spirits? Yes, I was certain Carey's visitor had been a seaman. I ascertained the names of the crew of Sea Unicorn in 1883. When I found one Patrick Cairns amongst the harpooners, I proceeded to spend several days in the East End devising an Arctic expedition and putting forward tempting terms for harpooners who would serve under Captain Basil. Behold, the result.
Wonderful, Mr. Holmes. Wonderful.
Remarkable. The Case of Black Peter was one of the stories about Sherlock Holmes by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. In real life, my name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Michael Hardwick wrote the script for this production by the British Broadcasting Corporation from London. Of course, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again for more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And I hope that'll be soon.
Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, cabby.
From London, we present The Six Napoleons, a play for radio by Michael Hardwick, based on the short story by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The Six Napoleons.
It was no unusual thing for Mr. Lestrade of Scotland Yard to look in of an evening at 221B Baker Street. Holmes was always ready to listen with attention to the details of any case upon which the inspector was engaged. Without active interference, Holmes was able occasionally to give some hint or suggestion drawn from his own vast knowledge and experience. On this particular evening, Lestrade had spoken of the weather in the newspapers. Then he had fallen silent, puffing thoughtfully at his cigar. Holmes looked keenly at him.
Anything remarkable on hand, Lestrade?
No, Mr. Holmes. Nothing very particular.
Then tell me all about it.
Well, Mr. Holmes, there's no use denying there is something on my mind.
But I reckon it comes more in Dr. Watson's line than ours. What is it, disease? Madness, more like.
Madness?
Yes, and a queer sort of madness, too. You wouldn't think there was anyone living nowadays with such a hatred of Napoleon that he'd break any statue of his he could find.
Breaking statues of Napoleon? Oh, that's no business of mine.
Didn't I say so? But then when a chap commits burglary in order to get at them...
Burglary? But this is more interesting. Let me hear the details.
Well, the first case was 4 days ago. Shop belonging to a man named Morse Hudson in the Kennington Road. Sells pictures, statues, and so on.
Yes?
The assistant stepped into the back of the shop for a few minutes, heard a crash, went hurrying back again and found a plaster bust of Napoleon lying smashed to bits on the counter. He ran into the street and 1 or 2 people told him they'd seen a fellow running away. No hopes of identifying him.
Hooliganism, perhaps?
Well, that's what the constable on duty thought, Doctor. I mean, the bust wasn't worth more than a few shillings.
No.
However, the second case, another, was more serious and more singular, and it occurred only last night.
Where?
Kennington Road again. A few hundred yards from Morse Hudson's shop, there's a doctor named Barnicott. A big practice. He is also an enthusiastic admirer of Napoleon. Got a house full of books, pictures, and relics of the French Emperor. Well, not long ago, he bought 2 of Morse Hudson's plaster casts of old Boney. He put one in the hall of his Kennington place and the other on the surgery mantelpiece in Lower Brixton. When he came down this morning, he found his house had been burgled in the night. But only one thing had been taken.
The plaster cast?
Yes. It had been carried outside and smashed against the garden wall.
This is certainly very novel. Go on, Lestrade.
Yes, I thought it would please you. And guess what he found when he got to his surgery at noon?
An entry had been forced in the night, and the second plaster cast
had been smashed to atoms, where it stood.
Exactly.
So, there you are, Mr. Holmes. You've got all the facts.
Now, they're singular, not to say grotesque. Tell me, were the 2 busts that were smashed in Dr. Barnicott's rooms exact duplicates of the one that was destroyed in Morse Hudson's shop?
They were taken from the same mold.
Then such a fact must tell against the theory that the man who breaks them is influenced by any general hatred of Napoleon.
Why, Holmes?
Oh, consider how many hundreds of statues of the Emperor must exist in London. It's too much to suppose that any promiscuous iconoclast should begin by selecting 3 specimens of the same bust.
Well, I thought that too, Mr. Holmes. On the other hand, Morse Hudson happens to be the purveyor of busts in that part of London, and these 3 were the only ones which had been in his shop for years.
So you think a local fanatic would begin with them?
Exactly. Well, don't you, Doctor? I mean, as a medical man?
Well, there are no limits to the possibilities of monomania. For example, a man who had read deeply about Napoleon, or who had inherited some legacy of hatred from the Napoleonic Wars, might conceivably form some idée fixe and be capable of any fantastic outrage because of it.
Highly scientific, my dear Watson, but it won't do.
Why?
No amount of idée fixe would enable your interesting monomaniac to find out where these busts were situated.
Well, that's true. Then how do you explain it?
I don't attempt to do so. I would only observe, Lestrade, that there's a certain method in a gentleman's eccentric proceedings.
Method?
For example, in Dr. Barnicott's hall, where a sound might arouse the family, the bust was taken outside before being broken. But in his surgery, where there was no danger of disturbing anyone, it was smashed where it stood.
That isn't much to go on.
I agree. I'll be much obliged, therefore, if you let me hear of any fresh developments. Good morning, Watson.
Good morning.
This affair of Lestrade's appears to be developing rapidly.
Why? What's happened?
This telegram. Come instantly, 131 Pitt Street, Kensington. Lestrade. I fancy our image breaker has begun operations in another part of London. Now, be as quick as you can, Watson. There's coffee on the table, and I have a cab at the door.
Oh, very well, Holmes.
I'm glad you could come, Mr. Holmes. I never thought this affair would take such a grave turn.
Why? What has it turned to then, Inspector?
Murder? Murder? Yes. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, may I introduce the owner of the house, Mr. Horace Harker of the Central Press Syndicate?
How do you do, Mr. Harker?
How do you do? You know, it's an extraordinary thing that all my life I've been collecting other people's news, and now that a real piece of news has come my own way, I'm so confused and bothered I can't put two words together.
I understand.
If I'd come in here as a journalist, I'd have interviewed myself and had 2 columns in every evening paper. Instead, what am I doing? I'm giving valuable copy away by telling my story over and over to a string of people, and I can make no use of it myself.
Just run through it once again for Mr. Holmes, will you?
Well, it all seems to center around the bust of Napoleon I bought for this very room about 4 months ago. I picked it up cheap from Harding Brothers, 2 doors from the High Street station. Now, you know that a journalist does a lot of his work at night.
Of course.
Well, in the early hours of the morning, I was writing in my den at the back of the house up top, when I thought I heard sounds downstairs. I listened, but there was nothing further, so I thought they must have come from outside. Then suddenly, there was the most horrible yell. It will ring in my ears as long as I live.
What did you do?
I grabbed the poker and went downstairs.
Yes?
When I came into this room, I found the window wide open. And straightway, I noticed that the bust was gone from the mantelpiece. Why any burglar should take such a thing passes my understanding. I mean, it was only a worthless bit of plaster.
Is that all you have to tell me, Mr. Harker?
No. I ran to the front door, and when I opened it, I nearly fell over a dead man.
Great heavens, on your doorstep.
There he lay, poor chap, with a great gash in his throat, his mouth hanging open and his knees drawn up. Blood. The place was swimming in it. And then I must have fainted. Next thing I knew, there was a constable standing over me in the hall.
And the body's at the mortuary, Mr. Holmes. You can see it for yourself. We've made nothing of it up to now.
The description?
Tall, sunburnt, very powerful. Not more than 30.
Yes.
Shabbily dressed, but I don't think a labourer.
Uh-huh.
There was a horn-handled clasp knife laying in the blood, but whether it did the deed, I can't say.
Anything else?
Nothing in his pocket save an apple, some string, a shilling map of London. Oh, and the photograph. This one.
Ugly looking fellow. Like a baboon. Good chap.
Distinctly simian. But you haven't told me what became of the bust.
It was found just before you got here, smashed to pieces in the garden of a house in Camden House Road. Oh, I'm going there now. Are you coming?
Certainly. Mr. Harker, are you coming with us?
No, I'd better stay and try and make something of the story. Though the first editions of the evenings will be full of it already, I don't doubt. Just my luck.
Well, Mr. Holmes, do those shattered fragments of the bust tell you anything?
No, Lestrade. We have still a long way to go.
Yeah.
And yet the possession of this trifling bust was worth more than a human life.
You mean the burglar stole it and then someone else killed him to get it, Holmes?
So it seems. But when the murderer had achieved his object, he didn't break the bust there and then. No, he carried it several hundred yards to this place.
He just killed a man. He wasn't going to hang about.
Likely enough. But I wish to call your attention to the position of this house.
Well, it's just an empty house. He knew he wouldn't be disturbed here in the garden.
Ah, but there's another empty house farther up the street, which he must have passed before he got to this one. Why didn't he break it there?
Well, because... Oh, I give up.
Then observe, Lestrade.
Eh?
Just over the wall, a street lamp. In this garden, he could see what he was doing.
Well, Mr. Holmes, what are we going to do with that fact?
To remember it, we may come upon something later that will bear upon it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's your next step, Lestrade?
I reckon it's imperative we get that body identified. Find out who he was and who his associates were. Then we might learn what he was doing in Pitt Street last night. That ought to lead us to who killed him. Don't you think so?
No doubt. And yet it's not quite the way I should approach the case.
No? What would you do then?
Oh, you mustn't let me influence you in any way. I suggest that you go on your line and I on mine. We can compare notes afterwards.
Very well, then.
Oh, by the way, if you're going back to Pitt Street, you might tell Mr. Harker from me that I've quite made up my mind that a dangerous homicidal lunatic with Napoleonic delusions was in his house last night.
You don't seriously believe that, Mr. Holmes?
don't I?
Now, Holmes.
Well, perhaps I don't. But I'm sure it'll interest the subscribers of the Central Press Syndicate. Oh, I'll keep this photograph for the time being, if I may.
Oh, certainly.
And I should be glad if you could make it convenient to meet us at Baker Street at 6 o'clock this evening.
Yes, yes.
It's possible that I may have to ask your company and assistance on a small expedition tonight.
I'll be there.
Meanwhile, Watson, I think we shall find that we have a long and rather complex day's work before us. Commencing, I think, at the shop where this bust was purchased. Harding's in the High Street.
That's quite right, sir. I remember selling Mr. Harker the bust. We ordered 3 at the time from Gelder and Company of Stepney, but they're all gone now.
Can you tell us to whom the others were sold, Mr. Harding?
Oh, in a twinkling. Everything goes into this sales book.
Yes?
There. There, you see. A plaster bust of Napoleon to Mr. Horace Harker.
Oh, yes, yes.
Then here another to Mr. Josiah Brown.
Brown.
Laburnum Vale.
Laburnum Vale.
Chiswick.
Chiswick.
And the other to Mr. Sandiford.
Sandiford.
Lower Grove Road.
Grove Road.
Reading.
Reading.
System, gentlemen. System.
Admirable. I wonder whether your system would run to identifying the man in this photograph.
No, Mr. Holmes.
I see. Do you employ a large staff, Mr. Harding?
Largish.
Are there any Italians?
Oh, yes, there are. 2 or 3. Work people and cleaners.
Could any of them gain access to this sales book if he wished?
Take a peep into it?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I dare say. Nothing confidential about it.
Right, sir. Well, thank you, Mr. Harding. You've been most helpful.
No trouble, gentlemen. Good day to you.
Good day, Mr. Harding.
Well, where to now, Holmes?
Let us make for Mr. Morse Hudson in the Kennington Road and see if he can throw any light upon the problem.
Yes, sir. Smashed on my very counter, sir. What we pay rates and taxes for when any ruffian is free to walk in and break one's
You have
goods.
my sympathy, Mr. Hudson. I take it you are the gentleman who sold 2 busts to Dr. Barnicott also.
I am, sir. And there's another disgrace for you. Smashed, both of them. Anarchists roaming our streets. Red Republicans. Oh, if I had my
May I
way,
ask where you obtained the statues?
They came from Gelder and Company, Stepney, well-known house in the trade.
And how many did you buy altogether?
3. And all smashed.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, I do not. Just a moment. Yes, I do, though.
Well?
It's Beppo.
Beppo?
Italian fellow, worked here for a time, did a bit of carving, gilding frames, odd jobs on piecework, you know. Didn't turn up one day last week. And I haven't heard of him since.
But he left before the bust was smashed.
Yes, he did. And now, gentlemen, I have other things to attend to. I wish you good day.
Good day, sir.
So, they're cast in 2 molds, Stephen. One from each side of the face is common. Yeah. And then they are joined together, so, to make their complete bust. Verstehen Sie, Herr Holmes?
Perfectly, Herr Gelder. The work is done entirely in this very room?
Yes.
By what sort of people?
As you see, men and women.
No, I mean, are they German or English or...
And Scotch, and Welsh, and...
Italian?
Yeah, many Italians in the molding room work.
Was the man in this photograph ever one of them?
The rascal. Yeah, well, indeed, I know him very well. I tell you, Herr Holmes, the only time ever we have the police here was over this Beppo. This is like a respectable house.
What did he do?
He has another Italian stab today. He's in the back. In the street. Did he kill him? No, the man is living. Old Beppo, he get 12 more.
How long ago was this?
About 1 year. I have no doubt he's out now.
When you referred to your ledger just now, you informed me that the date on which you sold 3 busts of Napoleon to Morse Hudson and 3 to Harding Brothers was June the 3rd of last year.
Yeah.
Can you possibly recall for me the precise date on which Beppo was arrested for the stabbing?
Yeah, I remember it well. It was May the 20th.
May the 20th, June the 3rd. I'm much obliged to you, Herr Gelder. You've helped us very much indeed.
Piper! Arise in Kensington! Murder by madman! Piper!
Yeah, my boy.
Oh, Tugger. Piper! Piper!
Well, at any rate, poor old Harker seems to have got his story into the paper.
Yes?
You listen to this. It is satisfactory to know that there can be no difference of opinion upon this case, since Mr. Lestrade, one of the most experienced members of the official force, and Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the well-known consulting expert, have each come to the conclusion that the grotesque series of incidents which have ended in so tragic a fashion arise from lunacy rather than from deliberate crime. Is that what you'd hoped he'd write?
The press, Watson, is the most valuable institution if you only know how to use it. And now, if you can tear yourself away from that newspaper, we'll return to Baker Street. I fancy we shall barely get back before Lestrade is due.
Well, Mr. Holmes, what luck, eh? What luck?
Oh, my friend and I have had a very busy day, Lestrade.
Indeed?
We've seen both the retailers and the wholesalers. I'm now in a position to trace each of the busts from its very beginning.
The busts, eh? Well, well. You have your own methods, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and it's not for me to say a word against them. Still, I reckon I've done a better day's work than you.
Oh, really?
Yes, I've identified the dead man.
You don't say so?
Yes, one Pietro Benucci from Naples. By all accounts, one of the worst cutthroats in London. Connected with the mafia. Secret society, you know.
Really?
Yes, uses murder to get its ends. So you see how the affair begins to clear up. The mafia sets Pietro onto some other Italian who's broken the rules or something.
Ah, the man in the photograph, I suppose.
That's it. Maybe they gave Pietro the photo to carry so he'd know his man. Well, he dogs him, sees him enter a house, waits for him to come out and attacks him. But the other chap gets his knife out, and it's Pietro who dies. There, Mr. Holmes. How's that?
Excellent, Lestrade. Excellent. Eh, Watson?
Oh, brilliant.
Only...
What?
I didn't quite follow your explanation of the destruction of the bust.
Busts? You don't seem to be able to get them out of your head. Pity larceny, that's all that was. 6 months at the most. What we're onto is murder.
Oh, well. And the next stage, then?
Simple enough. I shall go down to the Italian quarter, find the man in that photograph we've got, and arrest him for murder. Will you come?
I think not. I fancy we can attain our end in a simpler way.
Oh?
In fact, the betting is exactly 2 to 1 that if you'll come with us tonight, I shall be able to help you lay your man by the heels.
To the Italian quarter?
No. Chiswick.
What? Chiswick?
You come with me to Chiswick tonight, Lestrade, and I'll promise to go to the Italian quarter with you tomorrow.
Well...
I don't wish to leave before 11. I have some old newspapers to look through. In the meantime, Watson...
Yes, Holmes?
I should be glad if you would order an express messenger. I have a letter to send, and it's important that it should go at once.
What place is this, then?
The Burnham Villa, the home of a Mr. Josiah Brown, who purchased one of the 6 busts.
Oh, not busts again.
6 were purchased, 4 have been destroyed. As I told you, that leaves a 2 to 1 chance that we shall get something for our trouble this evening.
You reckon someone will try and break in and get at the bust? They already have.
What?
There's a light moving in that room.
So there is. Well done, Watson.
Then come on. Let's get in and nab him. Oh, too late.
What?
He's climbing out. Oh, he's smashed it already.
Quickly. Don't let him get away.
Come on. Let him know. Oh, here. Got you, my man. Come on. Silence. There. That's him all secure. Now let's get a look at him.
Maria, non ho fatto niente, non sono cattivo. Madre mia, Oh, Maria!
It's you taking the photograph all right, isn't it, Mr. Holmes? Yeah, what you doing?
Examining the fragments of the bust. No, Lestrade, our case is not finished yet. This is one of those cases which are worth working out to the very end. It's a little late for explanations now. Lestrade, will you come to my rooms at 6 o'clock tomorrow?
Again?
If you will, I think I shall be able to show you that even now you have not grasped the entire meaning of this business. It has features which make it absolutely original in the history of crime.
There you are, Inspector.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. My best respects.
Not too strong on the gas.
I think so, sir. Well, then, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, that will be our other visitor. Mr. Sandiford of Reading, I presume?
The same, sir.
May I introduce Dr. Watson and Mr. Lestrade?
How do you do, Mr. Sandiford?
I see that you have a bag with you. Have you brought...
Yes. So how you could know that I own such a thing, I can't imagine.
Quite simply. Mr. Harding of Harding Brothers told me he had sold you the last one from his stock and gave me your address.
Ah, that was it. You say you wish to purchase my copy of the Beans Butter Napoleon for £10?
That is so.
Then I must tell you I gave only 15 shillings for it.
Your scruples do you honour, Mr. Sandiford. But I've named my price and I intend to stick to it.
Then, sir, there is your bust.
And there, sir, are your £10.
Oh, I'm much obliged. I imagine that's all?
Except for one small formality.
Oh?
If you'll kindly sign this paper in the presence of my friends here.
Paper?
Or it simply says that you transfer every possible right that you ever had in this bust to me. I'm a methodical man, you see.
I heard of your famous methods, Mr. Holmes. There you are, sir.
Thank you. And now I suppose you want to be getting back to Reading.
Indeed. Good evening to you, Mr. Holmes. Gentlemen.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Sandiford.
Well. Just had to have one of those things for your collection, eh, Mr. Holmes? For £10, I wouldn't give you twopence.
And...
Oh, Holmes, you smashed it.
Gentlemen, let me introduce you to the famous Black Pearl of the Borgias.
The what? Great heavens.
Yes, gentlemen. The most famous pearl now existing in the world. And it's been my good fortune, by a chain of inductive reasoning, to trace it from the Princess of Colonna's bedroom where it was lost to the interior of this, the last of the 6 busts of Napoleon manufactured by Gelder and Company of Stepney.
That's remarkable, Holmes, but how on earth...
You may remember that when the pearl disappeared, the suspected person was the princess's maid, an Italian. Her name, as it happens, was Lucrezia Venucci.
Venucci? That's the name of the murdered man.
Exactly. The brother she was known to have in London, but who couldn't be traced. Now, whether our murderer Beppo stole the pearl from Pietro, or whether they were accomplices and fell out, I do not know. The main fact which I discovered by looking it up in the old newspapers is that the pearl was stolen from the princess just 2 days before Beppo was arrested for stabbing another employee of Gelder and Company in the street.
So, where does that take us?
It took Beppo, with the pearl in his possession and the police hot on his track for this stabbing, back to Gelder's factory where he worked. He knew he had only a few minutes to hide the pearl. Where should he put it? 6 plaster casts of Napoleon were drying, and one of them was still soft. In an instant, Beppo made a small hole in the wet plaster, inserted the pearl, and covered up the traces.
What a hiding place.
Admirable. But by the time he emerged from prison a year later, the 6 busts had been sold. He had no means of knowing which of them contained his treasure. He had to track them down one by one and smash them open to find it.
Well, I'm blowed.
He carried out his search with considerable ingenuity and perseverance. He found 4 of the busts, but none of them contained the pearl. And on the 4th occasion, he fell foul of his ex-accomplice and murdered him.
So that was it.
Well, after the murder, I calculated that Beppo would probably hurry his movements for fear the police should get onto his secret and start looking for him again. He had found 4 busts. 2 remained. The chances were, as I told you, 2 to 1 that the next he found would be the one he was seeking. It was obvious to me that he would choose the London one first. I warned the owner of the house by express letter to keep out of the way for fear of violence. The rest, you know. Having taken our man without finding the pearl on him, I could only assume that it must be concealed in the 6th and last bust, as it was.
Well, I've seen you handle a good many cases, Mr. Holmes, but I don't know that I ever knew a more workmanlike one than that.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you. Put the pearl in the safe, Watson, and get out the papers on the Conk Singleton forgery case. Oh, goodbye, Lestrade. If any little problem comes your way at any time, I shall be happy if I can to give you a hint or two as to its solution.
That was The Six Napoleons by Michael Hardwick, based on the short story by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs, and Dr. Watson by Norman Shelley. Production for the BBC was by Martin C. Webster.
Shabby!
Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, Cabby.
From London, we present The Missing Three-Quarter, a play for radio by Michael Hardwick, based on the short story by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The Missing Three-Quarter.
Things had indeed been very slow with us. I had learned to dread such periods of inaction, for I knew by experience that Sherlock Holmes's brain was so abnormally active that it was dangerous to leave it without material upon which to work. For years I had gradually weaned him from that drug mania which had threatened once to check his remarkable career, but I was well aware that the fiend was not dead, but only sleeping. Therefore I blessed the hour on a gloomy February morning some 7 or 8 years ago that a telegram arrived at Baker Street with an enigmatic message to break that dangerous calm, which brought more peril to my friend than all the storms of his tempestuous life. It says, please await me, a terrible misfortune, right wing, 3/4 missing indispensable tomorrow. Signed, Overton.
Let me see. Thank you. Strand postmark and dispatch 10:36. Well, no doubt the telegram will shortly be followed by the sender.
Been down to Scotland Yard, Mr. Holmes. Inspector Stanley Hopkins advised me to come to see you. He said so far as he could see, the case was more in your line than that of the regular police.
Then pray sit down, Mr. Overton, and tell me slowly and quietly exactly what it is that has occurred and how you desire that I should help you.
It's this way, Mr. Holmes. I'm the skipper of the Cambridge 15, and Godfrey Staunton is our best man. Tomorrow we play Oxford. Yesterday we all came up and we settled at Bentley's private hotel. At 10 o'clock I went round and saw that all the fellows had gone to roost. This morning the porter comes to me in a great state of agitation.
Mr. Overton, sir.
Good heavens, man, what on earth's the matter?
It's Mr. Staunton, sir. He's gone.
Gone.
His room's empty. His bed's not been slept in.
I don't follow you. Nice things here.
Oh, yes, they're still in his room, but he went off last night, sir. He did towards the Strand with another fella. I see him go.
What other fellow?
Rough-looking chap with a beard. He called here with a note from Mr. Staunton. I took it up to him. I thought he was going to faint after he'd read it.
Faint?
Yes, he fell back in his chair as if he'd been poleaxed. I gave him a drink of water. And then he said it was all right and he'd come down here where the fellow was. Then they had a few words, and off they went towards the Strand. Almost running they were, sir.
And what did you do when you heard this, Mr. Overton?
I wired to Cambridge to find out if anything had been heard of him there.
Could he have got back to Cambridge?
Yes, there's a late train, but no one has seen him.
Incredible. Just before the varsity match.
What did you do next, then?
I wired to Lord Mount James.
Why, to Lord Mount James?
Godfrey's an orphan. Lord Mount James is his nearest relative. His uncle, I believe.
Indeed? Well, this throws new light upon the matter. Lord Mount James is one of the richest men in England.
So I've heard. Godfrey's his heir, and the old boy's nearly 80. Cram full of gout, too. They say he could chalk his billiard cue with his knuckles.
Oh, poor fellow.
He's an absolute miser.
Have you heard from Lord Mount James?
No.
Well, I have a clear day, and I shall be happy to look into the matter. Now, let us step round together to this hotel and see if the porter can throw any fresh light upon things. Can you describe the man with the beard for me?
Well, he was about 50.
Or the gentleman were not a working man, if you see what I mean, sir.
What state would you say this bearded man was in? Calm? Excited?
Oh, he's very pale. Very pale indeed. And I did notice, when I give him the note to take up, his hand was shaking something terrible.
Did you take any other message to Mr. Staunton?
Yes, sir. Telegram.
What time was this?
Oh, it was about 6. I took it to him in his room.
Were you present when he opened it?
I waited while he wrote the answer.
Did you take the reply?
No, sir. He said, all right, Porter, I'll take this myself.
What did he write it with?
A pen, sir.
Have you, by any chance, the pair of telegraphic forms on which he wrote this message?
Yes, sir. Here they are, sir.
Good.
They haven't been used since.
Thank you. Now then, if I hold this form up to the window... See anything? It's a pity he didn't write in pencil. I rejoice to perceive, though, that he wrote it with a double-pointed quill pen. And I can hardly doubt that we'll find some impression upon his blotting paper. I think the time has come for us to visit our missing gentleman's room. Yes, I fancy this is what we're looking for.
Hold it up to the mirror, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, that's unnecessary, Mr. Overton. The paper is thin and the reverse will give the message. You see?
Stand by us, for God's sake.
So these 6 words are the tail end of the telegram which Godfrey Staunton dispatched a few hours before his disappearance.
Stand by us, for God's sake. Sounds pretty desperate, Holmes.
Evidently, he saw a formidable danger approaching from which someone else could protect him.
Us. It says stand by us.
Yes, Watson. So another person was involved.
Man with a beard.
Then what is the connection between Godfrey Staunton and the bearded man? And what is the third source from which they sought help against that pressing danger?
Well, all we have to find is to whom the telegram was addressed.
Exactly, my dear Watson. Your reflection, though profound, had already crossed my mind. But I dare say it may have come to your notice that if you walk into a post office and demand to see the counterfoil of another man's message, there may be some disinclination on the part of the officials to oblige you.
Oh, really, Holmes?
Meanwhile, I should like, in your presence, Mr. Overton, to go through those papers which have been left upon the table.
Certainly.
Letters and bills, mostly. No, nothing here. Oh, by the way...
Yes?
I suppose your friend was a healthy young fellow, nothing amiss with him.
Sounds a bell.
Perhaps he was not so strong as you supposed. With your assent, I will put 1 or 2 of these papers in my pocket in case they should bear upon our future inquiry.
One moment. Who are you, sir? And by what right do you touch this gentleman's papers?
I am a private detective, and I'm endeavoring to explain his disappearance.
So you are you? And who instructed you, eh?
This gentleman, Mr. Staunton's friend, was referred to me by Scotland Yard.
And who are you, sir?
I'm Cyril Overton, sir.
Then it was you who sent me a telegram. My name is Lord Mount James. I came round as quickly as the Bayswater bus would bring me. So, you have instructed a detective?
Yes, sir.
And are you prepared to beat the costs?
I have no doubt, sir, that my friend Godfrey, when we find him, will be prepared to do that.
But if he's never found, answer me that.
In that case, no doubt his family...
Nothing of the sort, sir. Don't look to me for a penny. No, not a penny. I am all the family that this young man has got, and I tell you that I am not responsible. You understand that, Mr. Detective?
I quite understand your position. Perhaps you don't quite understand mine. Godfrey Staunton appears to have been a poor man. If he has been kidnapped, it could not have been for anything which he himself possesses. The fame of your wealth has got abroad, Lord Mount James, and it is entirely possible that a gang of thieves has secured your nephew in order to gain from him some information as to your house, your habits, and your treasure.
Heavens, sir, what an idea. I never thought of such villainy. What inhuman rogues there are in the world. But Godfrey is a fine lad, a staunch lad. Nothing would induce him to give his old uncle away. I'll have the plate moved over to the bank this evening. And in the meantime, spare no pains, Mr. Detective, to bring him safely back. As to money, well, so far as a fiver or even a tenner goes, you can always look to me. Good day to you.
Generous old soul.
Well, Mr. Holmes, what's next?
I'm afraid we must leave you now, Mr. Overton.
Can't hear from you before the match.
I'm sorry. I very much doubt it.
Best of luck anyway. Thank you, Doctor.
Bye.
Now, isn't there anything we can do about that telegram, Holmes?
It's worth trying, Watson. Of course, with a warrant, we could demand to see the counterfoils, but we've not reached that stage yet. I don't suppose they remember faces in so busy a place as a post office. Let's venture it.
Can I help you, sir?
Oh, I'm so sorry to trouble you. There's some small mistake about a telegram I sent yesterday. I've had no answer, and I very much fear that I must have omitted to put my name at the end. Could you tell me if this was so?
What time was it, sir?
A little after 6.
And whom was it to?
Oh, the last words in it were, "For God's sake." I'm very anxious at getting no answer.
Oh, let me see. Ah, here it is.
Oh.
There is no name at the end.
Oh, then that, of course, accounts for my getting no answer. Oh, well, good morning, miss, and many thanks for having relieved my mind.
Good morning.
Well, Holmes,
We progress, my dear Watson, we progress. I had certain different schemes for getting a glimpse of that telegram, but I could hardly hope to succeed the very first time.
and what have you gained?
Cabby, what have I gained? A starting point for our investigation. Please step in, Watson.
Thank you.
At King's Cross Station.
Of course, gentlemen. We have a journey, then.
Yes, I think we must run down to Cambridge together. Dr. Leslie Armstrong?
I have heard your name, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I am also aware of your profession, one of which I by no means approve.
In that, Doctor, you will find yourself in agreement with every criminal in the country. May I introduce my friend, Dr. Watson?
How do you do, sir? Of course, I am delighted to meet one of the heads of our profession.
Mr. Holmes, so far as your efforts are directed towards the suppression of crime, they must have the support of every reasonable member of the community, though I cannot doubt that the official machinery is amply sufficient for the purpose. Where your calling is more open to criticism is when you pry into the secrets of private individuals, when you rake up family matters which are better hidden, and when, incidentally, you waste the time of men who are more busy than yourself.
No doubt, Doctor. But I may tell you that we are doing the reverse of what you very justly blame, and that we're endeavoring to prevent public exposure of private matters, which must follow when once the case is in the hands of the official police. I have come to ask you about Mr. Godfrey Staunton.
What about him?
You know him, do you not?
He is an intimate friend of mine.
You're aware that he has disappeared?
Indeed.
He left his hotel last night. He has not been heard of since.
No doubt he will return.
Tomorrow is the varsity football match.
I have no sympathy with these childish games. The young man's fate interests me deeply since I know him and like him. The football match does not come within my horizon at all.
I claim your sympathy, then, in my investigation of Mr. Staunton's fate. Do you know where he is?
Certainly not.
Was Mr. Staunton a healthy man?
Absolutely.
Did you ever know him ill?
Never.
Then perhaps you will explain this receipted bill for 13 guineas paid by Mr. Godfrey Staunton last month to Dr. Leslie Armstrong of Cambridge. I picked it up from among the papers on his desk.
I do not feel there is any reason why I should render an explanation to you, Mr. Holmes.
Very well. If you prefer public explanation, it must come sooner or later. You would really be wiser to take me into your complete confidence.
I know nothing about it.
Did you hear from Mr. Staunton in London?
Certainly not.
Dear me. The post office again. A most urgent telegram was dispatched to you from London by Godfrey Staunton at 6:15 yesterday evening, and yet you have not had it. I shall certainly go down to the office here and register a complaint.
I will trouble you to walk out of my house, sir. And you can tell your employer, Lord Mud James, that I do not wish to have anything to do either with him or with his agents.
Dr. Leslie Armstrong is certainly a man of energy, Watson. I have not seen a man who, if he turned his talents that way, was more calculated to fill the gap left by the illustrious Moriarty.
Yes, but what happens now?
Oh, my poor Watson. But if you would engage a room in that little inn just opposite Armstrong's house, I may have time to make a few inquiries.
Holmes, where have you been all this time?
Oh, here and there, here and there. Ah, what's that? Let me see now.
Oh, carriage and a pair of greys outside the doctor's door.
It's been out 3 hours. Started at 6:30, and here it is back again. That gives a radius of 10 or 12 miles. And he does it once or sometimes twice a day.
Well, nothing unusual for a doctor in practice.
Ah, but Armstrong is not really a doctor in practice. He's a lecturer and consultant. Why then does he make these long journeys? And who is it that he visits?
Well, how about trying his coachman?
My dear Watson, can you doubt that I have already done that? I don't know whether it came from his own innate depravity or from the promptings of his master, but he was rude enough to set a dog at me. All that I have learned I got from a friendly native in the yard of our own inn. It was he who told me of the doctor's habits and of his daily journeys. While he was speaking, the doctor's carriage came round to the door.
Well, couldn't you follow it then?
Excellent, Watson. You're scintillating this evening. The idea did cross my mind. There is, as you may have observed, a bicycle shop next to our inn.
Yes.
Into this I rushed, engaged the bicycle, and was able to get started before the carriage was out of sight.
And?
He had got well out on the country road when a somewhat mortifying incident occurred. The carriage stopped. The doctor alighted, walked swiftly back to where I had also halted, and told me in an excellent sardonic fashion that he feared the road was narrow, and that he hoped his carriage did not impede the passage of my bicycle.
Confounded cheek.
Oh, nothing could have been more admirable than his way of putting it. I at once rode past the carriage and went on for a few miles. Then I halted in a convenient place to see if it would pass me. There was no sign of it.
Gone off down a side road, then?
Evidently.
You think he knows where Staunton is, Holmes?
I'll swear it. And if he knows, then it'll be our own fault if we cannot manage to know also. No, I shall not be satisfied until I have made the matter clear. I fancy a good deal may depend upon what the morning will bring.
More coffee, Holmes?
No, thank you, Watson. I've had a note from the doctor.
Oh, yeah?
Listen to this. Sir, I can assure you that you are wasting your time in dogging my movements. No spying upon me can in any way help Mr. Godfrey Staunton, and I am convinced that the best service you can do to that gentleman is to return at once to London and to report to your employer that you are unable to trace him. Yours faithfully, Leslie Armstrong.
That man has the cheek of the devil.
An outspoken, honest antagonist is the doctor. Oh, well, he excites my curiosity. I must really know more before I leave him.
I say, the carriage is at his door now.
Ah?
There he is, stepping into it.
Yes.
He's glancing up at our window now. Holmes, supposing I try my luck on the bicycle.
Oh, no, my dear Watson. With all respect to your natural acumen, I do not think that you're quite a match for the worthy doctor. I think that possibly I can attain our end by some independent explorations of my own.
Now, you're not going to leave me twiddling my thumbs in this place again, are you? Hang it all.
I'm afraid so.
Oh, but dash it, Holmes.
But I hope to bring back a more favorable report to you before nightfall.
Very well, Holmes. I only hope you do.
A blank day, I'm afraid, Watson. A blank day.
Oh, I might have known it. Where have you been?
Now, having got the doctor's general direction, I visited all the villages upon that side of Cambridge. I've covered some ground, I can tell you. Chesterton, Histon, Waterbeach, Oakington.
Oh, what doing?
Comparing notes with publicans and other local news agencies. Nothing. Oh, by the way, is there a telegram for me?
Oh, yes.
Ah.
I opened it. I didn't understand it, though. It says, ask for Pompey from Jeremy Dixon, Trinity College. Mean anything to you?
Oh, it's clear enough. It's from our friend Overton in answer to a question from me. I'll just send round a note to Mr. Jeremy Dixon, and then I have no doubt that our luck will turn. Oh, by the way, any news of a match?
Oh, yes. The local paper has an excellent account in its last edition. Oxford won by a goal and 2 tries. Do you want to hear anything of it? I'll just read you the last sentence. The defeat of the Light Blues may be entirely attributed to the unfortunate absence of the crack international, Godfrey Staunton, whose want was felt at every instant of the game.
Then our friend Overton's forebodings have been justified.
Quite.
Personally, I'm in agreement with Dr. Armstrong, and football does not come within my horizon.
More's the pity for you, Holmes.
At any rate, let us follow the example of a footballer and take an early night in bed. I foresee that tomorrow may be an eventful day.
Holmes, where have you been this time? And what are you doing with that hypodermic syringe? Don't tell me you...
No, my dear fellow. There's no cause for alarm.
Oh.
It is not the instrument of evil upon this occasion. On this syringe, I base all my hopes. Huh? I've just returned from a small scouting expedition, and everything is favorable. Eat a good breakfast, Watson, for I propose to get upon Dr. Armstrong's trail today, and once on it, I will not stop for rest or food until I run him to his burrow.
In that case, you best carry our breakfast with us. He's making an early start. The carriage is at the door already.
Never mind. Let him go.
Let him go?
He'll be clever if he can drive where I cannot follow him. Or when you've finished, come downstairs with me, and I'll introduce you to a detective who is a very eminent specialist in the work that lies before us.
What on earth?
Let me introduce you to Pompey. Pompey is the pride of the local drag hounds. No very great flyer, as his build will show, but a staunch hound on a scent. Well, Pompey, you may not be fast, but I expect you'll be too fast for a couple of middle-aged London gentlemen, so I'll just take the liberty of fastening this leather leash to your collar. Now, boy, come along and show what you can do.
He'll run us off our legs at this rate. What have you done, Holmes?
A threadbare and venerable device, but useful on occasion. I walked into the doctor's yard this morning and shot my syringe full of aniseed over the hind wheel of his carriage. A drag hound will follow aniseed from here to John O'Groats.
Oh, he's turning off into this lane.
What?
Hey, Holmes, it goes back almost in the direction of the town.
Oh, the cunning rascal. This is how he gave me the slip the other night. This detour has been entirely for our benefit, then. No wonder my inquiries among these villages led to nothing.
I'd very much like to know the reason for all this elaborate deception.
This should be the village of Partington to the right of us. By Jove, here's the brougham coming round the corner. Quick, Watson, quick, or we're done. Into the field. Did you get a glimpse of Armstrong there?
Yes, I did. Head sunk on his hands, the image of distress, I'd say.
I fear there is some dark ending to our quest. Come, Pompey. Ah, he's making for the cottage in the field. Now we shall see what we shall see. Listen, what's that?
The doctor is coming back, Holmes.
That settles it. We must see what it means before he comes.
Who are you?
Are you Mr. Godfrey Staunton?
Yes. Yes, I am. But you're too late. She's dead. You can see for yourselves.
She was very beautiful. And very young.
Consumption, Holmes. Without a doubt.
We did our best to keep it from everyone. Once a whisper gets about.
So, gentlemen, you have attained your end. You have certainly chosen a delicate moment for your intrusion.
Leslie.
I would not brawl in the presence of death, but I can assure you that if I were a younger man...
Excuse me, Dr. Armstrong. I think we are a little at cross purposes. If you could step into the next room with us, we might each be able to give some light to the other upon this miserable affair.
Very well.
Well, sir? I wish you to understand in the first place that I am not employed by Lord Mount James, and that my sympathies in this matter are entirely against that nobleman. When a man is lost, it is my duty to ascertain his fate. But having done so, the matter ends, so far as I'm concerned. If, as I imagine, there is no breach of the law in this matter, you can absolutely depend upon my discretion and my cooperation in keeping the facts out of the papers.
Mr. Holmes, you are a good fellow. I had misjudged you. And my apologies to you, too, sir.
Not at all, Dr. Armstrong.
A year ago, Godfrey Staunton married his landlady's daughter. She was good, beautiful, and intelligent. No man need be ashamed of such a wife. But Godfrey was the heir to this crabbed old nobleman, and it was certain that the news would have meant the end of his inheritance. I did all I could to help him to keep things straight. Thanks to this lonely cottage and his own discretion, Godfrey has, up to now, succeeded. But at last, there came the terrible blow of this virulent illness. The poor boy had to go to London to play this match, but he could not get out of it without explanations which would expose the secret. He sent me a wire imploring me to do all I could. This was the telegram which you appear to have seen. I did not tell him how urgent the danger was, but I sent the truth to the girl's father, and he very injudiciously communicated it to Godfrey. The result was that he came straight away and has remained kneeling at the end of her bed until this morning death put an end to her sufferings. That is all, Mr. Holmes. I'm sure that I can rely upon your discretion and that of your friend.
Yes, indeed, sir.
Come, Watson. Let us be on our way.
That was The Missing Three-Quarter by Michael Hardwick, based on the short story by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, the original and immortal stories of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized anew, with Sir Ralph Richardson as Dr. Watson and Sir John Gielgud in the role of Sherlock Holmes.
In the third week of November, in the year 1895, a dense yellow fog settled down upon London. From the Monday to the Thursday, I doubt if it was ever possible to see the opposite houses from our window in Baker Street. The first of these 3 days, Sherlock Holmes spent in music, and in cross-indexing his huge book of criminal references. But when, for the 4th time, we saw the greasy, heavy, brown swirl still drifting past us and condensing in oily drops on the window panes, Holmes' whole impatient nature could endure such drab existence no longer. It was fortunate for both of us that there suddenly arrived for him a telegram.
Mycroft, Watson, it's from Mycroft, thank heaven.
Your brother, Holmes?
Of course.
You'll remember him from that affair of the Greek interpreter, of course.
Oh, of course, yes. Even if it's difficult to think of you with a family.
Oh.
You're an isolated phenomenon.
No, not so long as Mycroft thrives. Believe it or not, Watson, Mycroft is an even more remarkable man than I am.
What does this remarkable brother of yours do in Whitehall? I seem to remember he's some kind of post under the government.
Under? My dear Watson, Mycroft is the government.
Oh, come, my dear.
He draws £450 a year, remains a subordinate, with no ambitions of any kind, and yet the same great powers which I have turned to the detection of crime make Mycroft the central clearinghouse of every fragment of vital knowledge in the country.
Oh, my dear.
Everyone consults him, from the highest in the land. There's no state secret which he does not share. And that, again, is why this telegram is so remarkable.
And I still don't know what's in it.
Here, read it, man.
Must see you about Cadogan West. Coming at once, Mycroft.
Yes, and perhaps you'll be able to tell me, Watson, who this Cadogan West is. You're always buried in the newspapers. The name sounds vaguely familiar, I must confess.
Yes, of course, Holmes. He's the young fellow who was found dead on the Underground Railway on Tuesday morning.
Ah, found dead. And on the Underground, you said?
Yeah, well, quite literally on it, Holmes, lying just beside the track outside Aldgate Station. I remember it all now. He'd plainly fallen out of a carriage.
Or been thrown out, eh? Where was he travelling from?
Nobody knows. He didn't have a ticket.
No ticket. Dear me, Watson, this is really very singular. What else is known about him? Do you remember?
27 years of age, I think, yes. And engaged to be married. And he was a clerk at the Woolwich Arsenal. The naval office, you know.
Beautifully succinct, Watson. Government employee, eh? So behold the link with Brother Mycroft. Ah, and here comes Mycroft himself, if I'm not mistaken. I know that heavy step.
Sherlock, my dear fellow. This is a most annoying business.
Welcome, my dear Mycroft.
Oh.
Ah, and Lestrade with you, too. The good Lestrade of Scotland Yard. We are honoured.
Your servant, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
Hello, Lestrade.
I must sit down, Sherlock.
Oh, here.
How are you? How do you do, sir?
How are you, Dr. Watson? You'll forgive us, I'm sure.
Oh, I never have any secrets from Watson, Mycroft.
But this is...
Yes, but you can count on my discretion, sir.
Very well, but... Lestrade, close the door. Make certain no one can be listening.
Very good, Mr. Holmes.
As you know, I dislike altering my habits, Sherlock. In the present state of Siam, it's most awkward that I should be away from the office, but the powers that be would take no denial. I've never seen the Prime Minister so upset, and as to the Admiralty, it's buzzing like an overturned beehive.
Really? And all because of a dead clerk without a railway ticket in his pocket.
You know the facts, then?
Well, my invaluable Watson has just been priming me.
As much as I could, only what I've been reading in the papers.
What the papers couldn't mention, Doctor, was that if West didn't have a ticket in his pocket, he at least had something else.
Aha.
Some technical papers, Sherlock. And I need say no more than that they were... Lestrade, no one can overhear us?
No one, sir.
The Bruce Partington plans, Sherlock.
Well...
Great heavens, man, you've heard of them. You must have heard of them. The plans of the Bruce Partington submarine.
I know the name, of course, and of the invention.
Hush, Sherlock. You may take it from me that naval warfare becomes an impossibility within the radius of a Bruce Partington.
Is that so?
Of course, the world has heard of the submarine, but the plans themselves have been most closely guarded. There isn't a foreign power that would give a fortune for them.
Uh-huh.
Under no conceivable circumstances were they to be taken from the office at Woolwich. And yet here we find them, in the pockets of a dead junior clerk in the heart of London.
They've been found, then?
No, Doctor.
But you said that...
10 papers were taken from the safe at Woolwich, and there were only 7 in the pockets of this wretched youth. The 3 most essential are gone, stolen, vanished. Sherlock, you must drop everything to find them.
Indeed, but I may be busy, Mycroft.
Oh, never mind your petty puzzles of the police court. This is vital. International.
Then why don't you solve it yourself? You can see as far as I can.
It's a question of getting details. Give me your details and I'll solve you anything from an armchair. But to run here and there and to cross-question railway guards and to lie on my face with a lens to my eye, you know my methods, Sherlock. No, you're the fellow, the only one in the world. if you were fancy to see your name in the next honours list.
Oh, really, Mycroft, I play the game for the game's own sake, and on those terms only.
Well?
I'll do what I can.
Thank heaven. Doctor, if you would be good enough to pass over the whiskey and soda.
Certainly, of course.
Thank you. Now, Sherlock, the facts.
And so Lestrade and I, at first rather silent before those two remarkable brothers, came to hear of the events that had led up to the theft of the vital plans. We learned that the official guardian of the papers had been the famous government expert, Sir James Walter. That there were 2 keys to the safe. Sir James had one himself, and that he'd spent the fatal night at his home in Berkeley Square, a fact that was vouched for by his brother, Colonel Valentine Walter. The other key was kept by the chief clerk, and he also was at his home that night. We argued, Lestrade and I, that Cadogan West, the traitor, must have obtained a 3rd key.
Yes, that he presumably travelled to London with the papers to sell them to some foreign agent.
And that perhaps a price had not been agreed, and they'd set off back to Woolwich to return the plans to the safe.
The agent had followed him, murdered him in the train.
And that the most vital of the papers was taken from his pocket, and that his body was thrown onto the line.
Well, that's good, Watson. Good. You argue admirably, and you too, Lestrade. Yes, as you describe it, it holds together at least. But if you're right, the case is at an end. What is there for us to do, Mycroft?
To act, Sherlock. To act. Of course the explanation holds together. Yet all my instincts are against it. As I can see that yours are, there are too many circumstances unresolved.
Well, at least it'll serve to break the bleak monotony of this fog. Come along, Watson. And you too, Lestrade.
Yes,
Mycroft. Oh, no, it's no good asking you, of course.
No.
We'll begin our investigations, I think, by a visit to Aldgate Station.
I'll get my coat.
Goodbye, Mycroft. You shall have my report in due course. Oh, before we go, pray write me the names of the most important foreign agents you know to be operating at present here in London.
Very well. There are only 3. There are your names.
Thank you, Mycroft. Come, Watson, to Aldgate. So then. Fortunately, the fog has lifted a little at last. This is the spot, Lestrade.
It is, Mr. Holmes. That's where the young fellow's body lay. Just there beside the track, where it comes out of the tunnel.
Ah, yes, interesting. Most interesting. Do you notice the presence of anything, Watson?
No. Nothing. Nothing at all, Holmes.
Well, shall I put it then, the absence of anything?
There. Of course. Of blood.
Just so. And yet, as I understand it, there was a considerable wound, Lestrade.
The bone was crushed right into the head.
The railway carriage, then, if he was murdered in a carriage, must be covered in blood.
No, Doctor. Every single carriage on this line that night has been examined.
Inside?
Of course. Where else?
Nothing. I suppose, Lestrade, that except at a junction like Aldgate here, there are no great numbers of points on a railway system like this.
Oh, I know very few, I'd say.
Yet here there are so many, you see, and all on a curve, just as the lines begin to come out of the station. Well. The case grows in interest, Watson. I must study Mycroft's list of spies in the hansom. Thank you, Lestrade. I shall be in touch with you when Watson and I have paid our little visit.
Our visit home?
Yes, to Berkeley Square.
But Cadogan West lived at Woolwich.
Nevertheless, we visit Berkeley Square. Come, Watson. Our business is with Sir James Walter, the distinguished government expert whose decorations and accomplishments fill at least 2 whole columns in Who's Who. Good day, Lestrade.
Yet in this case of surprises, we still had one more when we arrived at Berkeley Square. We were ushered into a dimly lit drawing room in the house of the great statesman-scientist, and we were joined there by a very tall and handsome gentleman of 50 or so, who introduced himself as Sir James' brother, Colonel Valentine. And from him we learnt, to our distress, that Sir James was dead.
This morning, Mr. Holmes, this morning. You will forgive me, I've hardly recovered from the blow.
I'm deeply sorry, Colonel Valentine, deeply sorry. How did he die, may I ask?
It was this horrible scandal of the plans. My brother was a man of very sensitive honor. The papers were in his charge, you understand. It broke his heart.
Yes, sincerely sorry. We had hoped that he might give us some indications that would help us to clear the matter up.
Well, it was as much a mystery to him as to all of us, Dr. Watson.
He had no doubt, I suppose, that Cadogan West was guilty.
None, sir. Consider the facts, after all. The young fellow and his fiancée were walking to Woolwich Theatre that night. Suddenly, as they were passing the naval offices, he darted away and left her in the fog.
And she never saw him again. Dreadful. But why this sudden disappearance? Can you explain it?
Obviously gone to steal the papers. No doubt some agent had corrupted him. He needed money. He took the papers to London and met his death by some form of double-crossing, as I believe it's known in such circles.
Yes, of course. That's the only explanation indeed.
But you can understand, Mr. Holmes, how deeply disturbed I am.
Naturally, Colonel. Forgive me for having taken up so much of your time already. Come, Watson, we must take our leave. Goodbye, Colonel.
Good day, sir.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
And now, Watson, to Baker Street. Then I shall leave you for a little on business of my own, but we shall meet again later tonight at Goldoni's restaurant in the Gloucester Road in Kensington. You'll join me there at 9, Watson, and kindly bring a jemmy, a dark lantern, and a revolver with you.
It had to be. Once more, Sherlock Holmes was at his most mysterious. I watched him, in Baker Street, pore over a map of London, consulting again and again the list of known foreign agents which Mycroft had given him.
There are numerous small fry, but only 3 key men worth considering in connection with the sale of the plans to a foreign power. Adolf Meyer in Westminster, Louis La Rothiere in Notting Hill, and Hugo Oberstein of Caulfield Gardens, Kensington.
Yet how could Holmes tell which of the 3 was most likely? In the late afternoon he went out. The fog was still persistent, although less heavy than in the morning, and just before 9 I made my own way through it, wrapped heavily in a bulging overcoat, and so met him, as arranged, in Goldoni's restaurant, where he'd just finished dinner.
Watson, my dear, infallible Watson, let me offer you a cup of coffee.
No, thanks.
Well, this is quite a singular adventure, Watson. I fear that up to now I've kept you rather in the dark.
You always do.
The tools I mentioned, the burglar's tools, you've got them.
Under my coat. That's why I haven't dared to take it off.
Excellent. The proprietor's been so very kind as to present me with this cigar. Do have it, my dear fellow.
No, thank you.
They're less poisonous than one would expect.
Oh, well, thank you. But I'd rather have an explanation.
Well, so you shall. What is it exactly that you want me to explain?
Whose house is it we're going to burgle?
Oh, yes, of course. The house of Mr. Hugo Oberstein at 13 Caulfield Gardens.
What, the 3rd name on your brother's list?
The same. Come, Watson. Waiter, my hat and coat. It is time for us to go.
But how do you know that Oberstein's the one? There were 3 names on the list.
By the fact that there was no blood beside the railway line at Aldgate Station or in any of the railway carriages of the trains that night.
But, my dear Holmes...
Come, it isn't such a mystery. Quite elementary, in fact. It all hinges on the fact that this young man had no ticket in his pocket.
Meaning simply that he must have lost it once he was in the train?
Meaning that he was never in the train at all.
Good heavens.
But consider, Watson, is it a coincidence that the body is found at the very point where the train pitches and sways as it comes round a curve over the railway points? The body was on the roof, Watson. The roof.
The roof? Of course.
He had met his death elsewhere, and then the body was laid on the roof of a carriage, and it rolled off onto the line at Aldgate just as the train swung round. There was no blood, of course, because the murder had been done elsewhere.
Couldn't he have been dropped from a bridge?
Impossible. The carriage roofs are slightly rounded. He was placed.
Placed? Placed? But how? And where?
Barely 100 yards from where we are now.
Huh?
It's a simple matter of consulting a map of London, my dear fellow, as I did, and I found that of the addresses given to us by Mycroft, the only one adjacent to this particular branch of the Aldgate line is number 13, Coalfield Gardens.
Oberstein's house. Oh, splendid, Holmes, splendid. You've never risen to a greater height.
Thank you, my dear fellow. And here, if I'm not mistaken, is the house itself. I've been able to ascertain that Oberstein left hastily for the continent yesterday afternoon, so we plainly cannot call upon him in the ordinary way, and so we shall burgle his empty house for evidence. There seems to be nobody in sight. Are you quite ready, Watson?
Yes. It's not the first time that we've gone housebreaking, is it? We're almost experts. Remember the Milverton case, Holmes? Oh, dash it.
Now, Watson, control yourself. I thought we were supposed to be experts.
Yes, well, the Milverton case was 13 years ago.
Yes, time flies, does it not? Here we are. I fancy this back room is the one we're looking for.
Yes, you were right about the railway, Holmes. It's just below the window.
I thought so.
One of those places where the underground comes to the surface. Deuced noisy house to live in, I'd say.
But a convenient one for the disposing of corpses. Listen, there's a train coming now. You stay there, Watson, and watch how closely beneath the window the carriage roofs pass.
What are you doing, Holmes?
Prowling about, seeing what I can find.
The missing papers, eh?
Of course not. There's someone on the continent by this time. No, anything I can lay my hands on that might serve as a there's a box here.
What's in it, Holmes?
Attend to your own business, man. The train. Push open the window.
Only a few feet, Holmes. A few feet below us.
Just so. And given the fact that a train pulled up outside there that night, as I've checked they sometimes do, because of an intersection beyond the tunnel.
The thing's simplicity itself. And look, Holmes. Here are bloodstains on the sill.
Oh, you're becoming quite observant, my dear fellow. I noticed them the moment we came in. However, this little box, do you see it?
What's in it?
Cuttings. From the personal column of the Globe newspaper, if I'm not mistaken, judging by the print and colour. As you know, I've made a study of such things.
Hold the lantern, Holmes. Let me see.
Yeah, they're pinned together in consecutive order. It's plainly the way in which Oberstein communicated with his confederate.
Here we see. Yes. Stuff waits you when goods delivered, terms agreed, signed, Pierrot. And here's another. It's the last of them. Look, Holmes. Monday night after 9, 2 taps. Payment in hard cash when commission fulfilled.
Also signed Pierrot. And Monday night. Significant, Watson. I think that a visit to the Globe offices would not be amiss before we retire for the night. Then a lazy day tomorrow, perhaps, except that you'll have a couple of telegrams to send off.
Telegrams to whom?
One to my brother and the other to Lestrade, asking them both to meet us in this house here tomorrow evening, just before 9 o'clock.
In this household?
Yes, the front room this time, I think. Yes, the front room.
What I don't understand is why you brought us here to Kensington at this time of night, Mr. Holmes.
To show you the thief, Mycroft. Have you seen the latest message from Pierrot? Show him this morning's newspaper, Watson.
Yes, there you are.
Tonight, same hour, same place, 2 taps. Your own safety at stake.
My dear Sherlock, if he answers that, we've got him.
That's exactly what I thought myself when I put it in.
Unless it was Cadogan West after all, of course, in which case he can't come.
Oh, I fancy it wasn't West.
No, no young man would think to leave his fiancée alone in a foggy street while he rushed off to commit a daring robbery. He'd planned more carefully so as to be alone at the time. No.
No, wait, Holmes, wait. Footsteps. Someone's coming to the front door.
Excellent. Do you three hide behind this inner one, whilst I go and let him in. Come in, sir, this way. You're expected. Now, Watson, on him! The strange, that's a man!
Got him, Mr. Holmes! Got him!
What's this? What's this, I say?
Colonel Walter. Colonel Valentine Walter.
The same. I wasn't quite sure till now if he was the bird we were looking for. Well, Mycroft?
Sir James's brother. I should have known.
I demand an explanation. I came here to visit Mr. Oberstein.
Of course you did. And we know why, sir. We know everything.
How any English gentleman could behave in such a manner is beyond my comprehension, sir.
Oh, it's true. Before heaven, it's true. Don't think I haven't hated myself every minute of it. Thank heavens it's over at last.
Colonel Walter, you must have taken an impression of your brother's keys.
Yes. I was in need of cash. I'd been gambling. I knew I could get money from Oberstein. I went to the Woolwich office that night and
Yes, and young West must have seen you and recognized you in the fog as he passed there with his fiancée.
Yes. He'd been suspicious of you for some time. He left his private concerns and followed you like the good citizen he was.
And then I suppose he saw you steal the papers and he came after you to this house and to his death.
Oh, before heaven, I didn't kill him, gentlemen. It was Oberstein when he rushed to the door and demanded what we were going to do with the plans.
Yes, but you helped to lay him on the roof of the train when it stopped outside.
Yes, I helped. Oberstein made me.
Why did you put the 7 papers in his pocket?
To divert suspicion. To make everyone think it was West who was the thief. Oberstein kept the important ones, the only ones he needed.
Your brother, Sir James Walter, suspected you too. It was that killed him.
Yes, he suspected too. He saw me with his keys one day.
Now, you have an address for Oberstein on the continent, I presume.
Yes.
You'll write to him then. You'll tell him that you have discovered an important detail missing from the plans he has. You'll say that you can't leave the country yourself, so that he must come back to you. You'll meet him, say, in the smoking room at the Charing Cross Hotel at noon on Saturday next. Will that serve, Mycroft?
Quite admirably, Sherlock. I could hardly have conceived it better myself. I'll be very surprised indeed if it doesn't fetch our man.
And it did. It's a matter of history now how Oberstein came to the lure and was safely engulfed for 15 years in a British prison. In his trunk were the vital papers, which he put up for auction in all the naval centres of Europe. As to Holmes, I learned not long afterwards that he spent a day at Windsor, whence he returned with a remarkably fine emerald tie-pin. He told me that it was a present from a gracious lady in whose interests he'd carried out a small commission. Then, as he played his violin that evening, his eyes travelled slowly from the pin where it lay on the table to those famous revolver practice marks he once had made on the wall of our sitting room, spelling out V.R. And it required no great effort of his own deductive methods for me to guess the lady's august name, and to reflect that the emerald pin would forever recall to my friend's memory the notable adventure of the Bruce Partington plan.
sir? Mrs. Hunt.
Oh, whatever's wrong, sir? You're hurt.
Not hurt. Ill. Very ill.
Get you to your bed, and then I'll go straight round for a doctor.
No.
Sir.
No doctor.
Mr. Holmes.
You hear me, Mrs. Hudson? No doctor.
But there's Dr. Watson, sir. Surely I can fetch him.
Not Watson. Not anyone. No doctors, Mrs. Hudson. No doctor.
Only delirium could make Holmes turn on me, Dr. Watson, who had so often shared the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And still I could not bring myself to think that I was standing by his deathbed. I knew his great strength, but I will tell you about the dying detective. Sherlock Holmes' landlady at 221B Baker Street, Mrs. Hudson, was a long-suffering woman. She had the very worst tenant in London. Incredible untidiness, undesirable characters visiting at all hours, indoor revolver practice, weird and malodorous scientific experiments. All these and the atmosphere of violence and danger which hung around him. But his payments for her first-floor set of rooms were princely, and Mrs. Hudson never interfered. In fact, I think she was quite fond of him. Certainly when she hurried into my consulting room, her anxious face told me more than words that something serious must be amiss with my old friend.
Dr. Watson, sir, he's dying.
Dying? Not Mr. Holmes.
I don't think he'll last the day.
But this is the first I've
Oh,
heard.
you must come at once, sir, or it may be too late. I've kept my cab waiting outside.
But of course, immediately. Just let me get my bag. And as we drive, I hope you'll tell me what on earth happened.
There's little I can tell you, Dr. Watson. He's been sinking steadily for 3 days.
3 days, and you've only just come to me?
Oh, I couldn't, sir. I wasn't allowed.
Wasn't allowed?
No.
Now, look here, Mrs. Hudson. I think I'd better have your account calmly and from the beginning, if you please.
Yes, sir. Well, Mr. Holmes has been working on some case down near the river at Rotherhithe just lately.
I see.
Well, you know what it is for coming in at all hours. I was just taking my lamp to go through to my bed on Wednesday night when I heard a faint knocking at the street door. I went to see who it could be. Oh, Mr. Holmes, sir.
Mrs. Hunt.
Oh, whatever's wrong, sir? You're hurt.
Not hurt. Ill. Very ill.
Get you to your bed, and then I'll go straight round for a doctor.
No.
Sir.
No doctor.
Mr. Holmes.
You hear me, Mrs. Hudson? No doctor.
But there's Dr. Watson, sir. Surely I can fetch him.
Not Watson. Not anyone. No doctors, Mrs. Hudson. No doctors.
I never heard anything so incredible in my life, Mrs.
I
Hudson.
tried to insist, but you know how masterful Mr. Holmes can be.
Yes, but 3 days.
Without a bite to eat or a drop to drink.
What?
Oh, I've tried so hard, sir. I really have.
I'm sure you have, Mrs. Hudson.
And he touched nothing. Whenever I mentioned a doctor, even you, sir, he made me promise again I'd do nothing. Although only this afternoon when I saw his face, I knew that he's not long for this world.
Oh.
I told him I was fetching you at once.
And he allowed it?
Well, I thought he didn't hear. He was so weak and listless. But when I told him again, he whispered, "Well, let it be Watson, then."
Well, that's something to be thankful for. I only hope we're in time. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. I'll call if I need you.
Very good,
sir. Who's there?
It's me, Holmes. Watson.
Well, Watson, we seem to have fallen on evil days.
My dear fellow.
No! Keep back! Stand right back! Don't come near!
Now, look here, Holmes.
It's for your sake, Watson. I've contracted a coolie disease from Sumatra. Very little known except that it's absolutely deadly and horribly contagious. So must keep away.
Good heavens, do you suppose such a consideration weighs with me? Even if I weren't a doctor, do you think it would stop me doing my duty to an old friend? Now, let's have a good look at you.
No! Stand back!
Now, see here, Holmes.
If you stay where you are, I'll talk to you. If you will not, you can get out.
Holmes.
If you will stay where you...
Holmes, you aren't yourself. You're sick and helpless as a child. Whether you like it or not, I'm going to examine you and treat you.
If I'm to be forced to have a doctor, at least let me have someone in whom I have confidence.
You have none in me, then?
In your friendship, certainly. But facts are facts. As a medical man, you're a mere general practitioner of limited experience and mediocre qualifications.
Well, really.
It's painful to say such things, but you leave me no choice.
Thank you. Such a remark is unworthy of you, Holmes. It shows me very clearly the state of your nerves. Still, I will not intrude my services. But what I shall do is to summon Sir Jasper Meek or Penrose Fisher, or any of the other best men in London I can collect.
You mean well, Watson, but what do you or they know of Tapanuli fever?
Tapanuli?
What do you know of the Black Formosa corruption?
Never heard of either of them.
Nor have your colleagues. There are many problems of disease, many strange pathological possibilities peculiar to the East. So I've learned during some of my recent researches. It was in the course of one of them that I contracted this complaint. I assure you, Watson, you can do nothing.
Oh, can't I? I happen to know, Holmes, that the greatest living authority on tropical disease, Dr. Ainstree, is in London just now.
You shall have your way.
Good.
Only give me time to collect my strength. It's 4 o'clock now. At 6, you can go.
This is insanity.
No, I must sleep. I feel exhausted.
I stood for a few minutes, looking at the silent figure on the bed. And then, unable to think of sitting down, I paced up and down the room. Finally, in this aimless perambulation, I came to the mantelpiece, littered with pipes, tobacco pouches, syringes, penknives, revolver cartridges, almost everything you could think of. In the midst of all this was a small black and white ivory box with a sliding lid. It was a neat little thing, and I was just stretching out my hand to examine it more closely when...
No! No, Watson, no!
Hey, what?
Put it down! Down this instant. Do as I say.
Now, look here, Holmes, I really think...
I hate to have my things touched. You know that I hate it.
Holmes,
you fidget me beyond endurance. You, a doctor, you're enough to drive a patient into an asylum. Sit down, man. Let me have my rest.
This incident left a most unpleasant impression on my mind. Of all ruins, I reflected that of a noble mind is the most deplorable. I sat in silent dejection until the stipulated time had passed. He seemed in his sleep to have been watching the clock as well, for it was hardly 6 before he began to talk with the same feverish animation as before.
You will now light the gas, Watson, please. But you will be very careful that not for 1 instant shall it be more than half on.
As you wish.
Now, I implore you to be careful.
Right.
Thank you. Excellent. No, you needn't draw the blind. Now, have the kindness to place some of that litter from the mantelpiece on this table next to me.
Oh, very well,
Watson, you'll see some sugar tongs there.
Yes?
Use them to lift that little ivory box carefully.
Mm-hmm.
Carefully now.
Yes. There we are.
Now bring it here and place it amongst these other things.
There.
So, good. You may now go and fetch a specialist.
Well, thank heaven for that.
His name is Mr. Calverton Smith of 13 Lower Burke Street.
Smith? I've never even heard the name.
Possibly not. It may surprise you to know that the one man who knows everything about this disease is not a medical man. He's a planter. An outbreak of this disease upon his plantation caused him to study intensely.
He's only a
He's
planter.
a very methodical man. And I asked you not to go before 6 because I knew you wouldn't find him in his study until then.
Holmes, I've never heard such a foolish...
You would tell him exactly how you've left me. A dying man. A dying man. My life depends on him, Watson. But you will have to plead with him to come here. There's no good feeling between us. He has a grudge. I rely on you to soften him. Beg him, Watson. Pray him. But get him here by any means. He can save me. Only he.
Oh, very well. I'll bring him in a cab, even if I have to carry him down.
You do nothing of the sort.
What?
You will persuade him to come. And then you will return before him.
Why?
Make any excuse so as not to come with him. Now, don't forget that, Watson.
No, of course.
You won't fail me.
I'm going, Holmes. Say no more. I'm going.
Now, my dear sir, kindly take a chair.
Thank you.
Holmes, ill, you say?
Desperately.
I only know Mr. Holmes through some business dealings we've had, but I've every respect for his talents and character. He is an amateur of crime, as I am of disease. For him, the villain. For me, the microbe. There are my prisons, Doctor.
Huh?
Those jars on the table there.
I see.
Amongst those gelatine cultivations, some of the very worst offenders in the world are now doing time.
It is on account of your special knowledge that Mr. Holmes wishes to see you, Mr. Smith.
See me?
He has a very high opinion of you. He thought you were the one man in London who could help him.
And why should Mr. Holmes think I can help him?
Your knowledge of Eastern diseases.
But why should he think that this disease which he has contracted is Eastern?
Well, it seems likely. He's been working amongst Chinese sailors down in the docks.
How long has he been ill?
About 3 days.
Is he delirious?
Occasionally.
This sounds serious, Doctor.
It is indeed.
It would be inhuman not to answer his call. I very much resent any interruption to my work, but on this occasion, I will come with you at once.
Thank you, but I have another appointment.
Very well, then. I will go alone.
Thank you.
Number 221B, Baker Street, isn't it?
That's correct.
Then you can rely on my being there within half an hour at the most.
Well, did you see him, Watson?
He'll be here soon, Holmes. Took me some minutes to find a cab, but...
Did he ask what ailed me?
Yes, I told him about the Chinese down in the docks.
Exactly. Well, Watson, you've done all a good friend could. You may now disappear from the scene.
Disappear? I want to hear what he says. I want to hear every word of this medical expert's opinion.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Of course. I think you will just find room behind the head of my bed.
What, hide?
I have reasons to suppose that his opinion will be much more frank and valuable if he imagines he's alone with me.
Listen, that's probably him now.
Then get behind the bed, Watson, and don't budge whatever happens.
Right.
Whatever happens, do you hear?
All right.
Just listen. Don't speak. Don't move. Just listen with all your ears.
Oh, very well.
As you wish.
So, Holmes, it's come to this, then.
Oh, Smith? Is that you?
Yes.
I hardly dared hope you would come.
I should imagine not. And yet, you see, I'm here. Coals of fire, Holmes. Coals of fire.
Noble of you.
Yes, isn't it?
I appreciate your special knowledge.
Then you're the only man in London who does. Do you know what is the matter with you?
Same as young Victor, your nephew.
Ah, then you recognize the symptoms.
Yes.
Well, then it's a bad lookout for you. Poor Victor was a strong, hearty young fellow, but a dead man on the 4th day. As you said at the time, it was rather surprising that he should contract an out-of-the-way Asiatic disease in the heart of London, a disease of which I have made such a very special study. And now you, Holmes. Singular coincidence, Or are you going to start making accusations once again about cause and effect and so on?
I knew you caused Victor Savage's death.
Did you? Well, proving it is a different matter, Holmes. But what do you think of yourself? Spreading lying reports about me one moment, then crawling to me for help the next.
Only cure me, and I promise to forget.
Forget what?
About Victor Savage's death.
Oh, well.
You as good as admitted just now that you had done it. I swear I will forget.
Forget it. Remember it. Do as you like. I don't see you in any witness box, Holmes. Quite another shaped box, I assure you. But first, how did you get this disease?
Working amongst Chinese sailors. Down at the docks.
Proud of your brains, aren't you? Think yourself smart? Well, you've met a smarter one this time. Getting painful, is it? It takes you as a cramp, I fancy.
Yes, it's cramp.
Well, you can still hear me. Now, can you remember any unusual incident just about the time your symptoms began?
I can't think. My mind is gone. Help me, Smith.
Did anything come to you through the post, for instance?
By post?
A little box, perhaps? Listen, Holmes. You shall hear me. Don't you remember a box? A little ivory box? It came on Wednesday. You opened it. Do you remember?
Yes. I opened it. There was something sharp inside. I pricked my finger. Some sort of joke.
It was no joke, Holmes. You fool! Who asked you to cross my path? If you'd only left me alone, I would never have hurt you.
The box. Yes, this one. Here on the table.
Ah, by George, so it is. Well, it leaves this room in my pocket. And there's your last shred of evidence gone. But you have the truth now, Holmes. You can die knowing that I killed you. You knew too much about what happened to Victor Savage, so you must share his fate.
No.
Yes, Holmes. You're very near your end now. I'll sit here and watch you die.
It's getting so dark. I can't see. Smith. Smith, are you there?
Yes.
The gas. For pity's sake, turn up the gas.
Ah, the shadows begin to fall, do they, Holmes? Yes, I'll turn up the gas for you. I can watch your face more plainly then. There. Now, is there any further service I can render you?
If you please, a cigarette and a match.
What? What's the meaning of this?
The best way of successfully acting a part is to be it. What? I give you my word that for 3 days I have neither tasted food nor drink.
You mean you...
But it was the lack of tobacco I found most irksome. Here are some cigarettes. And some matches, too.
That's better. You devil. You absolute devil.
Hello. Do I hear the step of a friend?
What?
Mr. Holmes?
Inspector Morton, all is in order, and this is your man.
What is the meaning of this?
Calvert and Smith, I arrest you on the charge of the murder of one Victor Savage. And I must warn you that anything you say...
You bet nothing on me. It's all a trick. It's a pack of lies.
Yourself? Oh, get yourself hurt.
Well, get
Put
away.
the cuffs on him, Constable.
No.
That'll do.
By the way, Inspector, you might add the attempted murder of one Sherlock Holmes to that charge.
Don't listen to him.
And you'll find a small box in the right-hand pocket of your prisoner's coat. They leave it on the table here. Handle it gingerly, though. It may play its part at his trial.
Trial? You'll be the one in the dock, Holmes. Inspector, he asked me to come here to cure him. He was ill, and I was sorry for him, so I came. Now he'll pretend I've said anything he cares to invent that will corroborate his insane suspicions. Well, you can lie as you like, Holmes. My word's as good as yours.
Good heavens! I'd completely forgotten him.
Forgotten who, sir?
Watson, my dear fellow, do come out.
Oh, what the devil are you doing?
I owe you 1,000 apologies. To think that I should have overlooked you.
Oh, it's all right, Holmes. Just a bit cramped, that's all.
What is all this?
I need not introduce you to Mr. Calvert and Smith, since I understand you met somewhat earlier in the evening.
You mean you had all this planned?
Of course, to the last detail. I think I may say it worked very well. With your assistance, Smith, of course.
Mine?
You saved an invalid trouble by giving my signal to Inspector Morton waiting outside.
What?
You turned up the gas.
I'd better take him along now, sir. We'll see you down at the yard presently, perhaps.
Very well, Inspector. And many thanks.
Goodbye, Inspector. Well,
Well, Watson. There's a bottle of claret on the chest of drawers over there.
Good.
It's uncorked. Yes, and some biscuits in a tin. If you'll be so kind, I'm badly in need of both.
Certainly. You know, Holmes, this seems a pretty elaborate way to go about catching that. I mean, taking in Mrs. Hudson and me like that, scaring us half to death.
Well, it was very essential that I should make Mrs. Hudson believe in my condition. She was to convey it to you, and you to him.
Yes, but all the same...
Now, don't be offended, my good Watson. You must admit that among your many talents, dissimulation scarcely finds a place. If you'd shared my secret, you'd never have been able to impress Smith with the urgent necessity of coming to me.
No, I suppose not.
You see, it was the vital point of the whole scheme. I knew his vindictive nature, and I was certain he'd come to gloat over his handiwork.
But your appearance, Holmes, your face, you really do look ghastly.
3 days of absolute fast does not improve one's beauty, Watson. For the rest, there's nothing that the sponge won't cure. Vaseline to produce the glistening forehead, belladonna in the eyes, rouge over the cheekbones, and crusts of beeswax around one's lips.
That's what you... And why wouldn't you let me near you? There was no risk of infection.
Oh, can you ask me, my dear Watson?
Yes, I can.
Do you imagine that I've really no respect for your medical talents? Or that your astute judgment would be deceived by a dying man with no rise of pulse or temperature? At 4 yards distance, I could deceive you.
This box there.
No, Watson, I wouldn't touch it. You can just see if you look at the side, where the sharp blade emerges as you open it. I dare say it was by some such device that poor young Savage was done to death. He stood between that monster and an inheritance, you know.
Then it's true, Holmes. You might have been killed, too.
As you know, my correspondence is a varied one. I'm somewhat on my guard against the knit packages which reach me. But I saw that by pretending that he'd succeeded in his design, I might be enabled to surprise a confession out of it. That pretense, I think I may claim to have carried out with the thoroughness of a true artist.
You certainly did, Holmes. Some more biscuits?
No, thank you, Watson. Let us preserve our appetite. When we've finished at the police station, I think something nutritious at Pagani's would not be out of place.
Yes. Let's start with a couple of dozen oysters. The Dying Detective was another story of Sherlock Holmes from the inspired pen of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. In real life, I'm an actor, and my name is Norman Shelley. My old friend, Carlton Hobbs, played the part of Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Production was by the British Broadcasting Corporation from London. Script by Michael Hardwick. I hope I may look forward to the pleasure of your company again before very long for more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Young man, and Holmes and I both felt it keenly. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Permit me to consult my notes, and I will tell you what happened in the case of the Three Gables, which began, I think, rather remarkably. I don't think any of my adventures with Mr. Sherlock Holmes opened quite so abruptly or so dramatically as that which I associate with the Three Gables. Holmes was in a chatty mood that morning. He just curled down with his pipe in his mouth on the well-worn armchair across the far side from me when our visitor arrived. If I'd said that a mad bull had arrived, it'd give a clearer impression. The devil?
Which of you two is Holmes?
Yes, it is a pleasant morning for the time of year.
Oh, it's you, is it? Well, see here. Keep your hands out of other folks' business. Leave folks to manage their own affairs. Got that?
You know, I'd wanted to meet you for some time. Aren't you Steve Dixie, the bruiser?
What if I am?
I was just recalling the killing of young Perkins outside the Holborn bar.
Look, I don't have nothing to do with Perkins. I was training at a bull ring in Birmingham when he got done in.
Really? Well, all the same, I've got my eye on you, Steve. You and Barney Stockdale.
So help me.
That's enough. I can pick you up whenever I want you. Now get out of here.
No, there ain't no hard feelings, Mr. Holmes. Nothing personal.
There will be unless you tell me who sent you.
Well, ain't no secret about that. Stockdale sent me. Him you just mentioned.
Then what's it all about?
So help me, I don't know. Stevie says, you go and see Mr. Holmes and tell him his life ain't safe if he goes down Harrow way. That's the truth. Honest.
I'll believe you, but no one else would. Now, get out.
Sure, Mr. Holmes, sure. I'm going. Morning. Morning, gents. Both.
A great muscular, foolish, blustering baby.
Well, you turned him down easily enough.
This fellow Barney Stockdale's rather more astute. They belong to the Spencer John gang. Assaults, intimidations, and the like. They've taken part in some dirty work lately, which I may clear up when I have the time.
But why do they want to intimidate you?
It's this Harrow Weald case.
Something new to me, Holmes.
I was just settling down to tell you about it before we had this comic interlude. Here's a note from the lady concerned, Mrs. Maberly.
Thank you. Dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I've had a succession of strange incidents occur to me in connection with this house, and I should much value your advice. You would find me at home any time tomorrow. The house is within a short walk of the Weald station. I believe that my late husband, Mortimer Maberly, was one of your clients. Yours faithfully, Mary Maberly. The Three Gables, Harrow Weald.
I wasn't at all sure whether to go. But if it's worth anybody's while to take the trouble to try to stop me, then there must be something in it. Care to come with me?
Of course.
Excellent. We'll wire her and set off at once. I remember your husband well, madam, though it's some years since he used my services.
Probably you'll be more familiar with the name of my son, Douglas, Mr. Holmes.
Douglas Maberly? The Douglas Maberly?
Dear me, are you the mother of Douglas Maberly?
Yes.
I knew him slightly, but then all London knew him. What a magnificent figure of a man.
Where is he these days, Mrs. Maberly?
He's dead.
Dead?
He was an attaché at our embassy in Rome. He died there of pneumonia last month.
Oh, I am sorry, Mrs. Maberly. One cannot connect death with such a man.
You remember him as he was. Debonair and splendid. You didn't see the moody, morose, brooding creature into which he developed. In a single month, I seem to see my son turn into a worn-out, cynical man.
A love affair? A woman?
Or a fiend. But it was not to talk of my poor boy that I asked you to come, Mr. Holmes.
Of course.
Well, 3 days ago, I had a call from a man who said he was a house agent. He said that this house would exactly suit a client of his, and that if I would part with it, money would be no object.
Strange sort of approach.
That was how it seemed to me, Doctor. Especially since there are several empty houses in the market in this neighborhood which appear to be equally eligible. However, I was interested in what he said. I named a price which was £500 more than I gave. But he closed at once. But added that his client would wish to buy the furniture as well and asked me to put a price on it. Well, some of this furniture is for my old home, and it is, as you see, very good. So I named a good round sum.
Very understandable.
To this, he also agreed. I'd always wanted to travel, and the whole bargain was so good that it really seemed that I should be my own mistress for the rest of my life.
But there's been a hitch.
Yes, yesterday. The man arrived with the agreement all drawn up. Well, luckily, I showed it to Mr. Sutro.
Who?
My lawyer.
Oh, yes.
And he said to me, "This is a very strange document. Are you aware that if you sign it, you could not legally take anything out of the house? Not even your own private possessions?"
Good heavens.
Yes.
So what did you do, Mrs. Mabley?
Well, when the man came again in the evening, I pointed this out and said that I meant only to sell the furniture. And he said, no, it must be everything. Well, naturally, I argued about my clothes, my jewels, and in the end, he agreed to make some concession as to personal effects. But he insisted that nothing must leave the house unchecked.
Did he give any reason for this extraordinary demand?
Nothing. Beyond saying that his client was a very liberal man, but had certain fads and fancies and his own way of doing things.
Evidently. Then what was the outcome?
I refused. Much as I was tempted by the money, and I couldn't bring myself to give in to such terms. What is it, Mr. Holmes? Where are you going? Susan!
Oh, leave me alone. What do you think you're doing?
What is this, Susan?
Oh, Mama, I was just coming to ask if the visitors were staying for lunch, but this man jumps out and drags me in like you see.
I've been listening to her for the last 5 minutes, Mrs. Mabley. People who wheeze shouldn't listen at...
What right you got to go pulling a girl about like that?
It was merely that I wished to ask a question in your presence. Mrs. Mabley, did you mention to anyone that you were going to write to me and consult me?
No, Mr. Holmes, I did not.
Who posted your letter?
Susan did.
Exactly. Now, Susan, to whom did you write or send a message to say that your mistress was asking advice from me?
Oh, it's a lie. I sent no message.
Now, Susan, queasy people may not live long, you know. It's a wicked thing to tell fibs. Who was it?
Susan, I believe you're a bad, treacherous woman. I remember now seeing you speaking to someone over the hedge.
That was my own business.
Suppose I tell you it was Barney Stockdale.
Well, if you know what you want to ask me for.
I wasn't sure, but I know now. Well, now, Susan, it will be worth £10 to you if you will tell me who is at the back of Barney.
Someone that could lay down £1,000 for every 10 you've got in the world.
A rich man, eh? Ah, you smile. A rich woman.
Well,
And now that we've got so far, you might as well give me her name and earn your tenner.
Oh, I'm clearing out of here. I've had enough of the lot of you. I'll send for my box tomorrow.
Goodbye, Susan. Paregoric is the stuff of that chest of yours. Now, Mrs. Mabley, this gang means business. Look how closely they play the game. Your letter to me had the 10 p.m. postmark. Yet Susan passes the word to Barney. Barney goes to his employer. A plan is formed. Big Steve Dixie is called in. And I'm warned off, all by 11 o'clock next morning. That's quick work, you know.
Yes, I see. But what do they want?
Who had this house before you, Mrs. Mabley?
A retired sea captain called Ferguson.
Anything remarkable about him?
Not to my knowledge.
I was wondering whether he'd buried some treasure in the house, Holmes.
At first I thought of some buried valuables. But why, in that case, should they want your furniture? You don't happen to have a Raphael or a First Folio Shakespeare without knowing it.
What I can't understand, Holmes, is why they don't openly say what they do want.
Because as I read it, my dear Watson, there's something which Mrs. Mabley doesn't know she has, and which she wouldn't give up if she did know.
Ah, that's it.
Dr. Watson agrees, so that's settled.
But what can it be, Mr. Holmes?
Let us see whether we can get it to a finer point by purely mental analysis. Now, you've been in this house a year, I believe.
Nearly 2.
All the better. During this long period, no one has wanted anything from you. Now, suddenly, within 3 or 4 days, you have urgent demands. What would you gather from that?
I really don't know.
Holmes, it must mean that the object, whatever it may be, has only just come into the house.
Bravo, Watson. Has any object just arrived?
No, I've bought nothing new this year.
Indeed? This is very remarkable. Is that lawyer of yours a capable man?
Oh, Mr. Sutro is most capable.
Have you another maid, or was the fair Susan alone?
I have a young girl.
Then try to get your lawyer, Mr. Sutro, to spend a night or 2 in the house. You may need protection.
Protection? Against whom?
Who knows? The matter is certainly obscure. Did this house agent give an address?
Only his name. Haynes Johnson.
I don't think we shall find him in the directory. Honest businessmen don't conceal their place of business. Well, you'll let me know any fresh developments.
Yes, most certainly, Mr. Holmes.
You may rely upon it that I shall see your case through.
That was very good of you to come.
Not at all. These trunks and suitcases in the hall.
Yes?
I see they're labeled from Italy.
Yes. They're Douglas's things.
You haven't unpacked them?
Mm-mm.
How long have you had them?
They arrived last week.
But you said... Why, surely this might be the missing link. How do we know there isn't something of value in there?
But there couldn't possibly be. Douglas only had his pay and a small annuity. What could he have of value?
Delay no longer, Mrs. Maberly. Have these things taken up to your bedroom. Examine them as soon as possible and see what they contain. I will come tomorrow and hear your report.
Well, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I'll do just what you say.
Good. Well, thank you, Mrs. Maberly. Good day, madam.
Good day, ma'am.
Good day, gentlemen.
How are you going to find out who's behind it then, Holmes?
I think this is a case for Langdale Pike.
Langdale Pike? Who's he?
Langdale Pike, my dear Watson, is my human book of reference on all matters of social scandal. He spends his waking hours in the bow window of the St. James's Street Club. And he's the receiving station and transmitter of all the gossip of the metropolis.
Ah.
Yes, this is a case for Langdale Pike. Watson, our ways part here. I have a good many inquiries to pursue, and I probably shan't see you again before morning. Au revoir.
Bye,
I didn't disturb you last night, I hope.
No, I never heard a sound. Holmes, Mrs. Hudson's just given this telegram for you.
Oh, thank you.
Bit early in the morning for that sort of thing, isn't it?
Oh, an unpleasant surprise into the bargain. Please come out at once. Client's house burgled in the night. Police in possession, Sutro.
I say.
There's a great driving power at the back of this business. We must lose no time ourselves.
That's our old friend Lestrade. There's no chance for you in this case, I'm afraid. Just a common or garden burglary, well within the capacity of the poor old police. No experts need apply.
I'm sure the matter is in very good hands, Lestrade. Common burglary, do you say?
Oh, not a doubt. We know who they are and where to find them. That Barney Stockdale lot. Steve Dixie and Co. They've been hanging around here.
Excellent. What did they get?
Oh, nothing much. Chloroformed the lady, though. Oh. Here she is, with her lawyer, Mr. Sutro.
You gave me good advice, Mr. Holmes. Alas, I didn't take it. There's so little to tell. I've no doubt that wicked Susan arranged for them to get in. They must have known the house to an inch. I was conscious for an instant of the chloroform rag being pressed to my mouth, but I've no notion how long I was senseless. When I woke, one man was at the bedside, and another was removing something from my son's baggage, which I'd taken up to my room, as you suggested. I sprang up and seized this man.
You took a big risk, ma'am.
I clung to him, but he shook me off, and the other one must have struck me. I can remember no more. Evidently my little maid, Mary, heard the noise and began screaming out of the window, and that brought the police. But the rascals had got away.
What did they take?
That's what I want to know.
I can't tell you. I'm sure there was nothing of value in my son's trunks, and nothing else is missing.
Any clues, Lestrade?
This sheet of paper, the fellow may have dropped it when Mrs. Mabley tackled him.
Yes, it's in my son's handwriting.
What do you make of this paper?
Well, looks like something he was trying to write. You know, a novel or something.
In fact, it may be the end of this novel, mayn't it?
Huh?
You've noticed the number at the top of the page, 245.
I had noticed that, yes.
And no doubt you asked yourself where the odd 244 pages had got to. Does it suggest anything to you, Inspector?
Yes, it suggests that in their hurry they just grabbed at what came first to hand.
But why should they go to my son's things, Inspector?
Well, ma'am, they found nothing valuable down below, so they tried their luck upstairs. That's how I read it.
Mr. Holmes, what...
I must think it over. Watson? Will you come over here, please?
Certainly. What is it, Holmes?
Read this fragment of the novel, or whatever it is.
Oh, very well. Face bled considerably from the cuts and blows, but it was nothing to the bleeding of his heart as he saw that lovely face, the face for which he had been prepared to sacrifice his very life, looking out at his agony and humiliation. She smiled. Yes, by heaven, she smiled, like the heartless fiend she is, as he looked up at her. It was at that moment that love died and hate was born. Man must live for something. If it is not for your embrace, my lady, then it shall be for your undoing and my complete revenge. I wouldn't commit burglary for that.
But did you notice the grammar?
Huh?
Instead of the heartless fiend she was, it suddenly changed to is, and he to my.
Yes, you're right, Holmes, as though he got so carried away by what he was writing that it seemed as if he was mixed up in it himself.
Precisely. Lestrade is welcome to have this back.
Well, find anything in it, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, here you are, Lestrade. No, I don't think there's anything more for me to do now that the case is in your capable hands.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, by the way, Mrs. Mabley,
Yes?
did you say you wished to travel?
Oh, if I had the money, I should go round the world.
Round the world? Quite so. Well, good morning. I may drop you a line in the evening. Come, Watson. Now, Watson, we're on the last lap of our little journey.
Well, I hope you're not going to drop me off and tell me you'll see me in 24 hours, that's all. If you're near to a solution, I want to be in on it.
My dear fellow, I shouldn't dream of abandoning you. In any case, I shall feel safer with a witness. It's always advisable in dealing with such ladies as Isadora Klein.
Who?
Does the name Isadora Klein convey nothing to you?
No.
She was, of course, the celebrated beauty. There was never a woman to touch her.
You don't...
She married the old German sugar king Klein and presently found herself the richest as well as the loveliest widow on earth. She had several lovers, and Douglas Mabley, one of the most striking men in London, was one of them.
Well, from all I ever heard of Mabley, he was anything but a social butterfly.
True. He was a strong, proud man who gave and expected all. Their association was no mere adventure to him. But she is the belle dame sans merci of fiction. When her caprice is satisfied, the matter is ended. And if the other party can't take her word for it, she knows how to bring it home to him.
Well, then that was his own story he was writing.
Ah, you're piecing it together. I hear also, from my friend Langdale Pike, who supplied all the rest, that Isadora Klein is now about to marry the young Duke of Lomond, who might almost be her son. His Grace's mother might overlook the age question, but a big scandal would be a different matter. Ah, here we are, at Madame Klein's house.
I should like to know the meaning of this intrusion, gentlemen.
I need not explain, madam. I have too much respect for your intelligence to do so. Though I fancy that intelligence has been surprisingly at fault of late.
How so, sir?
In supposing that your hard bullies could frighten me off.
I do not know what you are talking about. What have I to do with hired bullies?
I seem to have overrated your intelligence, madam. Good afternoon. Come, Watson.
Stop! Where are you going?
To Scotland Yard.
Come and sit down, gentlemen. Let us talk this matter over.
Oh, very well.
I feel that I may be frank with you, Mr. Holmes. You have the feelings of a gentleman. How quick a woman's instinct is to find it out. I will treat you as a friend.
I cannot promise to reciprocate, madam. I am not the law, but I represent justice so far as my feeble powers go. I am ready to listen, and then I will tell you how I will act.
No doubt it was foolish of me to threaten a brave man like yourself.
What was really foolish, madam, is that you placed yourself in the power of rascals who may blackmail you or give you away.
No. I am not so simple. No one, save Barney Stockdale and Suzanne, his wife...
Mrs. Mabel is maid?
The same. No one except Stockdale and Suzanne knows who their employer is. They are good hounds who run silent.
Such hounds have a way sooner or later of biting the hand that feeds them. They'll be arrested for the burglary, you know. The police are already after them.
They will take what comes to them without saying more. That is what they are paid for. I shall not appear in the matter.
Unless I bring you into it.
But you would not. You are a gentleman. It is a woman's secret.
You must give back that stolen manuscript.
See here.
In the fire?
What?
It's full of paper ash.
Shall I give that back? Shall I, Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
You've sealed your fate, madam. You've gone too far this time.
How hard you are. Let me tell you the whole story.
I fancy I could tell it to you.
But you must look at it with my eyes, Mr. Holmes. You must understand it from the point of view of a woman who sees all her life's ambition about to be ruined at the last moment. Is such a woman to be blamed if she protects herself?
The original sin was yours.
That I admit. He was a dear boy, Douglas. But he did not fit into my plans. He wanted marriage. Marriage for me, Mr. Holmes, with a penniless commoner. But no, nothing less would serve him. And then he became pertinacious. Because I had given, he seems to think that I still must give, and to him only. Oh, it was intolerable. At last, I had to make him realize it.
By hiring ruffians to beat him under your window.
You do indeed seem to know everything. Well, it's true, Barney and the boys drove him away and were, I admit, a little rough in doing so. But what did he do then? Could I have believed that a gentleman would do such an act?
What did he do?
He wrote a book.
Oh.
He wrote it to tell his own story. I, of course, was the wolf and he the lamb. It was all there, under different names, of course. But who in London would have failed to recognize it? What do you say to that, Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
He was within his rights.
It was as if the air of Italy had got into his blood and brought with it the old, cruel Italian spirit. He wrote to me and sent a copy of his book so that I might have the torture of anticipation. There were 2 copies, he said. One for me, one for his publisher. I knew who his publisher was. I found out that no manuscript had reached him from Italy. Then came Douglas's sudden death. I knew that the manuscript must still be amongst his belongings, and that so long as it existed, there could be no safety for me.
So you had to steal it from his mother's house?
What else could I do, Mr. Holmes? A woman with a scandal hanging over her, and her whole future at stake.
Well. I suppose I shall have to compound a felony as usual.
Mr. Holmes?
Tell me, madam, how much does it cost to go round the world? At first class, of course.
Round the world? I do not understand.
Could it be done on £5,000?
Well, I should think so, certainly.
Very good. Then I think you will sign me a cheque for that amount, and I will see that it reaches Mrs. Mabel. After all the distress she has suffered, you owe her a little change of air. You broke her son's heart.
God knows I am sorry for that. Very well. I will pay her.
And, madam.
Yes?
Have a care. Have a care. Even a woman as beautiful as you cannot play with edged tools forever without cutting those dainty hands.
He's wait, let me out! Oh, God! No! What's this?
Outrage indeed was the torment inflicted on young Victor Hatherley, and clearly a case for my friend Sherlock Holmes. My name is Dr. Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I will tell you about the case of the engineer's thumb. It began with myself asleep and little suspecting the emergency that was to awake me in just a few moments. What is it? Who is it? Oh, well, come in, then, come in.
Sir, there's been an accident, sir. Someone from the railway.
Accident on the railway?
No, it's someone from the railway, sir, from Partington. They're downstairs in the consulting room.
Oh, very well, Lucy. Say, I'll be down in a couple of moments, will you then? I won't keep on waiting. Morning, Dr. Watson. Oh, morning, guard. Haven't seen you around for some weeks now, sir. Well, what is it today? It's this gent here, sir. His hand. In a pretty bad way, it looks to me. One of your men? No, sir. A passenger. Came in by train from Reading way just now. Asked where he could find a doctor quick, so I brought him round here. Bit early, I know, sir. Oh, that's all right, guard. Well, let's have a look at him. Well, if it's all the same to you, sir, I must be getting along again. Got my duty, same as you have, sir. Quite right. Thank you, then. Don't mention it, Dr. Watson. Goodbye, old chap. Hope you'll be all right.
Oh, thanks.
Now, then, let's have a look. Your hand,
My thumb. Off. Right off.
Oh, hold on a moment while I get this handkerchief away. Afraid this long. Steady. Oh, by George.
Bit of a mess, isn't it?
Yeah, soon I get this cleaned up, the better. Now then. Swab. Yeah. Wound like this must have bled terribly.
It did. I fainted at first.
There you go.
When I came round, it was still bleeding, so I wound the handkerchief tight with that twig. That stopped it.
Yeah, lucky if you knew what to do.
Common sense. Matter of hydraulics, that's all.
Huh? Hydraulics?
Hydraulic principle. Cut off the flow from the pump. I'm an engineer, you can probably guess. Hatherley, Victor Hatherley, Victoria Street.
How did it happen? Looks as though something heavy and sharp did it.
Some kind of knife. Only it wasn't an accident, Doctor.
Not an accident?
It was a murderous attack.
An attack? Oh, now, just a moment. Oh, this must be kept up with a sling. Yeah, good. Then I think you ought to tell me a bit more.
I'll be glad to tell someone. Suppose I'll have to tell it all to the police soon enough. Tell you the truth, though. If it weren't for this wound, I doubt they'd believe a word of it. It's an extraordinary story, and I haven't another shred of proof behind me.
Look here, Hatherley, before you go any further, I think I might be able to help you.
What more can you do?
I don't know whether you caught my name, Watson. It might mean something to you if I mention the name of Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes? You mean you're the Dr. Watson?
I am. Well, I was going to say that from the sound of your case so far, this is just the sort of matter for my friend. If your tale's half so strange as you say, you'll find a ready listener in Sherlock Holmes, I can promise you.
So, my dear sir, you're looking a new man already. Now then, begin at the beginning and take your time.
Well, you must know first that I live alone in lodgings in town. I set up in business as a hydraulic engineer a couple of years ago with a legacy after my father died. I'd done 7 years apprenticeship before that with Venner and Matheson at Greenwich. Well, I suppose most people find starting up on their own a bit sticky. During these 2 years, Mr. Holmes, I've had 3 consultations and 1 small job. I've made exactly £27.10 gross. Well, anyway, what I was leading up to was that yesterday, just as I was thinking of packing up for yet another empty day, my clerk came in with a card. The poor fellow was as surprised.
The gentleman to see you, sir.
To see me?
Well, yes, sir. To see you.
Is that his card?
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. Colonel Lysander Stark. Well, then show him in at once. At once.
Right away, Mr. Hatherley. Will you step this way, sir? You're just lucky to catch Mr. Hatherley at a free moment.
Oh, is that so?
Colonel Lysander Stark, sir.
Pleased to meet you, sir. Thank you, Robinson.
Very good, sir.
Pray have a seat, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Hatherley, you have been recommended to me as a man who is not only proficient in his profession, but who is also discreet and capable of preserving a secret. I have a professional commission for you in which secrecy is essential. Absolute secrecy.
I give you my word.
Splendid.
But I'd be grateful if you'd state your business now, Colonel. My time is valuable.
Really? Well, how would 50 guineas for a night's work suit you?
50 guineas? Most admirably.
I say a night's work, but an hour's would be nearer the mark, really. I simply want your opinion about a hydraulic stamping machine which has got out of gear. If you show us what is wrong with it, we'll set it right ourselves. Now, how does that suit you?
Is that all?
Yes. Only we shall want you to come tonight. That's why we are prepared to pay rather highly.
Where must I come to?
To Ayford in Berkshire. There's a train from Partington that will get you there about 11:15. It's the last train. If you will come on that, I will meet you at Ayford Station. Our place is about 7 miles from the station.
How shall I get back?
We will give you a shakedown for the night.
Oh,
it's no trouble.
Well, it's rather awkward. My early appointment's tomorrow.
Mr. Hatherley, forgive me for doubting that you are as occupied as you would have me believe. It's to recompense you for whatever inconvenience you might meet that we are prepared to pay a young and unknown man like you the sort of fee that would buy an opinion from the very heads of your profession. I repeat, we prefer you to come on the train I have mentioned.
Very well, I'll come.
Mr. Hatherley, you are aware that Fuller's Earth is a valuable product in this country.
Certainly. I believe it's only found in 1 or 2 places.
That is so. Well, some little time ago, I bought this place of mine not far from Reading, and I found the deposit of Fuller's Earth in one of my fields.
Really?
Not only that, I have since discovered that this quite small deposit happens to be just a link between 2 very much larger ones. Both of these are in the grounds of my neighbors. Well, naturally, when I found this out, I had to take steps to buy their land as quickly as possible.
Oh, naturally.
But I had no capital of my own. So, I had to take the opinion of a few friends. But to cut a long story short, from my friends' money and what I could raise, we erected a hydraulic press on our site, and we've been working away ever since. This is the press which has now broken down.
I see.
Of course, the whole operation is highly secret one. And if it became known that hydraulic engineers of all people were visiting our little house, it would be goodbye to any chance of getting those fields, you understand?
Yes, of course, but...
And now, Mr. Hatherley, I really must be going. I shall see you tonight, then.
Oh, yes, I'll be there. But one question more, Colonel Stark.
Yes?
Isn't Fuller's Earth dug out like gravel from a pit?
That is so.
Then I don't quite see...
Forgive me, Mr. Hatherley. You are wondering about the hydraulic press.
Oh, yes.
We have our own process, you see. We compress the Fuller's Earth into bricks so that they can be removed without any danger of people who might see them realizing what they are. And now, goodbye to you. I shall be waiting for you at Ayford at 11:15 tonight.
A singular interview, Mr. Hatherley. Eh, Watson?
They are indeed.
So, I suppose I can see the point of it all. 50 guineas for a night's work makes a convincing argument.
Oh, I won't deny it, Mr. Holmes.
You told no one about it?
No, I kept my promise exactly.
Pray go on with your story.
Well, I got to Ayford on time. I was the only passenger getting down there. Colonel Stark was waiting for me outside the wicket gate. He didn't say anything, just grasped my arm and hustled me over to a carriage standing with its doors open. As soon as we were in, he rapped on the woodwork and away we went, as hard as the horse could go.
One horse?
Yes, only one.
Did you observe the color?
Yes, I saw it by the sidelights when I was stepping into the carriage. It was a chestnut.
Tired looking or fresh?
Oh, fresh and glossy.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have interrupted you.
Oh, not at all. Well, we were driving for at least an hour. The rate we were going and the time we took, I'd say it was more like 12 miles than the 7 he told me. I couldn't see out of the windows, and the Colonel wasn't inclined to talk.
Did you notice what the roads were like, their surface?
Well, pretty rough. We jolted and lurched most of the way.
I see. Go on, then.
We suddenly came off the roads onto a smooth driveway, and we soon pulled up. Straight away, Colonel Stark had the door open and hustled me into the house where we'd stopped. It was done so quickly I hadn't even time to see what the place looked like. It was pitch dark inside. While the Colonel was fumbling about for matches, a door opened at the end of the hall, and a woman came through with a lamp in her hand. She spoke to the Colonel in German.
Can you follow German, Mr. Hadley?
Well, I can read it slightly, but something spoken is beyond me, too fast and complicated.
But it was German they spoke.
Oh, without a doubt. Well, what I could see was that whatever the Colonel told her gave her a bit of a shock. She gave quite a start. Then he took the lamp from her and pushed her off in the way she'd come. He motioned me through a door leading off the hall.
Perhaps you will have the kindness to wait in this room for a few minutes. I shall not keep you waiting long.
Oh, that's quite all right, Colonel Stark. Oh, madam.
No, do not speak. Go. Do not stay here. There is no good for you to do.
But, madam, I haven't yet...
It is not worth your while to wait. You can pass through the door if you are quick. No one hinders. But, for the love of heaven, get away from here before it is too late. I must go. Go away. Go away.
Mr. Hatterley. Here is my secretary and manager, Mr. Ferguson.
How do you do? How do you do?
Well, now, we had better proceed to business. Mr. Ferguson and I will take you out to see the machine. Or you can leave your hat here. We do not have to go out of the house.
You mean you dig Fuller's earth in the house?
No. This is only where we compress it. But you will see. Please to follow me. Well, Mr. Hatterley, we are now actually inside the hydraulic press. The ceiling of this small chamber is really the end of the descending piston. It comes down slowly with the force of many tons upon this metal floor. The walls here are wood.
Oh, yes, I see. Well, and what's the trouble?
There are small lateral columns of water outside which receive the force and transmit and multiply in a way which is, of course, familiar to you.
Oh, yes.
It has been suggested that perhaps there is the defect somewhere. The machine goes readily enough, but there is some stiffness in the working of it, and it seems to have lost some of its force.
From what there is to see in here, though, I'm sure you're right in believing the defect is somewhere on the outside. Perhaps if I may have a look there?
Of course, after you, Mr. Hadley.
Thank you. Oh, that's better.
There's not much room in there, is there?
No. But it's an enormous press you have here all the same, Mr. Ferguson.
Quite so. Quite so. And now, Mr. Hadley.
Yes, I see. Where are the controls?
Here.
May I test it?
Anything you like.
Good. Ah, yes. Yes, it's quite obvious.
You have found it already.
Oh, just let me see. Yes. Yes, here it is. This rubber around the end of this driving rod here. It's quite perished. It's not quite filling the socket as it moves along and the water's getting by. That's all your trouble is, Colonel Stark?
Well, then, we are very grateful to you, Mr. Hatterley. Very grateful indeed, eh, Ferguson?
Absolutely. Very quick work. I think I ought to take one more glance inside just to make absolutely sure.
If you think it is necessary.
I just want to see if any water's leaking through this way. The lamp a little more, please. Or perhaps if I may have it. Oh, thank you. No, there's nothing.
Then your diagnosis is complete.
Well, Colonel Stark, if you want my final opinion about the condition of your press, it would be better if you told me what it's really used for. That could make a difference.
I have told you. Pressing full of earth.
Oh, Colonel, excuse me. I'm not a fool. No one in this world would use a machine this size for such a minor process. And this metallic deposit on the floor. That's not full of earth, now, is it?
Mr. Hadley, you are altogether too inquisitive. Very well. You wish to know more about the working of this machine. You shall. You can stay here and investigate it as closely as you wish.
Open the door. You hear me? Colonel Stark, I demand you open this door at once. This is an outrage.
sake, you're Susie. I demand you let me out. Colonel! For mercy's sake, let me out! Oh, God. No! No! Not this!
Which way?
Out of that window. It is your only chance.
Very well. You first.
Oh, no, he will not harm me. Oh, please, go. He's almost here.
Right.
Keep back, Smith. Let him go.
Outside my head.
I will not let you. You will not kill again.
Mind this night. Get back, I say.
John! Let go of the girl. He will cut off your hand.
With a dull pain, my grip loosened. I felt myself falling. And I knew nothing more.
Well, take it easy, old chap. That's enough for the time being. I don't think you ought to go on now, Holmes.
I know, Watson, but it's imperative that we have Mr. Hatherley's story complete in every detail. There's no time to waste.
Can you stand it, Hatherley? Oh, yes. Yes, I'm much better now.
If you fell unconscious into their own garden, Mr. Hatherley, how is it that they didn't secure you immediately?
I shall never know, Mr. Holmes.
But perhaps the villain was softened by the woman's entreaties.
I hardly think that likely. I never saw a more inexorable face in my life.
Well, then?
Well, the funny thing is that when I did come round and remembered what had happened, I found myself lying in a hedgerow next to a road. My clothes were sodden with dew, and my coat sleeve was drenched with blood. I did my best for my hands with my handkerchief and a twig.
Yes, just as well you did.
Yes. Well, after a bit, I got up onto the road, and, I found I was only a stone's throw away from Ayford Station, where the Colonel had met me the night before.
You could have made your way there in a semi-conscious state. You wouldn't necessarily remember doing so.
I suppose it's possible. Anyway, I got to the station. There was a train almost due. I thought the best thing was to get in it and get back to town. On the way to Partington, I asked the guard if he could get me to a doctor as soon as we arrived. Fortunately, he knew you, Dr. Watson.
Well, Holmes, what do you say?
Just hand me that book with the blue back, Watson.
Which one, this?
No. Next shelf.
Yeah?
That's it.
Oh.
Now then, where is it?
Just about a year ago, I think. What is all this?
Just something which I think... Yes. Here we are. Oh, I should explain, Mr. Hatherley. It's my practice to file miscellaneous items which strike me as curious in some way.
Oh, I see.
Listen to this, then. It was all in the papers about a year ago. Lost on the 9th inst. Mr. Jeremiah Haling, age 26. A hydraulic engineer.
Good Lord.
Left his lodgings at 10 o'clock at night and has not been heard of since. Mr. Hatherley, I fancy that represents the last time that the Colonel needed to have his machine overhauled.
Good heavens.
It's quite clear that Colonel Stark, if that's his name, is a cool and desperate man who is absolutely determined that nothing should interfere with his little game. Though what his game is, I think I can guess. But we must waste no time. If you feel up to it and Watson will allow you, I think you should come along to Scotland Yard with us this very minute.
I'm glad you could come away at such short notice, Bradstreet. The Yard doesn't always move so swiftly.
Oh, come now, Mr. Holmes. You can't count many hours of your life spent waiting for me, can he, Dr. Watson?
Take no notice of him, Inspector. That's my advice.
Well, not far to go now. I think we'd better have a look at that map.
Certainly. See, here's Ayford. As I said, I've drawn this circle at a radius of 12 miles from it. You reckon about 12 miles, don't you, Mr. Hatherley?
Well, we were in the carriage a good hour. The roads were bad, but we moved along pretty well. 10 or 12, I'd say.
Right. Then the place we're to look for must be somewhere along this 12-mile line. The only point is, Which direction did you go after leaving the station?
I think I could lay my finger on the spot.
Oh, you could, Mr. Holmes. Well, now, I almost did say you had 6 cents or something, but I'll wager it can't help you this time. What information have we got to help us? Nothing but an hour's fast carriage drive in the dark. It could have been in any direction at all. Now, for my part, I'd say we should look to the south.
Why that?
The country's more deserted that way.
What about you, Hatherley?
Well, I hardly know. West, perhaps. Several quiet little villages that way.
What?
Well, it could be north. We've got through no hills there, and our friend says he didn't notice the carriage going up any.
Ah, a nice little piece of deduction.
Well, that leaves only one point of the compass left, and then we've got it boxed between us. What do you say to east, Mr. Holmes?
I'm afraid I can't oblige you, Inspector. North, south, east, west, none of them will do.
But they can't all be wrong.
No, Holmes.
Here is the spot, gentlemen.
But that's Ayford itself, the center of the circle.
Precisely.
I don't get you at all, Mr. Holmes.
10 miles, 5 out and 5 back. 12. 6 out, 6 back. It's quite simple.
Holmes, I don't see at all.
Oh, dear me, Watson, you were present all the time. Mr. Hatherley was telling me his remarkable story.
Yes.
Do you not remember my question about the appearance of the carriage horse?
Oh, yes. You asked him its color.
Yes, and he told me chestnut, but there was something else.
Let me think. Wait a minute.
I remember. You asked whether I thought the horse tired-looking or fresh.
And you replied?
Fresh and glossy.
You're sure of that now?
Absolutely certain.
There you are, Bradstreet. Colonel Stark drove to the station to meet Mr. Hatherley. How far had he come? 10 or 12 miles over country roads and arrived with his animal fresh and glossy? Not he. If he drove half a mile, I'd be surprised. But he was taking no chances of Mr. Hatherley remembering their route. He found it well worthwhile taking him an hour's drive out into the country and back to throw him well off the scent. And this, if I'm not mistaken, is our destination. No, gentlemen, I don't think we shall have to stray far from Ayford to find our quarry. Now, that is, unless they've anticipated our coming.
Tickets, please, gents.
Here you are.
Well, Ayford on fire, Porter?
You might think so, sir. Been going all day, they have. Some of the engines come right out from Reading, I hear. What is it, then?
A big house across the way, Dr. Beecher's place. Started burning in the night. Asked me they won't save a stick of it. Great old place like tinder.
Dr. Beecher? A German gentleman by any chance?
Not he, sir. English as they come. How funny you should mention it, though. There's a foreign gent staying with him. A patient, I understand. And a young lady. Oh, very foreign she is.
This Dr. Beecher, is he small and fat, red-faced?
That's right, sir. You know him, then?
Ferguson.
I beg pardon?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
What happened to these people?
Oh, they must have got away. No sign of them inside, according to the fireman. Yeah, but I've heard they did find one curious thing on a windowsill of the second floor.
What was that?
A newly severed human thumb. Oh. Now, I wonder how that came to be there.
Yes, I wonder. Oh, well, thank you, Porter. Here you are.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Now, come along, gentlemen. We might as well fill in time till the next train back. One doesn't see a good fire every day.
You mean it's all over, Mr. Holmes?
So far as you are concerned, Hatherley, yes. Don't you agree, Inspector?
Well, but what about Stark, the other fellow and the girl?
Well, of course, we can always keep our eyes open for them in the crowd, but I very much fear they're a good 100 miles off by now.
But the fire, Mr. Holmes, how did it start?
Well, at a guess, I'd be inclined to say that when the press came down to the floor of that room where you nearly lost your life, it smashed the lamp the Colonel had left with you, and that started a fire going. The walls were wooden, you said.
That's right.
And you think they shut off when they saw what had happened?
If they didn't send, well, at least they had the humanity to carry you out alive beside the road.
The girl must have persuaded them.
Of course, there can be no doubt as to the nature of this gang.
Oh, none at all. They are coiners on a large scale. They needed the machine to form the amalgam they'd been using in place of silver.
This all ties in with some inquiries we've had on our hands for longer than I like to admit. Pity about your thumb, sir. But if it hadn't been for your going to Dr. Watson and one thing and another...
Yes, I see your point, Inspector. It's not much consolation to me. I've lost my thumb. I've lost the 50-guinea fee. What have I gained?
Experience, my dear sir. There's nothing so valuable as experience, they say. Find the right formula of words for this bizarre tale of yours, and you'll be able to dine out on it for the rest of your days. Eh, Watson?
The case of the engineer's thumb was one of the stories of Sherlock Holmes from the inspired pen of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. My real name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Michael Hardwick wrote our script for this BBC production from London. I hope I may look forward to the pleasure of your company again soon for more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Every week at this time, the makers of G. Washington's Coffee bring you a story from the Sherlock Holmes series of mystery dramas. This week's adventure is an adaptation of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story entitled The Final Problem. Remember as you listen to it that G. Washington solves your daily coffee problem just as surely as Holmes solves his famous mysteries. At the end of the program, we have a brief announcement about Dr. Watson and his friend Sherlock Holmes. Please listen for it. And that opening paragraph, as always, leads us to Dr. Watson's comfortable, hospitable study.
Where there's a blazing fire and a steaming cup of G. Washington coffee to welcome you. Here it is, Mr. Bell. Made it as you came up the steps.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. You know, a good cup of coffee always seems to me to be the very essence of hospitality.
You name me a better coffee than G. Washington's, Mr. Bell. Go ahead, name me one.
But seriously, G. Washington's isn't just another brand of coffee. It's really entirely different. It not only has a perfect flavor, but it's the easiest coffee to fix. Just a teaspoonful in the cup, add hot water, and incidentally, you never make more than you're going to use, so that makes it economical, too.
Right, Mr. Bell. Now, suppose I begin my story.
Fine. What's it to be this time?
How about another tussle between Holmes and Professor Moriarty?
Excellent. Always gives me plenty of first-class shudders to meet that individual.
Well, tonight's story deals with Holmes' efforts to break up one of his most unpleasant schemes. A racket, you'd call it today.
And did he succeed?
Oh, no, Mr. Bell, that's putting the cart before the horse. The affair began with a series of curious disappearances from St. Anthony's Hospital.
Well, what disappeared, Dr. Watson? People or things?
They were corpses, or perhaps I should say cadavers. No, before I go any farther, perhaps I should explain that St. Anthony's is a medical school and hospital combined. I myself took my course in anatomy and dissection inside its venerable walls. Sir Lionel Greatlake, the head of the staff, was an old friend of mine. We'd cursed our internship in the same hospital. But to make a long story short, I received a frantic communication from Sir Lionel begging me to persuade Holmes to come straight to the hospital. I remember that night perfectly. A particularly nasty pea super had settled down over London. Literally feeling our way, we crept along the embankment till we sensed, rather than saw, the grey walls of St. Anthony's looming up ahead. foghorns always have to sound so mournful.
Well, Watson, you would insist on coming tonight.
No, the staff entrance should be somewhere along here. I stumbled over the doorstep. Where is that infernal bell pull? Oh, here we are. I hope the night watchman hasn't gone off in his rounds.
No, someone's opening the door.
Thank you, Watson. The fog, I can't see very clearly.
No, it's me right enough, Leo. I brought Sherlock Holmes along with me.
Oh, thank heavens. Come in.
Oh, this is my old friend, Lionel Greatlake.
Oh, delighted.
Honored, and I may say grateful and relieved. This is the 6th theft inside of a month, Mr. Holmes. It's got the place in an uproar. Nurses having hysterics, patients insist on going home.
I take it you're alluding to the cadavers which have been stolen recently.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. You know how jealous a hospital is of its reputation. At least little bit of scandal.
Oh, cheer up, Leo. Maybe it's just a prank of one of the lads. You know what medical students are.
That's what I thought when we found the first body, Mr. 4 weeks ago. Now that 5 have been stolen, oh no, that's carrying a joke too far. They tried to get away with another this evening.
Really?
I just happened to drop into the dissecting room in time to stop it. The minute I opened the door, I knew someone was in there, but he slipped out the side way before I could light the gas. But come and see for yourself. Follow me. The laboratories are in this wing.
Oh, Mausoleum. Looks familiar, Leo. Remember when we used to sneak a forbidden smoke behind that broom closet?
I wish to heaven life were as simple nowadays. Juicy place is like a beehive, buzzing with suspicion. No wonder we've been able to keep it out of the papers. Here we are. 1 second till I unlock the door. That's it. Now, just let me turn up the gas. Well, here we are.
Quite impressive. I see you have all the latest improvements. Oh, that gentleman in the corner. I take it he was the object of tonight's attempted abduction.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, that's the corpse. Splendid specimen, too.
Face a bit the worse for wear. Otherwise, a splendid body.
Yes, we were most anxious not to lose it.
It must be fairly recent. I see there have been no injections of the preserving fluid.
Right, Mr. Holmes. He died only this afternoon.
And the other stolen bodies? They have been duly preserved, I suppose.
Well, no. Now to mention it, they were all stolen before being treated.
Curious, Watson?
Well, I don't know. I suppose if you're going to be a body snatcher, you might as well take fresh ones.
You'll pardon me if I rummage around a bit, Sir Lionel?
Of course.
Yes, I can carry on my interrogations and my investigations at the same time. My lens needs polishing. Now then, male or female?
What?
The stolen bodies, were they male or female?
Oh, male, all of them.
You don't say. Interesting, Watson?
You mean you think the thief's a woman hater?
Well, I wouldn't go so far as that. What age are the missing corpses?
Oh, I don't know. Middling, I should say. Remarkably good lot of bodies, though. No marked defects, I mean.
Here's a lad who's been careless about cleaning his instruments.
Oh, that'll be Potter. Has some girl on his mind. Can't wait to get washed up and away.
I see. And you found this specimen out here after the thief was scared off, huh? I take it the cadavers aren't usually left lying about.
Certainly not. They're kept in that long steel cabinet over there. Can't be too careful, you know. Have to be rats in a building as old as this.
I'm here. How many people have keys to that cabinet, Sir Lionel?
Only Dr. Lacey. You may know him by reputation, Mr. Holmes. Hugo Lacey. He's our head surgeon and has charge of the classes in dissecting.
Of course. Brilliant fellow. I say, Leo, how's he coming along with his experiments in transplanting tissue?
Can't say. Carries on most of his experiments in a little laboratory he's fixed up in his own lodgings. Never lets anything out till it's perfect. One of the cleverest surgeons in the country, Mr. Holmes. Magnificent touch. I could wish, however, that he was a better professor.
No good at teaching, eh?
No, it isn't that. It's his temper. He can be devilish nasty. And let him catch one of the lads with an instrument bent out of place. Oh, it's a phobia with him, Mr. Holmes. A place for everything and everything in its place. Trust young Potter says he seems to right before Lacey sees them.
Oh, this is the door through which the thief escaped, I take it.
Yes, I bolted it on the inside, as you can see.
Yeah, that's that. I think I've seen all there is to see.
Found anything, Holmes?
Yes. There's what you might call an overabundance of clues. Too many to permit of any intelligent deduction.
What do you mean?
Well, 14 sets of fingerprints, for instance. And in the dust, under that operating table alone, I found shreds of 5 different types of tobacco.
I'm afraid Mrs. Platt is getting careless again. Oh, she's the cleaning woman, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Lacey is always complaining that she is inefficient. Well, Mr. Holmes, if you've finished your investigation, perhaps you can advise us how we should act in this matter.
Now, before I do that, suppose we come to an understanding. Would you be satisfied merely to stop the theft, or do you want to know who is responsible for the missing corpses?
We must find out everything, Mr. Holmes. Who and what and how and why. A mystery of any kind is most demoralizing for a hospital.
In that case, we should do nothing further. We should do nothing further tonight.
But aren't you going to set a watch on this?
If we did, the criminal wouldn't show up. You may take my word for it, Sir Lionel. The man who has been stealing your cadavers is thoroughly acquainted with the workings of this hospital.
Look here, Mr. Holmes. If we don't set a guard on this room, he may steal this body, too.
I sincerely hope so.
Well, no use making things too easy for him. At least we can put the body back in the cabinet.
Unfortunately, that won't be possible. We can't open it. The cabinet has a spring lock. The thief slammed it after him.
Oh, dear. What will Lacey say when he finds this corpse out here in the morning?
Well, I don't think there's much danger of that, Sir Lionel.
Really, Mr. Holmes, I'm disappointed. I must say I hoped you would be more helpful.
Well, there's one thing we can do for you before we leave, eh, Watson?
No, what?
Well, we can make up for Mrs. Tutt's deficiencies. If you'll get us a couple of old rags, Sir Lionel, I think Watson and I can go over this room in no time.
Oh, you've gone out of your mind.
Not at all, my dear Watson, not at all. It's most important that everything should be neat and tidy.
What's the idea of routing a chap out of his nice warm bed and the streets still deserted? Depressing, if you ask me.
The important thing, my dear Watson, is in setting a trap is to collect your catch before anyone else does. Oh, here's St. Anthony's. Hello. Sir Lionel seems to be having a bit of an argument with someone on the steps.
And I want to put off the schedule by any 2-minute seconds, you see? I'm going home now to fix Dr. Lacey's breakfast, but I'll be back. And when I do, I'm going to clean that room.
But Mrs. Platt, I assure you that...
I'm one you ought to be put in charge. Everyone knows routine is what keeps an obstacle running.
What, Mr. Holmes? I didn't see you. Come in.
What's the matter? He's come at you, I'd like to know. Out of me way, you.
What? Here, I beg your pardon.
I'll not be put off his schedule, I'll tell you that. My soul,
Yes, that was Mrs. Platt.
So I gathered.
Bit of a termagant, really, old red hair. Lazy.
Come in. Sorry to give you such a stormy welcome, but I just caught Mrs. Platt about to clean up the laboratory. I suppose you want to take another look at the place. If it's convenient. Of course. Follow me.
I wonder why the sudden burst of energy on Mrs. Tutt's part.
Dr. Lacey may have been putting the screws on. They get along like cat and dog, those two.
But didn't I just hear her say that she was going home to fix him his breakfast?
Yes. You see, Dr. Lacey is Mrs. Platt's power lodger.
But surely if they get on each other's nerves, as they seem to...
Yes, it's a bit difficult to understand, I admit, but... I suppose Lacey hesitates to move. He's really very comfortable. He's built in a lot of improvements, cupboards and things of that sort. And I've told you how he is, a place for everything and everything in its place. Moreover, Mrs. Platt is a first-class cook, and Lacey, he's a good feeder.
If I were Lacey, I wouldn't push the old girl too far. I'd be afraid of finding poison in my coffee some bright morning.
Well, here's your laboratory, Mr. Holmes. Up to you, gentlemen. Looks about the same as it did last night.
I could be able to judge better after I've gone over the place with my microscope.
You said yourself there were too many fingerprints and things.
Well, why do you suppose I insisted on those rags last night?
Oh, of course. I see. Now we were rubbing out those prints.
Oh, marvelous, my dear Watson, marvelous. The old brain is actually functioning this early in the morning. Well, now let's see what we've bagged. Here. Here's the sweeping stroke of a mop. The very mop that has been standing in this corner.
Here. Yes. Here are the imprints of a heavy hand on the edge of this table. Note the unusual whorls on the left-hand middle finger, like a question mark. Those must be Mrs. Custer's fingerprints. She was just about to start dusting the table when I caught her. Yes, the prints on the mouth and on the table are identical. Well, that seems to be all the evidence against Mrs. Clutch. I got her out as quick as I could.
Holmes, I say, Holmes, the corpse, gone.
I wondered how soon you'd notice that. The corpse has been stolen. But what did you expect, huh? Sorry to contradict you, Mr. Holmes, but the corpse has been put back in the cabinet. Oh, indeed? Yes. As a matter of fact, it slipped my mind. I should have mentioned it sooner. Seems Dr. Lacey dropped in late last night and insisted on putting the cadaver back in the cabinet. Nothing the night watchman could say would dissuade him. And I told you about his mania for order last night, Mr. Holmes. These are doubtless his fingerprints, then, here on the lock and around this panel of the cabinet. Yes, typical surgeon's hands. Long, sensitive fingers, but strong. Tipped slightly, specialist. Yes, that's Lacey right enough.
But Holmes, aren't you going to look inside the cabinet?
Well, I suppose we might as well if Sir Lionel can provide us with the key. Certainly. Lacey left his with the night watchman. Here we are.
By Jove, the corpse is missing.
Yes, I gathered it might be. Well, now let us see if we can find anything further in the room itself. Here we are. Prints of a third set of fingers. Yes. He came in here earlier than Lacey. And notice the fingerprints of the doorknob. First this individual, then Lacey, and finally Mrs. Clutch. All nicely superimposed one over the other. See, Holmes, this is fascinating, almost as exciting as a scientific experiment. Yes. This third individual, hand not any too steady. Here he stumbled and had to put his hand out to brace himself. There's a nice print here on the wall. He moves over to this jar of alcohol. He removes the cover. Then he puts it back again. And here he staggers out.
You mean he was intoxicated?
Beautifully.
Yes, but I don't understand. Why in thunder did he come poking around here in the middle of the night?
My dear Watson, have you no recollection of your own green salad days? Didn't you ever sneak a bit of laboratory's alcohol to help out a celebration that had suddenly gone dry? One of the students, eh? Any idea which one, Mr. Holmes? Well, I think I can make a guess, but I don't intend to. The boy isn't mixed up in this body snatching. The corpse was here when he left. His prints are under Lacey's on the doorknob. What is it, Potter? Oh, I just thought I'd chip in and polish up my instruments before those pictures get... I beg your pardon, sir. Before Dr. Lacey gets to look at them. I'll come back later. Well, not all. Come right in. We're just leaving.
Yes, but Holmes, we haven't discovered anything.
Oh, but we have. What we have? We know for sure that either Lacey or Mrs. Clutch is involved in this business. Possibly both. Yes. I suggest we go to pay the Clutch ménage a visit. Well, I'll be glad to take you over myself. What are you? You look a bit fagged this morning. I'm all right, sir. A little liverish, that's all. Well, don't let it get you down. Come along, Watson. So, Miss Potter. Yes, sir? Well, they tell me tomato juice is an excellent antidote for raw alcohol. That's Mrs. Clutch's place over there, the house with the white shutters.
Look at that crowd of people standing gawking out in front. I say, looks like something's happened.
Yes. There's my favorite watchdog of the law, Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard, standing in the doorway looking important. Oh, hello, Lestrade. What's up, eh?
Plenty. A woman by the name of Clutch has just murdered her lodger, Dr. Lacey.
Well, I told you she'd do it someday.
Any unusual details?
No, open and shut case. First she stabs him with a kitchen knife, then she throws the body, clothes and all, into a vat of magic acid this bloke was keeping in his dressing room.
Indeed. Any objections if I come in and take a look around?
All right. But I tell you, this case is open and shut. But come in. Body's in first room, head of the stairs. It's not nice, but if you want to look, go ahead. I gotta stay here.
Oh, thanks.
What a vile odor. Yes. Chemical smell, plus something else.
Oh, that'll be the acid. Look out. Stairs are dark.
Holmes. You hear that noise? Like something bubbling and frying?
Yes, that's the acid working on the body.
Of course. That smell is acid and fat dissolving.
Quack. Yes, this must be the room. Oh, good morning, Jenkins. Good morning. Lestrade sent you here to guard the body, eh?
Yes, sir.
This air.
Oh, Jenkins, I think you might open another window. Get a draft through here.
Yes, sir.
Now, Watson, if you'll bring me that jug labeled olive oil, you may as well stop the action of this acid.
Right.
Yes, sir. Pour it right into the tub. As Lestrade said, the remains are not exactly attractive. I wonder, Sir Lionel, if you could bring yourself to identify Dr. Lacey.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Holmes. I'm a medical man. I'm quite used to... Yes, it is rather horrible. Face almost entirely eaten away. But the dark hair, what was left of it, and the clothes and that ring, he never could get it off his little finger. Yes, I think we may safely say that it's Lacey, poor devil.
Well, Jenkins, how was he killed?
Kitchen knife on the table there. Mrs. Clutt's fingerprints plain as day.
So Lestrade has been persuaded the value of fingerprints, eh? Dear, the world does progress. Yes. These are Mrs. Clutt's prints, all right.
There, Joe. I'm here. Bring Mrs. Clutt along.
Why didn't you go? Didn't get any hands off me. I didn't kill him. He was dead when I come in. He was dead, I tell you.
Down to your lip and get going.
Lestrade, just a moment. I'd like to ask this lady a few questions.
He was dead when I found him. Is it likely I'd have called in the police if I'd have done it?
Oh, you called in the police.
Well, that she did. Leaning out the window screaming bloody murder.
Oh, any idea who could have killed Dr. Lacey, Mrs. Clutt?
No, sir. I ain't been home all night. On account of my sister's having a baby. I went straight from her place to the hospital.
Oh, you had any chance to check up on that, Lestrade?
Oh, that's straight enough, but she's been home at least 20 minutes before she called the police. Time to murder half a dozen doctors.
I didn't do it, Peggy.
Now, you know, Lestrade, it's just possible that Mrs. Clutt may be right.
Huh?
You see, it would take several hours for acid to dissolve the corpse as far as this.
What of it? Her fingerprints are on the knife. That's enough for me. Hers and no one else.
And why shouldn't me fingerprints be on that knife? It's my own kitchen knife, ain't it?
Well, that knife, suppose we look at it again.
Now, what in blazes good?
Notice the order of the fingerprints, for instance. Thumb and forefinger near the blade end of the handle. Now, suppose you take this pocket knife of mine and pretend to stab me with it.
Now, this is just a lot of... All right.
There, now, you see? Notice the way you hold it? Thumb against the outer end, little finger next to the blade. In other words, the grip for using a knife for kitchen work and for stabbing are exactly reversed. Dr. Lacey was not stabbed with this knife at all. It was put here by someone to incriminate Mrs. Clutt.
Yes, but if she didn't do it, who did?
Someone who wanted to get rid of her. You any idea who that could have been, Mrs. Clutt?
No, sir. That I haven't. The only person mean enough to do a thing like this was that son of a gun, Lacey. And he's dead now, Lord rest his soul. Dearie me, it's not bad enough having a murder in my own house and then losing my best lodger. But the police have to go accusing me on top of it all. Like as not, I'll never get another tenant for these rooms. Oh, dearie me.
And all that is so much froth, my dear Mrs. Clutt, compared to the real danger you're in.
What's that?
The murderer. He's still at large. And he isn't exactly fond of you. I think I'll just drop in from time to time to make sure you haven't been murdered in your bed.
Really think Mrs. Clutt is in danger?
Obviously, Watson, obviously. Confounded, why didn't she answer the bell? If anything's happened... Yes, here she comes.
Oh, good afternoon, gentlemen. Please to step inside. I'd have come to the door sooner, but I was upstairs cleaning out Dr. Lacey's suite. Would you believe it? I've got a tenant.
You don't say. Well, does he know its history?
Yes, sir, that he does, but he says he's not superstitious.
Oh, how fortunate. What's he like?
Well, he's a German. Professor or something. Come here to carry on some experimenting with Dr. Lacey. Dr. Lacey told me he was expecting him only last week. And so when he come asking for Lacey this morning, and I told him what had happened, right away he asked if Dr. Lacey's notes and instruments were still here. And when I said yes, he said he'd move right in and carry on where Lacey left off. Would you mind coming upstairs while I finish my work?
Well, either way, Mrs. Clutt, either way.
He's a nice-looking man, too. Blonde with a beard. He limps a little. Oh, it'll be a relief, I tell you, after that, Lacey. He was getting queerer and queerer going out at all hours of the night. I declare I was on the verge of telling the police to keep an eye on him more than once. Well, here we are. Just you sit on the sofa. Now what in the name of...
Well, from what I can see out of the window, I should say that your new lodger has arrived.
Saints preserve us. Excuse me, gentlemen, when I let him in.
Holmes, don't you think we'd better be going?
In a moment, Watson, in a moment. Plenty of time.
This way, please. Look up to the tenement stairs. Oh, my, ain't it hot? Oh, Mr.
Holmes.
This is Herr Gluck...
Professor Gluckfader, to behave. How do you do?
Delighted. Sorry you had to come all this way and then find a friend dead.
He is no friend. He is what you call a colleague. Mrs. Phelps, the portmanteau on the bed, please.
Yes. Well, I know Mrs. Potts to make her comfortable. I trust you had better luck than Dr.
Come, Watson, come. We must be going. You see, Professor Gluckfader, we were the detectives on this case. Don't you have found? Nothing, I'm afraid, nothing. Oh, these are my notes on the case. I'm really rather ashamed of them. Would you mind if I burn them here in your fireplace? Oh, not at all. Thank you. Oh, dear me. I don't seem to have a match. One moment, I'll get you some. Here in the drawer of this table. Here you are. A nice little box. Thank you, Dr. Lacey. Huh? I thought you would know where to find them. A place for everything and everything in its place. Yes, I was sure you would be drawn back to these rooms. Me? You think I am Dr. Lacey? He is dead, murdered. No, that wasn't Dr. Lacey in that tub of acid. It was one of the bodies he had stolen from St. Anthony's. It had a rather curious conformation of the bones of the right foot. I had seen it the night before, so of course I recognized it. Your misfortune, Dr. Lacey. Body's foot, sir. What is all this rubbish? And you see, it came to my attention not long ago that Professor Moriarty was getting in touch with quite a number of heavily insured businessmen. One after another, these men died. But by and by, the insurance companies became suspicious. I was told to investigate. I discovered that on several occasions, Professor Moriarty had called on Dr. Lacey. Dr. Lacey, who was experimenting with facial surgery. Dr. Lacey, who had access to any number of corpses from St. Anthony's. Well, in time, I began to suspect that Dr. Lacey was working on these dead bodies and transforming them so they would look like the gentlemen who wished to collect their insurance. Professor Moriarty made a handsome profit, I believe. Unfortunately, though, I couldn't prove my theory. It is crazy. No one would believe it. Oh, so I found.
Then what good does it do you?
Just this. When you're in prison, the whole scheme will fall to the ground.
But I am not Dr. Lacey. You have no proof.
There you are wrong, sir. This little matchbox which you just handed me contains all the proof that I need. On it is a set of fingerprints, which is identical with some on the cabinet door in the laboratory of St. Anthony's. And those fingerprints are known to be Dr. Lacey's.
Oh, it's magnificent.
Oh, elemental.
Phenomenal.
Elemental, my dear Watson, elemental.
That's the end of the story, Mr. Bell.
But Dr. Watson, didn't the man ever confess?
He did better than that. He offered to show up Moriarty, but when they came to take down his testimony, he was found dead on his prison cot. Obviously, more of Moriarty's work.
There's one thing I don't understand. Why didn't he take the same way out as the businessmen? Surely he could have doctored some corpse up so it looked like himself.
He could have, Mr. Bell, but that's where human nature comes in. He hated Mrs. Klutz, so he wanted to implicate her. It was his big mistake.
Well, that certainly is a fascinating story, Dr. Watson. Now to get back to something where there are never any mistakes.
I know what you're hinting at now. Another cup of G. Washington coffee.
Yes, indeed. Dr. Watson, have you ever stopped to consider how much the word economy has come to mean to Americans during the last couple of years?
It's come to mean more to me, too. I have to save on a lot of things I never thought about before.
How do you do it, Dr. Watson? Does it mean giving up all the good things in life and using cheaper quality?
Not at all, Mr. Bell. I still keep to the good things, but I'm a little more careful how I use them. More satisfaction in being a little careful with good things, you know, than in putting up with poor quality. Oh, by the way...
What is it, Dr. Watson? You're chuckling over something now, and it's only fair to tell what it is.
Well, a lot of people have been taking a lesson from Sherlock Holmes, Mr. Bell. They've been drawing deductions.
About what?
About my book of Sherlock Holmes stories, Mr. Bell. They've been observant enough to notice the little number 1 on the back of the volume, and they want to know if there are going to be other books with more stories in them later on.
I'm afraid I'm not very observant, Dr. Watson. I never noticed that little one. And are there going to be more stories?
I can't tell for sure, Mr. Bell. I've been talking it over with Mr. Washington. But just in case there are, I want everybody to get volume 1 right away, so they won't be left when the first edition runs out and be unable to make up their complete set.
That's right, too. We'll have to warn them about that. Especially with that economy we were talking about. It's worthwhile getting a really good book for nothing. But what about G. Washington? Is that economy?
Of course it is. You know a Sherlock Holmes story about the rich old mustard manufacturer, aren't you?
I know, Dr. Watson. I can't say that I do.
Oh, it's a big story. It applies to saving money on coffee, too. It seems a smart young man, who thought he was smart anyway, asked the Mustard King if he really made all his money out of the little bit of mustard people use on their food.
And what did he say?
He said no. He made most of it out of the mustard people leave on their plates. And that's just the way it is with coffee, or ordinary coffee, anyway.
You mean the real expense is not what you drink, but what you waste?
Exactly, and that's where G. Washington saves. There's no waste. You only make what you want, and yet you can have all you want.
Well, that sounds like economy, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Watson and I want you to test G. Washington economy. Get a 4-ounce can right away. Don't be afraid of the size of the can or the price. G. Washington is economical because it ends waste. And as a special inducement, why, Dr. Watson will give you one of his books of 7 Sherlock Holmes stories. Just print your name and address on the back of a label from your 4-ounce can and send it to Morristown, New Jersey. You will receive without cost a handsome deluxe book with a gold profile of Holmes on the cover and a picture of Dr. Watson as a frontispiece. In that way, you'll have the satisfaction of proving to yourself that G. Washingtons won't wreck your family budget, and of getting a handsome book of Sherlock Holmes stories for nothing. Please note down the address, Morristown, New Jersey. And send in that 4-ounce can label right away so you won't be left without Volume 1 if the good doctor persuades Mr. Washington to issue Volume 2. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week's story?
Next week, I'm going to tell you the story of a man 20 years older than his bride and how death came to Rose Hill.
And now, in answer to numerous requests, we want to announce that the Sherlock Holmes program has been on the air for 3 years. The part of Sherlock Holmes is played by Richard Gordon, that of Dr. Watson by Lee Lovell. Neither Mr. Gordon nor Mr. Lovell play the part of a detective and his doctor friend in any other program.
His Last Bow, an epilogue of Sherlock Holmes. It was 9 o'clock at night upon the 2nd of August, the most terrible August in the history of the world. There was an awesome hush and a feeling of vague expectancy in the sultry and stagnant air. The sun had long set, but one blood-red gash, like an open wound, lay low in the distant west. Above, the stars were shining brightly, and below, the lights of the shipping glimmered in the bay. The 2 famous Germans stood beside the stone wall of a garden walk, with heavily gabled house behind them, and they looked down upon the broad sweep of the beach at the foot of the great chalk cliff on which von Bock, like some wandering eagle, had perched himself 4 years before. They stood talking in low, confidential tones. A remarkable man, this von Bock, a man who could hardly be matched among all the devoted agents of the German Emperor. It was his talents which had first commended him for the English mission, the most important mission of all, but since he had taken it over, those talents had become more and more manifest to the half-dozen people in the world who were really in touch with the truth. One of these was his present companion, Baron von Herling, the chief secretary of the legation, whose huge 100-horsepower Benz car was blocking the country lane as it waited to carry its owner back to London. "Things are moving very fast now, and quite in accordance with the timetable. So far as I can judge the trend of events, you will probably be back in Berlin within the week," the secretary was saying. "They're not very hard to deceive, these Englanders," von Bock remarked. "A more docile, simple folk could not be imagined." "I don't know about that," said the other thoughtfully. "They have strange, unexpected limits, and one must learn to allow for them. They have, for example, their insular conventions, which simply must be observed." Meaning good form and playing the game and that sort of thing? Von Bork sighed as one who had suffered much. Meaning British prejudice and convention in all its queer manifestations. Now you, with this sporting pose of yours. No, don't call it a pose. A pose is an artificial thing. This is quite natural. I'm a born sportsman. I enjoy it. Well, that makes it more effective. You yacht against them, you hunt with them, you play polo, you match them in every game. What is the result? Nobody takes you seriously. You are a good old sport. Quite a decent fellow for a German. A hard-drinking, nightclub, knockabout town, devil-may-care young fellow. And all the time, this quiet country house of yours is the centre of half the mischief in England, and the sporting squire, the most astute Secret Service man in Europe. Genius, my dear Von Bork, genius. You flatter me, Baron, but certainly I may claim that my 4 years in this country have not been unproductive. I've never shown you my little store. Would you mind stepping in for a moment? The door of the study opened straight onto the terrace. Von Bork then closed the door behind the bulky form which followed him, and carefully adjusted the heavy curtain over the latticed window. Only when all these precautions had been taken and tested did he turn his sunburnt, aquiline face to his guest. "Some of my papers have gone," said he. "When my wife and the household left yesterday for Flushing, they took the less important with them. I must, of course, claim the protection of the embassy for the others." "Everything has been most carefully arranged. Your name has already been filed as one of the personal suite. There will be no difficulties for you or your baggage. Of course, it is just possible that we may not have to go. England may leave France to her fate. We are sure that there is no binding treaty between them, and Belgium, too." "But her honor—" "Tut, my dear sir, we live in a utilitarian age. Honor is a medieval conception. Besides, England is not ready. But I can assure you that so far as the essentials go, the storage of munitions, the preparation for submarine attacks, the arrangement for making high explosives, nothing is prepared. How can England come in, especially when we have stirred her up such a devil's brew of Irish civil war, window-breaking furies, and God knows what to keep her thoughts at home? She must think of her future. But let us get away from speculation and back to the problem at hand. You were speaking of your papers." He sat in the armchair with the light shining upon his broad, bald head, while he puffed sedately at his cigar and watched the movements of his companion. The large oak-panelled, book-lined room had a curtain hung in the further corner. When this was drawn, it disclosed a large, brass-bound safe. "Look," said Von Bork, standing clear, with a wave of his hand. The light shone vividly into the open safe, and the secretary of the embassy gazed with an absorbed interest. Each compartment was bristling with papers and plans. "Colossal," said the secretary. Putting down his cigar, he softly clapped his fat hands. "And all in 4 years, Baron. Not such a bad show for the hard-drinking, hard-riding country squire. But the gem of my collection is coming, and there is a setting all ready for it." He pointed to a space over which "Naval Signals" was printed. "But you have a good dossier there already." "Out of date and wasted paper. The Admiralty in some way got the alarm, and every code has been changed. It was a blow, Baron, the worst setback in my whole campaign. But thanks to my cheque-book and the good Altamont, all will be well tonight." The Baron looked at his watch. "Well, I really can wait no longer. Did Altamont name no hour?" Von Bork pushed over a telegram. "Will come without fail tonight and bring new sparking plug, Altamont." "Sparking plug, eh?" "You see, he poses as a motor expert, and I keep a full garage. In our code, everything likely to come up is named after some spare part. If he talks of a radiator, it's a battleship. Of an oil pump, a cruiser, and so on. Sparking plugs are naval signals. By the way, what do you give him? £500 for this particular job. Of course, he has a salary as well. I grudge Altamont nothing. He is a wonderful worker, a bitter Irish-American. Ooh, an Irish-American. If you heard him talk, you would not doubt it. Sometimes, I assure you, I can hardly understand him. May I offer you a glass before your journey? No, thanks. They had strolled out on the terrace. Only one window showed a light behind them. In it, there stood a lamp, and beside it, seated at a table, was a dear old ruddy-faced woman in a country cap. By the way, who is that? That is Martha, the only servant I have left. The secretary chuckled. She might almost personify Britannia, with her complete self-absorption and general air of comfortable somnolence. Well, au revoir, von Bock. With a final wave of his hand, he sprang into his car and shot forward through the darkness. Von Bock walked slowly back to the study when the last gleams of the motor lamps had faded into the distance. There was a good deal of tidying up to do inside his study, and he set himself to do it until his keen, handsome face was flushed with the heat of the burning papers. A leather valise stood beside his table, and into this he began to pack very neatly and systematically the precious contents of his safe. He had hardly got started with the work, however, when his quick ears caught the sound of a distant car. He saw the lights of a small car come to a halt at the gate. A passenger sprang out of it and advanced. "Well?" asked Von Bock eagerly, running forward to meet his visitor. For answer, the man waved a small brown paper parcel triumphantly above his head. "You can give me the glad hand tonight, mister," he cried. "I'm bringing home the bacon at last." "The signals?" "Same as I said in my cable." He slapped the German upon the shoulder with a rough familiarity from which the other winced. "Come in," he said. "I'm all alone in the house. I was only waiting for this. You think it's all safe about this copy?" The Irish-American had entered the study and stretched his long limbs from the armchair. He was a tall, gaunt man of 60, with clear-cut features and a small goatee beard, which gave him a general resemblance to the caricature of Uncle Sam. "Making ready for a move?" he remarked as he looked around him. "Say, mister," he added, as his eyes fell upon the safe from which the curtain was now removed, "you don't tell me you keep your paper in that?" "Why not?" "Gosh, in a wide-open contraption like that, and they reckon you to be some spy? Why, Yankee Crook would be into that with a can-opener. If I'd known that any letter of mine was going to lie loose in a thing like that, I'd have been a mutt to write you at all." "It's a double combination lock. You know what that is." "Search me," said the American. "Well, you need a word as well as a set of figures before you can get the lock to work." He rose and showed a double radiating disc round the keyhole. "This outer one is for the letters, the inner for the figures. So it's not quite as simple as you thought. It was 4 years ago that I had it made, and what do you think I chose for the word and figures? It's beyond me. Well, I chose August for the word, and 1914 for the figures. And here we are." The American's face showed his surprise and admiration. "Well, I'm shutting down tomorrow morning," said Von Bock. "I guess you'll have to fix me up, too. I'm not staying in this country. I'd rather watch from over the water." "But you're an American citizen." "Well, so was Jack James, an American citizen, but he's doing time in Portland. 'It's British law and order over here,' says he. By the way, mister, talking of Jack James, it seems to me you don't do much to cover your men." "What do you mean?" Von Bock asked sharply. "Well, you are their employer, ain't you?" "It was James's own fault. You know that. He was too self-willed for the job." "James was a bonehead, I'll give you that. Then there was Hollis. The man was mad. But now there's Steiner." Von Bock started violently, and his ruddy face turned a shade paler. "What about Steiner?" "Well, they pulled him, that's all. They raided his store last night, and he and his papers are all in Portsmouth jail. That's why I want to get over the salt water as soon as you do." Von Bork was a strong, self-contained man, but it was easy to see that the news had shaken him. "How could they have got on to Steiner?" he muttered. "And worse, I believe they're not far off me." "You don't mean that?" "Sure thing. My landlady down Fratton Way had some inquiries. But what I want to know, mister, is how the coppers know these things. Steiner's the fifth man you've lost since I signed on with you, and I know the name of the sixth if I don't get a move on. How do you explain it? And ain't you ashamed to see your men go down like this?" Von Bork flushed crimson. "How dare you speak in such a way?" "If I didn't dare things, mister, I wouldn't be in your service. But I'll tell you straight what's in my mind. I've heard that with you German politicians, when an agent has done his work, you're not very sorry to see him put away where he can't talk too much." Von Bork sprang to his feet. "Do you dare to suggest I've given away my own agents?" "I don't stand for that, mister, but there's a stool pigeon or a cross somewhere, and it's up to you to find out where it is. Anyhow, I'm taking no more chances. It's me for Little Holland, and the sooner the better." Von Bork had mastered his anger. "We've been allies too long to quarrel now at the very hour of victory," he said. "You've done splendid work and taken big risks, and I can't forget it. By all means go to Holland, and you can get a boat from Rotterdam to New York. No other line will be safe. But let us settle up, Altamont. I'll take that book and pack it with the rest." The American held the small parcel in his hand and made no motion to give it up. "What about the £500? "All right, have your way." He sat down at the table and scribbled a check. "There's a check upon the table. I claim the right to examine the parcel before you pick the money up." The American passed over it without a word. Von Bork undid the winding of string and 2 wrappers of paper. Then he sat gazing for a moment in silent amazement at a small blue book which lay before him. Across the cover was printed in golden letters, "Practical Handbook of Bee Culture." Only for one instant did the master spy glare at this strangely irrelevant inscription. The next instant he was gripped at the back of his neck by a grasp of iron, and a chloroform sponge was held in front of his writhing face. "Another glass, Watson," said Mr. Sherlock Holmes, as he extended the dusty bottle of Imperial Tokay. "We must drink to this joyous occasion." The thick-set chauffeur, who had seated himself by the table, pushed forward his glass with some eagerness. "It's a good wine, Holmes," he said, when he had drunk heartily to the sentiment. "A remarkable wine, Watson. Our noisy friend upon the sofa has assured me that it is from Franz Joseph's special cellar at Schönbrunn Palace. Might I trouble you to open the window, for chloroform vapors does not help the palate." The safe was ajar, and Holmes, who was now standing in front of it, was removing file after file, swiftly examining each, and then packing it neatly in Von Bork's valise. The German lay upon the sofa sleeping, with a strap around his upper arms and another around his legs. "We need not hurry ourselves, Watson. We are safe from interruption. Would you mind touching the bell? There's no one in the house except old Martha, who has played her part to admiration." The pleasant old lady appeared in the doorway. "It's all right, Martha. He has not been hurt at all."
"I'm glad of that, Mr. Holmes. According to his lights, he has been a kind master. He wanted me to go with his wife to Germany yesterday, but that would hardly have suited your plans, would it, sir?"
"No, indeed, Martha. So long as you were here, I was easy in my mind. We waited some time for your signal tonight."
"It was a secretary, sir. The stout gentleman from London."
"I know. His car passed ours. But for your excellent driving, Watson, we should have been the very type of Europe under the Prussian juggernaut. You can report to me tomorrow in London, Martha, at Claridge's Hotel."
"Very good, sir."
"I suppose you have everything ready to leave?"
"Yes, sir. He posted 7 letters today. I have the addresses as usual. He received 9. I have these also."
"Very good, Martha. I will look into them tomorrow. Good night."
I feel 20 years younger, Holmes. I have seldom felt so happy as when I got your wire asking me to meet you at Harwich with the car. But you, Holmes, you have changed very little, save for that horrible goatee. These are the sacrifices one makes for one's country, Watson, said Holmes, pulling at his little tuft. But you had retired, Holmes. We heard of you as living the life of a hermit among your bees and your books in a small farm upon the South Downs. Exactly, Watson, and here's the fruit of my leisure days. He picked up the volume from the table and read out the whole title. Practical Handbook of Bee Culture, with some observations upon the segregation of the queen. Alone I did it. Behold the fruit of pensive nights and laborious days, when I watched the little working gangs, as once I watched the criminal world of London. But how did you get to work again? Ah, I have often marvelled at it myself. The foreign minister alone I could have withstood, but the Premier himself visited my humble roof. The fact is, Watson, that this gentleman upon the sofa was a bit too good for our people. He was in a class by himself. Agents were suspected or even caught, but there was evidence of some strong and secret central force. It was absolutely necessary to expose it. Strong pressure was brought upon me to look into the matter. It has cost me 2 years, Watson, but they have not been devoid of excitement. I started my pilgrimage in Chicago, graduated in an Irish secret society at Buffalo, gave serious trouble to the constabulary at Skibbereen, and so eventually caught the eye of a subordinate agent of von Bork, who recommended me as a likely man. Since then, I have been honored by his confidence. Well, sir, I hope that you are none the worse? The last remark was addressed to von Bork himself, who, after much gasping and blinking, had lain quietly listening to Holmes' statement. He broke out now into a furious stream of German. Though unmusical, German is the most expressive of all languages, Holmes observed when von Bork had stopped from pure exhaustion. Hello, hello, he added, as he looked hard at the corner of a tracing before putting it in the box. This should put another bird in the cage. I had no idea that the paymaster was such a rascal, though I have long had an eye upon him. Dear me, Mr. von Bork, you have a great deal to answer for. The prisoner had raised himself with some difficulty upon the sofa, and was staring with a strange mixture of amazement and hatred at his captor. It is really immaterial who I am, but since the matter seems to interest you, Mr. von Bork, I may say that it was I who brought about the separation between Irene Adler and the late King of Bohemia when your cousin Heinrich was the imperial envoy. It was I also who saved from murder by the Nihilist Klopman, Count von Unser Grafenstein, who was your mother's elder brother. It was I. Von Bork sat up in amazement. There is only one man, he cried. Exactly, said Holmes. Von Bork groaned and sank back on the sofa. And most of that information came through you, he cried. What is it worth? What have I done? It is my ruin forever. It is certainly a little untrustworthy, said Holmes. It will require some checking, and you have a little time to check it. Your admiral may find his new guns rather larger than he expects, and the cruiser perhaps a trifle faster. Von Bork clutched at his own throat in despair. These papers are now ready, Watson. If you will help me with our prisoner, I think that we may get started for London at once. It was no easy task to move von Bork, for he was a strong and a desperate man. After a short final struggle, he was hoisted, still bound hand and foot, into the spare seat of the little car. His precious valise was wedged in beside him. I suppose you realize, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, said he, if your government bears you out in this treatment, it becomes an act of war. What about your government and all this treatment? Said Holmes, tapping the valise. You are a private individual. You have no warrant for my arrest. The whole proceeding is absolutely illegal and outrageous. Absolutely, said Holmes. Kidnapping a German subject and stealing his private papers. Well, you realize your position, you and your accomplice here. If I were to shout for help as we pass through the village... My dear sir, if you did anything so foolish, you would probably enlarge the 2 limited titles of our village inns by giving us the Dangling Prussian as a signpost. The Englishman is a patient creature, but at present his temper is a little inflamed, and it would be as well not to try him too far. No, Mr. von Bork, you will go with us in a quiet, sensible fashion to Scotland Yard, whence you can send for your friend, Baron von Herling, and see if even now you may not fill that place which he has reserved for you in the ambassadorial suite. As to you, Watson, you are joining up with your old service, as I understand, so London won't be out of your way. Stand with me here upon the terrace, for it may be the last quiet talk that we shall ever have." The 2 friends chatted in intimate conversation for a few minutes, recalling once again the days of the past, while their prisoner vainly wriggled to undo the bonds that held him. As they turned to the car, Holmes pointed back to the moonlit sea and shook a thoughtful head. "There's an east wind coming, Watson." "I think not, Holmes. It is very warm." "Good old Watson. You are the one fixed point in a changing age. There's an east wind coming all the same. Such a wind as never blew on England yet. It will be cold and bitter, Watson, and a good many of us may wither before its blast. But it's God's own wind none the less, and a cleaner, better, stronger land will lie in the sunshine when the storm has cleared. Start her up, Watson, for it's time we were on our way. I have a cheque for £500, which should be cashed early, for the writer of the cheque is quite capable of stopping it, if he can."
Every week at this time, the makers of G. Washington's Coffee bring you a story from the Sherlock Holmes series of mystery dramas. This week's adventure is an adaptation of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story entitled The Final Problem. Remember as you listen to it that G. Washington solves your daily coffee problem just as surely as Holmes solves his famous mysteries. At the end of the program, we have a brief announcement about Dr. Watson and his friend Sherlock Holmes. Please listen for it. And that opening paragraph, as always, leads us to Dr. Watson's comfortable, hospitable study.
Well, there's a blazing fire and a steaming cup of G. Washington coffee to welcome you. Here it is, Mr. Bell. Made it as you came up the steps.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. You know, a good cup of coffee always seems to me to be the very essence of hospitality.
You name me a better coffee than G. Washington's, Mr. Bell. Go ahead, name me one.
But seriously, G. Washington's isn't just another brand of coffee. It's really entirely different. It not only has a perfect flavor, but it's the easiest coffee to fix. Just a teaspoonful in the cup, add hot water. Incidentally, you never make more than you're going to use, so that makes it economical, too.
Right, Mr. Bell. Now, suppose I begin my story.
Fine. What's it to be this time?
How about another tussle between Holmes and Professor Moriarty?
Excellent. Always gives me plenty of first-class shudders to meet that individual.
Well, tonight's story deals with Holmes' efforts to break up one of his most unpleasant schemes. A racket, you'd call it today.
And did he succeed?
Oh, no, Mr. Bell, that's putting the cart before the horse. The affair began with a series of curious disappearances from St. Anthony's Hospital.
Well, what disappeared, Dr. Watson? People or things?
They were corpses, or perhaps I should say cadavers. Oh. No, before I go any farther, perhaps I should explain that St. Anthony's is a medical school and hospital combined. I myself took my course in anatomy and dissection inside its venerable walls. Sir Lionel Greatlake, the head of the staff, was an old friend of mine. We'd cursed our internship in the same hospital. But to make a long story short, I received a frantic communication from Sir Lionel begging me to persuade Holmes to come straight to the hospital
I remember that night perfectly. A particularly nasty pea souper had settled down over London. Literally feeling our way, we crept along the embankment till we sensed, rather than saw, the grey walls of St. Anthony's looming up ahead. Foghorns always have to sound so mournful.
Well, Watson, you would insist on coming tonight.
No, the staff entrance should be somewhere along here. And here it is. I stumbled over the doorstep. Where is that infernal bell pull? Oh, and here we are. I hope the night watchman hasn't gone off in his rounds.
No, someone's opening the door.
Thank you, Watson. The fog, I can't see very clearly.
No, it's me right enough, Leo. I brought Sherlock Holmes along with me.
Oh, thank heavens. Come in.
Holmes, this is my old friend, Lionel Greatlake.
Oh, delighted.
Honored, and I may say grateful and relieved. This is the 6th theft inside of a month, Mr. Holmes. It's got the place in an uproar. Nurses having hysterics, patients insist on going home.
I take it you're alluding to the cadavers which have been stolen recently.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, you know how jealous a hospital is of its reputation. The least little bit of scandal
Oh, cheer up, Leo. Maybe it's just a prank of one of the lads. You know what medical students are.
No, that's what I thought when we found the first body missing 4 weeks ago. But now that 5 have been stolen, oh no, that's carrying a joke too far. They tried to get away with another this evening.
Really?
I just happened to drop into the dissecting room in time to stop it. The minute I opened the door, I knew someone was in there, but he slipped out the side way before I could light the gas. But come and see for yourself. Follow me. The laboratories are in this wing.
Oh, mausoleum. Looks familiar, Leo. Remember when we used to sneak a forbidden smoke behind that broom closet?
I wish to heaven life were as simple nowadays. Deuced place is like a beehive, buzzing with suspicion. No wonder we've been able to keep it out of the papers. Here we are. Just 1 second till I unlock the door. That's it. Now, just let me turn up the gas. Well, there we are.
Quite impressive. I see you have all the latest improvements. Oh, that gentleman in the corner. I take it he was the object of tonight's attempted abduction.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, that's the corpse. Splendid specimen, too.
Face a bit the worse for wear. Otherwise, a splendid body.
Yes, we're most anxious not to lose him.
He must be fairly recent. I see there have been no injections of the preserving fluid.
Quite right, Mr. Holmes. He died only this afternoon.
And the other stolen bodies? They have been duly preserved, I suppose.
Well, no. Now that you mention it, they were all stolen before being treated.
Curious, Watson?
Well, I don't know. I suppose if you're going to be a body snatcher, you might as well take fresh ones.
You'll pardon me if I rummage around a bit, Sir Lionel?
Of course.
Yes, I can carry on my interrogations and my investigations at the same time. Oh, dear, my lens needs polishing. Now then, male or female?
What?
The stolen bodies, were they male or female?
Oh, male, all of them.
You don't say. Interesting, Watson?
You mean you think the thief's a woman hater?
Well, I wouldn't go so far as that. What age are the missing corpses?
Oh, I don't know. Middling, I should say. Remarkably good lot of bodies, though. No marked defects, I mean.
Here's a lad who's been careless about cleaning his instruments.
Oh, that'll be Potter. Has some girl on his mind. Can't wait to get washed up and away.
I see. And you found this specimen out here after the thief was scared off, huh? I take it the cadavers aren't usually left lying about.
Oh, certainly not. They're kept in that long steel cabinet over there. Can't be too careful, you know. Have to be rats in a building as old as this.
I'm here. How many people have keys to that cabinet, Sir Lionel?
Only Dr. Lacey. You may know him by reputation, Mr. Holmes. Hugo Lacey. He's our head surgeon and has charge of the classes in dissecting.
Of course. Brilliant fellow. I say, Leo, how's he coming along with his experiments in transplanting tissue?
Can't say. Carries on most of his experiments in a little laboratory he's fixed up in his own lodgings. Never lets anything out till it's perfect. One of the cleverest surgeons in the country, Mr. Holmes. Magnificent touch. I could wish, however, that he was a better professor.
No good at teaching, eh?
No, it isn't that. It's his temper. He can be devilish nasty. And let him catch one of the lads with an instrument bent out of place. It's a phobia with him, Mr. Holmes. A place for everything and everything in its place. I trust young Potter sets his things to right before Lacey sees them.
Oh, this is the door through which the thief escaped, I take it.
Yes, I bolted it on the inside, as you can see.
Well, that's that. I think I've seen all there is to see.
Found anything, Holmes?
Yes. There is what you might call an overabundance of clues. Too many to permit of any intelligent deductions.
What do you mean?
Well, 14 sets of fingerprints, for instance. And in the dust, under that operating table alone, I found shreds of 5 different types of tobacco.
Dear me, I'm afraid Mrs. Platts is getting careless again. Oh, she's the cleaning woman, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Lacey is always complaining that she's inefficient. Well, Mr. Holmes, if you've finished your investigation, perhaps you can advise us how we should act in this matter.
Now, before I do that, suppose we come to an understanding. Would you be satisfied merely to stop the thefts, or do you want to know who is responsible for the missing corpses?
We must find out everything, Mr. Holmes. Who and what and how and why. A mystery of any kind is most demoralizing for a hospital.
In that case, we should do nothing further.
Oh, but Holmes...
We shall do nothing further tonight.
But aren't you going to set a watch on
his room?
If we
did, the criminal wouldn't show up. You may take my word for it, Sir Lionel. The man who has been stealing your cadavers is thoroughly acquainted with the workings of this hospital.
Look here, Mr. Holmes, if we don't set a guard on this room, he may steal this body, too.
I sincerely hope so.
Well, no use making things too easy for him. At least we can put the body back in the cabinet.
Unfortunately, that won't be possible. We can't open it. The cabinet has a spring lock. The thief slammed it after him.
Oh, dear. What will Lacey say when he finds this corpse out here in the morning?
Well, I don't think there's much danger of that, Sir Lionel.
Really, Mr. Holmes, I'm disappointed. I must say I hoped you would be more helpful.
Well, there's one thing we can do for you before we leave, eh, Watson?
No, what?
Well, we can make up for Mrs. Clutt's deficiencies. If you'll get us a couple of old rags, Sir Lionel, I think Watson and I can go over this room in no time.
Holmes, have you gone out of your mind?
Not at all, my dear Watson, not at all. It's most important that everything should be neat and tidy. It's a nice brisk day, eh? Wind seems to have dissipated all the fog.
Now, what's the idea of routing a chap out of his nice warm bed and the streets still deserted? Depressing, if you ask me.
The important thing, my dear Watson, is in setting a trap is to collect your catch before anyone else does. Oh, here's St. Anthony's. Hello. Sir Lionel seems to be having a bit of an argument with someone on the steps.
And I'll not be put off the schedule by any sort of a detective, you see. I'm going home now to fix Dr. Lacey's breakfast, but I'll be back. And when I do, I'm going to clean that room.
But, Mrs. Clapp, I assure you
I'll find one you ought to be put in charge. Everyone knows routine is what keeps an obstacle running.
Watson, Mr. Holmes, I didn't see you. Come in.
Watson Anthony's coming to you, I'd like to know. Out of me way, you.
What? Here, I beg your pardon.
I'm not to be put off my schedule, I'll tell you that. My soul, what I do.
Yes, that was Mrs. Clapp.
So I gathered.
Bit of a termagant, eh, Leo? Red hair, fairly blazy.
Come in. Sorry to give you such a stormy welcome, but I just caught Mrs. Clutz about to clean up the laboratory. I suppose you want to take another look at the place.
If it's convenient.
Yes, of course. Follow me.
I wonder why the sudden burst of energy on Mrs. Clutz's part.
Dr. Lacey may have been putting the screws on. They get along like cat and dog, those two.
But didn't I just hear her say that she was going home to fix him his breakfast?
Yes. You see, Dr. Lacey is Mrs. Clutz's star lodger.
But surely if they get on each other's nerves, as they seem to...
Yes, it's a bit difficult to understand, I admit, but... I suppose Lacey hesitates to move. He's really very comfortable. He's built in a lot of improvements, cupboards and things of that sort. And I've told you how he is, a place for everything and everything in its place. Moreover, Mrs. Clutz is a first-class cook, and Lacey, he's a good feeder.
If I were Lacey, I wouldn't push the old girl too far. I'd be afraid of finding poison in my coffee some bright morning.
Well, here's your laboratory, Mr. Holmes. After you, gentlemen. Looks about the same as it did last night.
Well, I shall be able to judge better after I've gone over the place with my microscope.
You said yourself there were too many fingerprints and things.
Well, why do you suppose I insisted on those rags last night, eh?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I see now. We were rubbing out those prints.
Oh, marvelous, my dear Watson, marvelous. The old brain is actually functioning this early in the morning. Well, now let's see what we've bagged.
Oh, here's the sweeping stroke of a mop. The very mop that has been standing in this corner. Yes. Here are the imprints of a heavy hand on the edge of this table. Note the unusual whorls on the left-hand middle finger, like a question mark. Those must be Mrs. Klutz's fingerprints. She was just about to start dusting the table when I caught her. Yes, the prints on the mop and on the table are identical. Well, that seems to be all the evidence against Mrs. Klutz. I got her out as quickly as I could.
Holmes, I say, Holmes, the corpse. It's gone.
I wondered how soon you'd notice that. The corpse has been stolen. But what did you expect, huh? Sorry to contradict you, Mr. Holmes, but the corpse has been put back in the cabinet. Oh, indeed? Yes. As a matter of fact, it slipped my mind. I should have mentioned it sooner. Seems Dr. Lacey dropped in late last night and insisted on putting the cadaver back in the cabinet. Nothing the night watchman could say would dissuade him. I told you about his mania for order last night, Mr. Holmes. These are doubtless his fingerprints, then, here on the lock and around this panel of the cabinet. Yes, typical surgeon's hands. Long, sensitive fingers, but strong. Tips slightly spatulate. Yes, that's Lacey right enough.
But, Holmes, aren't you going to look inside the cabinet?
Well, I suppose we might as well if Sir Lionel can provide us with the key. Certainly. Lacey left his with the night watchman. Here we are.
By Jove, the corpse is missing.
Yes, I gathered it might be. Now let us see if we can find anything further in the room itself. Here we are. Prints of a third set of fingers. Yes. He came in here earlier than Lacey. And notice the fingerprints of the doorknob. First this individual, then Lacey, and finally Mrs. Klutz. All nicely superimposed, one over the other. Say, Holmes, this is fascinating, almost as exciting as a scientific experiment. Yes. This third individual, hand not any too steady. Here he stumbled and had to put his hand out to brace himself. There's a nice print here on the wall. He moves over to this jar of alcohol. He removes the cover. Then he puts it back again. And here he staggers out.
You mean he was intoxicated?
Beautifully.
Yes, but I don't understand. Why in thunder did he come poking around here in the middle of the night?
Well, Watson, have you no recollection of your own green salad days? Didn't you ever sneak a bit of laboratory's alcohol to help out a celebration that had suddenly gone dry? One of the students, eh? Any idea which one, Mr. Holmes? Well, I think I can make a guess, but I don't intend to. The boy isn't mixed up in this body snatching. The corpse was here when he left. His prints are under Lacey's on the doorknob. What is it, Potter? Oh, I just thought I'd slip in and polish up my instruments before old Petticoat gets... I beg your pardon, sir. Before Dr. Lacey gets to look at them. I'll come back later. Oh, not all. Come right in. We're just leaving.
Yes, but Holmes, we haven't discovered anything
but we have. What we have? We know for sure that either Lacey or Mrs. Klutz is involved in this business. Possibly both. Yes. I suggest we go to pay the Klutz ménage a visit. Well, I'll be glad to take you over myself. Potter, you look a bit fagged this morning. I'm all right, sir. A bit liverish, that's all. Well, don't let it get you down. Come along, Watson. Mr. Potter.
Yes, sir?
Well, they tell me tomato juice is an excellent antidote for raw alcohol. That's Mrs. Klutz's place over there, the house with the white shutters.
Look at that crowd of people standing gawking out in front. I say, looks like something's happened.
Yes. There's my favorite watchdog of the law, Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard, standing in the doorway looking important. Oh, hello, Lestrade. What's up, eh?
Plenty. A woman by the name of Klutz has just murdered her lodger, Dr. Lacey.
Yeah, I told you she'd do it someday.
Any unusual details?
No, open and shut case. First, she stabs him with a kitchen knife, then she throws the body, clothes and all, into a vat of nitric acid this bloke was keeping in his dressing room.
Indeed. Any objections if I come in and take a look around?
All right. But I tell you, this case is open and shut. But come in. Body's in first room, head of the stairs. It's not nice, but if you want to look, go ahead. I got to stay here.
Oh, thanks.
What a vile odor.
Yes.
Chemical smell, plus something else.
Oh, that'll be the acid. Look out. Stairs are dark.
Holmes. Can you hear that noise? Like something bubbling and frying?
Yes. That's the acid working on the body.
Of course. That smell is acid and fat dissolving.
Right. Yes, this must be the room. Oh, good morning, Jenkins. Good morning. Lestrade set you here to guard the body, eh?
Yes, sir.
This air, too.
Oh, Jenkins, I think you might open another window. Get a draft through here.
Yes, sir.
Now, Watson, if you'll bring me that jug labeled olive oil, you may as well stop the action of this acid.
You're right.
Yes, sir. Pour it right into the tub. Mrs. Stroud said the remains are not exactly attractive. I wonder, Sir Lionel, if you could bring yourself to identify Dr. Lacey. Oh, certainly, Mr. Holmes. I'm a medical man. I'm quite used to... Yes, it is rather horrible. Tastes almost entirely eaten away. With the dark hair, what there's left of it, and the clothes and that ring, he never could get it off his little finger. Yes, I think we may safely say that it's Lacey, poor devil. Oh, Jenkins, how was he killed?
Kitchen knife on the table there. Mrs. Clut's fingerprints plain as day.
So Lestrade's been persuaded the value of fingerprints, eh? Dear, the world does progress. Yes. These are Mrs. Clut's prints, all right.
Hey, Joe. Landon here. Bring Mrs. Clutch along.
Why didn't you go and take your dirty hands off me? I didn't kill him. He was dead when I come in. He was dead, I tell you.
None of your lip and get going.
Lestrade, just a moment. I'd like to ask this lady a few questions.
He was dead when I found him. Is it likely I'd have called in the police if I'd have done it?
Oh, you called in the police.
Well, that she did. Leaning out the window screaming bloody murder.
Oh, any idea who could have killed Dr. Lacey, Mrs. Clutch?
No, sir. I ain't been home all night. On account of my sister's having a baby. I went straight from her place to the hospital.
Oh, you had any chance to check up on that, Lestrade?
Oh, that's straight enough, but she'd been home at least 20 minutes before she called the police. Time to murder half a dozen doctors.
I didn't do it, Dependent.
Now, you know, Lestrade, it's just possible that Mrs. Clutch may be right.
Huh?
You see, it would take several hours for acid to dissolve the corpse as far as this.
What of it? Her fingerprints are on the knife. That's enough for me. Hers and no one else's.
And why shouldn't me fingerprints be on that knife? It's my own kitchen knife, ain't it?
Well, that knife, suppose you look at it again.
Now, what in blazes good?
Notice the order of the fingerprints, for instance. Thumb and forefinger near the blade end of the handle. Now, suppose you take this pocket knife of mine and pretend to stab me with it.
Now, this is just a lot of... all right.
There, now, you see? Notice the way you hold it? Thumb against the outer end, little finger next to the blade. In other words, the grip for using a knife for kitchen work and for stabbing are exactly reversed. Dr. Lacey was not stabbed with this knife at all. It was put here by someone to incriminate Mrs. Clutch.
Yes, but if she didn't do it, who did?
Someone who wanted to get rid of her. You any idea who that could have been, Mrs. Clutch?
No, sir. That I haven't. The only person mean enough to do a thing like this was that son of a gun, Lacey. And he's dead now, Lord rest his soul. Oh, dearie me, it's not bad enough having a murder in my own house and then losing my best lodger. But the police have to go accusing me on top of it all. Like as not, I'll never get another tenant of these rooms. Oh, dearie me.
And all that is so much froth, my dear Mrs. Clutch, compared to the real danger you're in.
What's that?
The murderer. He's still at large, and he isn't exactly fond of you. I think I'll just drop in from time to time to make sure you haven't been murdered in your bed.
Really think Mrs. Clutch is in danger?
Obviously, Watson, obviously. Confounded, why doesn't she answer the bell? If anything's happened, oh, yes, here she comes.
Oh, good afternoon, gentlemen. Please to step inside. I'd have come to the door sooner, but I was upstairs cleaning out Dr. Lacey's suite. Would you believe it? I've got a tenant.
You don't say. Well, does he know its history?
Yes, sir, that he does, but he says he's not superstitious.
Oh, how fortunate. What's he like?
Well, he's a German. Professor or something. Come here to carry on some experimenting with Dr. Lacey. Dr. Lacey told me he was expecting him only last week. And so when he come asking for Lacey this morning, and I told him what had happened, right away he asked if Dr. Lacey's notes and instruments were still here. And when I said yes, he said he'd move right in and carry on where Lacey left off. Would you mind coming upstairs while I finish my work?
Well, lead the way, Mrs. Clutch, lead the way.
He's a nice-looking man, too. Blonde with a beard. He limps a little. Oh, it'll be a relief, I tell you, after that, Lacey. He was getting queerer and queerer going out at all hours of the night. I declare I was on the verge of telling the police to keep an eye on him more than once. Well, here we are. Just you sat on the sofa. Now what in the name of...
Well, from what I can see out of the window, I should say that your new lodger has arrived.
Saints preserve us. Excuse me, gentlemen, when I let him in.
Holmes, I think we'd better be going.
In a moment, Watson, in a moment. Plenty of time.
This way, please. Look up to the tenement stairs. Oh, my, ain't it hot? Oh, Mr.
Holmes.
This is Herr Gluck.
Professor Gluckfeder, to befehl.
How do you do?
Delighted. Sorry I had to come all this way and then find a friend dead.
He is no friend. He is what you call a colleague. Mrs. Klutz, the portmanteau on the bed, please.
Well, I know Mrs. Klutz will make her comfortable. I trust you have better luck than Dr.
Come, Watson, come. We must be going. You see, Professor Glockfader, we were the detectives on this case.
Don't you have found?
Nothing, I'm afraid, nothing. Oh, these are my notes on the case. I'm really rather ashamed of them. Would you mind if I burn them here in your fireplace?
Oh, not at all.
Thank you. Oh, dear me. I don't seem to have a match.
1 moment, I'll get you some here in the drawer of this table. Here you are, a nice little box.
Thank you, Dr. Lacey. Huh? I thought you would know where to find them. A place for everything and everything in its place. Yes, I was sure you would be drawn back to these rooms.
Me? You think I am Dr. Lacey? He is dead, murdered.
No, that wasn't Dr. Lacey in that tub of acid. It was one of the bodies he had stolen from St. Anthony's. It had a rather curious conformation of the bones of the right foot. I had seen it the night before, so of course I recognized it. Your misfortune, Dr. Lacey.
But these foot, sir, what is all this rubbish?
And you see, it came to my attention not long ago that Professor Moriarty was getting in touch with quite a number of heavily insured businessmen. One after another, these men died. But by and by, the insurance companies became suspicious. I was told to investigate. I discovered that on several occasions, Professor Moriarty had called on Dr. Lacey. Dr. Lacey, who was experimenting with facial surgery. Dr. Lacey, who had access to any number of corpses from St. Anthony's. Well, in time, I began to suspect that Dr. Lacey was working on these dead bodies and transforming them so they would look like the gentlemen who wished to collect their insurance. Professor Moriarty made a handsome profit, I believe. Unfortunately, though, I couldn't prove my theory.
It is crazy. No one would believe it.
Oh, so I found.
Then what good does it do you?
Just this. When you're in prison, the whole scheme will fall to the ground.
But I am not Dr. Lacey. You have no proof.
There you are wrong, sir. This little matchbox which you just handed me contains all the proof that I need. On it is a set of fingerprints, which is identical with some on the cabinet door in the laboratory of St. Anthony's. And those fingerprints are known to be Dr. Lacey's.
Oh, it's magnificent.
Elemental.
Phenomenal.
Elemental, my dear Watson, elemental.
And that's the end of the story, Mr. Bell.
But Dr. Watson, didn't the man ever confess?
He did better than that. He offered to show up Moriarty, but when they came to take down his testimony, he was found dead on his prison cot. Obviously, more of Moriarty's work.
Well, there's one thing I don't understand. Why didn't he take the same way out as the businessmen? Surely he could have doctored some corpse up so it looked like himself.
He could have, Mr. Bell, but that's where human nature comes in. He hated Mrs. Klutz, so he wanted to implicate her. It was his big mistake.
Well, that certainly is a fascinating story, Dr. Watson. Now to get back to something where there are never any mistakes.
I know what you're hinting at now. Another cup of G. Washington coffee.
Yes, indeed. Dr. Watson, have you ever stopped to consider how much the word economy has come to mean to Americans during the last couple of years?
Well, it's come to mean more to me, too. I have to save on a lot of things I never thought about before.
How do you do it, Dr. Watson? Does it mean giving up all the good things in life and using cheaper quality?
Not at all, Mr. Bell. I still keep to the good things, but I'm a little more careful how I use them. More satisfaction in being a little careful with good things, you know, than in putting up with poor quality. Oh, by the way, Mr. Bell.
What is it, Dr. Watson? You're chuckling over something now. It's only fair to tell what it is.
Well, a lot of people have been taking a lesson from Sherlock Holmes, Mr. Bell. They've been drawing deductions.
About what?
About my book of Sherlock Holmes stories, Mr. Bell. They've been observant enough to notice the little number 1 on the back of the volume, and they want to know if there are going to be other books with more stories in them later on.
I'm afraid I'm not very observant, Dr. Watson. I never noticed that little 1. And are there going to be more stories?
I can't tell for sure, Mr. Bell. I've been talking it over with Mr. Washington. But just in case there are, I want everybody to get volume 1 right away, so they won't be left when the first edition runs out and be unable to make up their complete set.
That's right, too. We'll have to warn them about that. Especially with that economy we were talking about. It's worthwhile getting a really good book for nothing. Well, what about G. Washington? Is that economy?
Of course it is. You know a Sherlock Holmes story about the rich old mustard manufacturer, don't you?
I know, Dr. Watson. I can't say that I do.
Oh, it's a good story. It applies to saving money on coffee, too. It seems a smart young man, who thought he was smart anyway, asked the Mustard King if he really made all his money out of the little bit of mustard people use on their food.
And what did he say?
He said no. that he made most of it out of the mustard people leave on their plates. And that's just the way it is with coffee, or ordinary coffee, anyway.
You mean the real expense is not what you drink, but what you waste?
Exactly, and that's where G. Washington saves. There's no waste. You only make what you want, and yet you can have all you want.
Well, that sounds like economy, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Watson and I want you to test G. Washington economy. Get a 4-ounce can right away. Don't be afraid of the size of the can or the price. G. Washington is economical because it ends waste. And as a special inducement, why, Dr. Watson will give you one of his books of 7 Sherlock Holmes stories. Just print your name and address on the back of a label from your 4-ounce can and send it to Morristown, New Jersey. You will receive without cost a handsome deluxe book with a gold profile of Holmes on the cover and a picture of Dr. Watson as a frontispiece. In that way, you'll have the satisfaction of proving to yourself that G. Washingtons won't wreck your family budget, and of getting a handsome book of Sherlock Holmes stories for nothing. Please note down the address, Morristown, New Jersey. And send in that 4-ounce can label right away so you won't be left without Volume 1 if the good doctor persuades Mr. Washington to wish him Volume 2. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week's story?
Next week, I'm going to tell you the story of a man 20 years older than his bride and how death came to Rose Hill.
And now, in answer to numerous requests, we want to announce that the Sherlock Holmes program has been on the air for 3 years. The part of Sherlock Holmes is played by Richard Gordon, that of Dr. Watson by Lee Lovell. Neither Mr. Gordon nor Mr. Lovell play the part of a detective and his doctor friend in any other program.
Beginning with this broadcast, the makers of G. Washington Coffee will bring you each week at this time a dramatization of one of the famous stories of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. I don't know how many of our listeners will agree, but for us, this is a red-letter day, because it marks the beginning of another series of visits to the comfortable, firelit study of Dr. Watson, to hear his hair-raising reminiscences of Sherlock Holmes' adventures, and to drink his delicious G. Washington coffee. Dr. Watson was not with us last winter because he was taking what he called his sabbatical year. It seems that he spent a great deal of that time with a certain travel-worn and battered dispatch box in the vaults of Holt & Company, private bankers in Charing Cross. Out of it, he has unearthed papers containing notes on Sherlock Holmes cases which have not been told previously on the air. So now we stroll down the quiet, tree-lined street. Yes, here's the house with its dark curtains. We turn in the neat little path. The familiar door with its brightly polished brass knocker opens to welcome us. And we find ourselves in Dr. Watson's well-remembered study. The easy chairs, the rows of worn books, the kettle steaming cozily on the hearth. Everything's just the same.
Even the old doctor?
Yes.
Well, this is like old times, isn't it, Mr. Bell?
Yes, Dr. Watson.
No idea how I've missed these little sessions of ours. But here, what more appropriate way to celebrate our reunion than by preparing a cup of our old favorite G. Washington coffee?
That's what I've been looking forward to, Dr. Watson. I see you have everything ready to make it.
Oh, that was very easy. The only preparation necessary was to heat the water.
Then I'll take the lid off the can.
Mm-hmm.
Teaspoonful of G. Washington's coffee crystals in your cup, and one in mine.
Add the hot water.
Yes. There you are. Help us out to cream and sugar.
Thank you. My, that's good. Hey, you're a perfect host, Dr. Watson.
No. You're pulling my leg. Being a good host with G. Washington's coffee, Mr. Bell's no trouble at all. It only takes a minute, and it's as easy to make as a slice of toast.
Or as easy to use as granulated sugar.
How's that for freshness and convenience?
Well, I'd say, like Sherlock Holmes, it couldn't be beat.
Oh, no. Another hint, Mr. Bell. Well, yes, we'd better get on with our story, I suppose.
What adventure are we to start off with tonight, Dr. Watson?
How'd it be if I tell you how Sherlock Holmes solved the case of the Hebraic breastplate?
Hebraic breastplate?
Yes, it was quite a famous museum piece. Some authorities went so far as to say it had been worn originally by King Solomon himself. At any rate, it was supposed to have a curse attached to it. To my own personal knowledge, it caused the death of 2 men and nearly robbed an eminent scholar of his good name.
Well, that sounds sufficiently ominous for anyone, Dr. Watson.
It was, Mr. Bell, it was. Why, even now, when I recall that night in the dark, deserted halls of the Belmore Street Museum, with the moonlight sliding slowly from one of those incredible mummy cases to the other. But there I go, anticipating myself as usual.
Well, anticipation or no, you're starting chills running up and down my spine.
Have I, indeed? Inconsiderate of me, wasn't it? Well, plenty of time for that later on. In any event, the whole thing started one foggy afternoon in March of the year 1894. You know the sort of day we have in London at that season? A yellowish fog blew in cold, dank waves down Baker Street. It was no day for venturing abroad, and yet that was just what I was planning to do. As I entered the sitting room of our lodgings in search of my top hat, I found the place in even wilder disorder than usual. In the midst of this chaos sat Holmes, his long tapering fingers and his hawk-like nose intent on a singularly unsavory mess of chemical abracadabra. Retorts seized and boiled. The weird blue flame of a Bunsen burner was reflected in his eyes. Holmes wanted 10.
Quiet, Watson. Absolute quiet. Don't move. Don't breathe. A man's life depends on this test. Now, you see this liter retort?
Yes.
The contents has the appearance of clear water. It is clear water, Watson, with the addition of an infinitesimal amount of an unknown substance extracted from a small stain on a man's coat sleeve. Is that substance blood, human blood? That's the important question. Now, we add a few white crystals and wait for the reaction.
Ooh, I say, Holmes, the water's changing color. It's turned a dull mahogany.
Yes, and there's a distinct brownish dust precipitated at the bottom of the retort. Magnificent. Positively magnificent, Watson. The old Guaicum and microscopic test for the blood corpuscles was clumsy and uncertain. But this test, the Sherlock Holmes test, is infallible. The prisoner is guilty, Watson. Guilty as the devil. That brownish precipitate will hang him.
Holmes, you know, your scientific cold-bloodedness gives me the creep.
Nonsense, Watson, nonsense. You wouldn't hesitate to shoot down a hawk that had been preying on your livestock, would you? Why hesitate to destroy the criminal who's been fattening on the blood of human beings?
Must you be so graphic in your descriptions, Holmes? Where's my hat?
What hat?
My top hat, of course. I left it in here when I came in from visiting my patients this morning. How anyone can expect to find anything in all this litter...
And, Watson, if you can't keep track of your own wearing apparel, I'm sure that I can... Oh, that wouldn't be it by any chance.
Where?
There, on the floor by the desk.
Oh, I say, Holmes, you've used it as a wastepaper basket again.
Sorry, Watson, sorry, but if you will leave it about, what would you want with a hat this late in the afternoon? Surely you're not thinking of venturing out into this foul weather?
I most certainly am. Furthermore, it may interest you to know that since you've become involved in this teapot case, the house has smelled like a cross between a crate of distinctly senile eggs and a bear pit. The weather may be foul, but it's not as foul as the atmosphere of this room.
No idea you were so delicate.
Besides, I've just received an invitation from my friend Ward Mortimer to go round to the Belmore Street Museum and view the collection.
Indeed.
Mortimer's about to take over the curatorship, I believe.
Well, what's become of the old curator, Professor Andrews? He can't be much over 55, and the reputation of his management and lecture courses was excellent.
And he turned in his resignation at the last meeting of the Board of Trustees, I believe.
Yes, but for what reason?
Oh, something about failing eyesight. Felt they should have a younger man in charge of such a valuable collection. Promised to accompany Mr. Mortimer on his first tour of inspection this afternoon. They say the professor's a wonder. That's why I'm particularly anxious to go.
So now Ward Mortimer is trying to fill the professor's shoes, huh? I thought he was still excavating near Thebes in the Valley of the Kings.
Oh, no. After Mortimer exhumed what's believed to be the mummy of Cleopatra in the inner room of the Temple of Horns at Philae, he decided to come home.
So he found it, did he? Yes, I thought he might. Watson, I think I'll join you in your visit to the Belmore Street Museum.
But look here, Holmes, you weren't invited.
No matter, Watson, no matter. Ward Mortimer will be delighted to see me. It was I who suggested to him that he should dig at Philae for Cleopatra's remains. Besides, now that you mention it, the air in this room is a bit tainted. Yes, it might be as well to go elsewhere until the aroma clears away.
This is an unexpected pleasure.
I'm delighted to see you again, Mr. Mortimer. So you found the lady where I told you to look for her, huh?
You mean Cleopatra?
Yes.
Indeed, I did. But how in the world you knew she was there is beyond me.
No, I keep telling him he's lucky he wasn't born a few centuries back. He'd have been burned for witchcraft.
Nonsense, Watson, nonsense. The whole matter was extremely simple. Merely the correct interpretation of an old papyrus that has never been correctly translated before. So that's beside the point. I believe we're here to see the treasures of the museum.
Of course. I'm a very neglectful host, I'm afraid. I don't believe you met Professor Andrews. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, gentlemen?
This is a great privilege, Professor Andrews.
You're very kind, gentlemen. And this is my valued assistant, Captain Wilson, whom Mr. Mortimer has been trying to persuade to stay on. But Wilson has been invited to join an expedition that is intent on digging up dusty relics in Asia Minor.
We feel we have at last located the site of the ancient city of Troy. Just think what it would mean, gentlemen, to see the very halls where Helen lived, to walk the streets where Achilles, Hector...
There you are. It's what I call the digging fever. All archaeologists suffer from occurring attacks of it. But come, let us begin our tour of inspection. For me, this is at once a proud and a sad occasion. But in any event, my love of the collection is, I hope, greater than any personal regret. This museum needs the supervision and protection of a man in full possession of all his faculties.
Oh, no, Professor.
My failing sight. However, enough of that. There are 15 rooms in this museum, gentlemen, all given over to the treasures of the Orient. But this hall in which we are now standing, which contains the Jewish and Egyptian collections, is undoubtedly the pick of the lot. Now, let us take the Jewish side first.
Yes, indeed.
Here is what I believe to be the only authentic duplicate of the famous seven-branched candlestick of the temple, which was brought to Rome, as you know, by Titus, and which is lying at this instant somewhere in the mud in the bed of the river Tiber. And here in this case is perhaps the most valuable article in the entire museum. Now, where did I put the keys to this locker? Yes, here we are.
I say, it is a beauty, whatever it is. 12 enormous stones, all different colors, like paint in a paint box, and set in gold. And each stone has some funny-looking scratches on its surface?
Those are ancient Hebrew hieroglyphics, Dr. Watson. This is the Urim and Thummim.
The Urim and what in?
Urim and Thummim was the name given to the jewel plate which lay on the breast of the high priest of the Jews, which fact you would remember, Watson, if you'd paid better attention in your Sunday school days.
Oh, really? Mr. Holmes is correct, gentlemen. The jewel breastplate of the high priest was held in a special reverence by the ancient Hebrews, somewhat as the Sibylline books were regarded in the capital of Rome. This particular Urim and Thummim is the most magnificent in existence. In fact, I believe I'm correct in saying that it belonged originally to Solomon himself. At any rate, those hieroglyphics are supposed to be the curse of Solomon.
Curse of Solomon? How sinister.
Yes, this breastplate is supposed to bring death to anyone who lays reverent hands upon it. That is why no one but Captain Wilson and myself have been allowed to handle it.
I see. In other words, something has occurred which leads you to believe the curse is still in effect.
Well, I'm not what you would call a superstitious man myself. And yet, within a week of the time when that pack first came to this museum, the knight's watchman was found dead one morning with the breastplate in his hand.
You mean he'd attempted to steal it?
Probably. Jewels as magnificent as these are bound to be a great temptation. However, I must say that since the first calamity became known, it has been left entirely unmolested.
Yes, the stones are remarkably large. May I see them more closely, please?
Please, you must pardon me, Mr. Holmes, if I seem too cautious, but I would rather you didn't touch them. You see, I would like to bring my curatorship to a close without any further activity.
Oh, yes, it's quite understandable, I'm sure. I only wish to determine their classification.
Oh, I can tell you that. Counting from the top left-hand corner, the stones are carnelian, peridot, emerald, ruby, lapis lazuli, onyx, sapphire, agate, amethyst, topaz, beryl, and jasper. Captain Wilson, who is a practical authority upon precious stones, will tell you that these are remarkably pure.
Oh, quite.
And the gold work is also worthy of attention. If you'll observe closely the tiny pattern...
Pardon the suggestion, but you'll find a finer example of the Jewish gold work in the candlestick in the next case.
Quite so, Wilson, quite so. And we can all handle that quite freely. Come, gentlemen. Wilson, you will return this breastplate to its case, if you please.
Certainly, Professor Andrews.
And make sure the case is locked.
Oh, absolutely.
Here's the key.
Thank you.
And now, gentlemen, let's inspect this gold candlestick.
One moment, Professor. This mummy case, this is a recent acquisition, I take it.
Yes, certainly, but how did you know?
Well, there is a tiny particle of Excelsior packing still on the floor.
So there is, dear me. I'm afraid the cleaning woman is getting careless again.
How about this mummy case? Surely it is of Egyptian origin, and yet you placed it here among the Judean relics.
Very nice point, Mr. Holmes. The mummy case is undoubtedly of Egyptian manufacture, and yet it was unearthed in the remains of Solomon's temple, probably the last resting place of some high priest who admired the Egyptian culture. These various Oriental civilizations often overlap.
Yes, but does the case still contain the mummy?
Oh, yes, indeed. Interesting coincidence, isn't it? The high priest returns to watch over the Urim and Thummim, which he wore some thousands of years ago. Destiny is a curious force, gentlemen. No one can gainsay it.
Oh, my God! Oh, what's that? Good heavens! Listen! What's wrong? What's him creeping?
Good heavens! He's having to Quick! Someone, get a doctor! Get a doctor!
Too late, Professor Andrews. I'm afraid the poor chap's dead.
Dead? That's impossible.
Not entirely, Professor. The poor chap has something held tightly in his right hand. Now, let's find out what it is. It's extraordinary, vigorous setting already. Yes, I can hardly extract the thing without breaking the fingers. Yes, just as I thought. It's the Jewish breastplate.
For the love of heaven, give it to me before something happens to you.
Oh, calm yourself, Professor. The curse has spent itself, at least for the time being.
That breastplate. I wish I'd never laid eyes on the accursed thing. Poor Wilson. What a horrible end to my term of office.
Professor Andrews, Wilson's death, if I am not greatly mistaken, is not an end to anything. It's just the beginning.
Here, Holmes. Do you have to eat all the kippers?
I'm merely doing it to prevent you from blowing up, Watson. Your waistline's a disgrace. Here, pour me out another cup of coffee. There's a good chap.
Spoiled, that's what you are. Utterly and irrevocably spoiled. That was tragic, the sudden death of that poor young chap yesterday afternoon.
You mean Captain Wilson?
Well, who do you think I meant? Humpty Dumpty? Who'd have thought to look at him? The fellow had a bad heart.
It wasn't his heart that caused his death, Watson. It was Solomon's cat.
Oh, now you're being fantastic.
Well, there's nothing fantastic about that test, my dear Watson. It's very real and extremely efficacious.
What are you babbling about, Holmes?
The ancient Oriental poison in the little needle hidden in the back of that Jewish breastplate. No, the ancient Orientals knew a great deal more about poisons than we do, thank heaven.
You mean Captain Wilson was poisoned?
Oh, what do you think? You saw the tetanic convulsions, the extreme post-mortem rigor?
Jove, you may be right at that.
Maybe, I am right. Wilson was killed by the jolly little mechanism hidden at the back of the breastplate.
Yes, but if that needle thingamabob still works, oughtn't you to warn the authorities or something?
Oh, no, not necessarily. No use harrowing the poor old professor with the idea that the death of his guard and his assistant might have been prevented.
Yes, but what if someone else gets himself punctured?
Well, that's not very likely, Watson. You see, I took the precaution of removing the little pin before I handed the thing back to Professor Andrews.
Well, then, if the danger's removed, what made you say that Wilson's death was just the beginning of the trouble?
Now, come in. Ah, Mrs. Hudson, and in the role of Hermes, if I'm not mistaken.
Who's she?
He, Mrs. Hudson. He, Hermes, was the messenger of the Greek god.
You mean the one with the feathers on his head and on his feet?
Yes.
I'll thank you not to compare me with the likes of him, Mr. Holmes. I've got more clothes on, I hope.
Oh, yes, quite. I was merely alluding to the letter you have in your hand, addressed to me, if I am not mistaken.
It is that. And what's more, it is urgent. Come by hand, it is. The messenger's waiting in a cab outside.
I don't say. Well, let's see what it's all about. Dear Mr. Holmes, we have been robbed. Come at once. Signed, Ward Mortimer. Well, Watson, get your hat. You have the answer to your question, and I hardly hoped it would come so soon, though.
As you can see, Mr. Holmes, the breastplate has been tampered with. Someone must have done it during the night. The settings of the first 6 stones are rough and jagged, as if someone had scraped around them.
Looks to me as if someone had been trying to take out the stones, Holmes?
My fear is that he not only tried, but succeeded, Dr. Watson. And these 6 stones are imitations.
You may put aside your fears on that score, Mr. Mortimer. I'll stake my reputation that all 6 of these stones is genuine.
Thank heaven for that. Then what in the world does the thief want?
Well, perhaps if we consult Professor Andrews in the matter, we might...
I tried to get in touch with him, but it seems that he left for Scotland last night.
Pity. Did the watchman hear anything in the night?
I've questioned him thoroughly, I promise you. He made his rounds 4 times as usual, but at no time did he see or hear anything amiss.
And yet this job must have taken the better part of 8 hours to complete. Now, could this thief have entered through the windows?
Possible. All heavily barred. Furthermore, I myself attended to the locking and bolting of the main door last night. All the locks and bolts were intact this morning.
And that skylight up there, now, where does that lead?
That goes on to the lumber room, Mr. Holmes. But it's remained unopened for years, as you can see by the dust on it.
Well, what other openings are there to the museum?
There's a door to my private room, but even that is locked at night, and in order to reach it, anyone from the street would have to open my outer door as well.
And neither you nor the watchman heard anything?
Not a thing.
Significant. Very significant. Yes, Watson, I think a night spent in the lumber room upstairs is indicated. The work is not finished. 6 of the stones remain untouched. And I'm very anxious to see the intruder who can slide through a locked door and who is completely invisible to your night watchman, Mr. Mortimer. Watson, it creaks like a rusty hinge.
Found it. It's as dark as the inside of my pocket up here. Oh! I've stumbled over something.
Yes, that, if I'm not mistaken, is the skylight we've discovered. Yes, sir. Yes, I can feel the glass.
It's so covered with dust, you can't see a thing. But let me wipe it off.
Stop. Leave it alone. We don't want to be visible to anyone from below.
Yes, but how in...
I'll clear off a peephole for you and one for myself. Now, if you lie down on the floor and put your eye to that...
But in my best trousers, the case is filthy.
Yes, well, here's some sacking I brought along.
Oh, all right. But I must say, confound that dust.
What? You sound like a 21-gun salute. Do you want to frighten the thief?
But I didn't do it on purpose.
The moonlight shining in through the window down there is extremely bright, thank heaven.
How weird everything looks in that light. That mummy case seems almost alive. Say, Holmes, what's that curious evil glow directly below us? Like many-colored eyes.
Those are the gems in the Jewish breastplate.
But only 6 of them seem to be on fire.
Yes, for the very good reason that only 6 of them are real.
But you said...
Never mind what I said. Keep your eye on that breastplate.
It's 11 o'clock, Holmes.
Yes, we won't be able to wait much longer.
Holmes! The head on that money case. Look, it's moving.
Good Lord, so it is. The lid is sliding back. The mummy case is opening up.
Holmes, there's a hand in the opening. A white, thin hand of a mummy. What if it's the high priest? Oh, Holmes, let's get out of here. I
don't move, Watson. Don't breathe. It's not a mummy. It's a man. A small, thin man. He's stealing out of the mummy case like a fox out of his burrow.
Turns his head quickly from left to right. I can't see the face. Holmes. He's slinking to the case. The case that contains the breastplate. He raises the lid. Oh, his face is in the moonlight. Good Lord, it's Professor Andrews.
Oh, he says you confounded. He's trying to get away. Wait the glass, Watson. We must stop through and catch him. There, hold him out, Watson.
Oh, no, he's down. I've got you.
Hold him up. Light the gas.
I'm coming. Have you got him?
Yes, light the gas. Don't let him go, Watson.
No fear. Good Lord, it's Professor Andrews.
Of course, I knew it from the first.
Still I'm the thief.
Oh, no, you're wrong, Mortimer. Professor Andrews is not the thief. The thief is dead.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Really, my conduct is entirely reprehensible. I realize that I am not a thief. In fact, I didn't realize the jewels had been stolen until I found them in Captain Wilson's effects after his death.
Yes, I knew they were false when I saw them yesterday afternoon, Professor. I didn't want to spoil your last day in office.
Oh, that was very kind of you, Mr. Holmes. When Wilson stole them, I don't know. You see, my eyesight has been failing for some time, and although I used to be a very good judge of precious stones...
Yes, but Holmes, you told me yourself this morning that those jewels were real.
Only the first 6, my dear Mortimer. Only the first 6. Professor Andrews replaced those last night. Unfortunately, his handiwork was not as neat as Wilson's had been. Due probably to his failing eyesight, and you were able to detect it.
Yes, but Professor Andrews, when you found the jewels, why didn't you inform the police?
What good would that have done? It would have discredited my whole regime and blackened the name of Captain Wilson. No, surely he's paid the punishment of his crime. Furthermore, I owed it to him. After all, I knew of that poisoned needle. I thought the mechanism to control it wouldn't work. It is true, but I should have had it removed.
Don't blame yourself too severely, Professor. The cause of Wilson's death goes further back than any of us remember. Back to the curse of Solomon. After all, he had laid profane hands upon the breastplate of the high priest, and the wrath of the god of Judea is not to be taken lightly.
A remarkable story, Dr. Watson. But how did Sherlock Holmes deduce that it was Professor Andrews who had tampered with the breastplate?
As Holmes would say, elementary, Mr. Bell, elementary. Professor Andrews was the only person who knew the night watchman's routine and could therefore keep out of his way. Besides, Holmes figured that Professor Andrews had probably retained his key to the curator's door and could therefore slip in and out of the museum at will. Simple, isn't it, when you know how it's done?
As simple as making a cup of G. Washington coffee.
There you go, pulling my leg again, Mr. Bell. If the solution of that crime were as easy as making this coffee, why, a 4-year-old child could have solved it. But here, I'm sure you'd like another cup.
Elementary, Dr. Watson, elementary. You can't go wrong on that deduction. Of course I want another cup, but can't I have one of these new one-cup services and make my own?
Oh, with pleasure, Mr. Bell. I see they fascinate you as they do everyone who sees them. Tear open the soft metal top.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Empty the fresh crystals into your cup.
Right.
Add the hot water. And there's a cup of fragrant coffee as fresh can be.
Well, there's no end to G. Washington magic, Dr. Watson. Next week at this same hour, Dr. Watson will be with us again with another of his famous stories of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
I merely refer to this in case you should see fit at some future time to chronicle the most important and far-reaching piece of work in my entire career, the case of Professor Robert Moriarty.
Moriarty? I don't remember ever having heard of that fellow.
The Napoleon of crime. The Napoleon. Sitting motionless like an ugly, venomous spider in the center of his web. But that web having 1,000 radiations and the spider knowing every quiver of every one of them. And within 48 hours, we'll have the lines drawn so tightly around him that he can't move. We'll arrest him and his entire gang.
Holmes, this is a very dangerous thing.
My dear fellow, it's perfectly delightful. My whole life is spent in a series of frantic endeavors to escape from the dreary commonplaces of existence.
Oh, yes, I suppose I am. Matter of fact, the adventure I'm going to relate was one of the most gruesome experiences I ever hoped to encounter. I never think of it if I can help. Oh, perhaps I'd better not tell it after all. Brings up memories that I'd rather...
Now, come, Dr. Watson. You're not going back on us now. The Cornish Horror, or The Adventure of the Devil's Foot. That was the name, wasn't it?
Yes, the Devil's Foot. The very word still makes my spine tingle with horror. Oh, well, I'll get on with it.
Good.
It was the spring of the year 1897. Holmes' iron constitution had shown some signs of giving way due to a particularly arduous and nerve-wracking winter. In March of that year, Dr. Moore-Ager of Harley Street gave positive injunctions that Holmes get out into the country for protracted rest. Holmes demurred first, but I finally persuaded him. Well, the third week in March found us settled in a small cottage near Pordew Bay, the further extremity of the Cornish Peninsula.
Isn't that rather bleak country for a convalescent, Dr. Watson?
Bleak is putting it mildly. I've never known such grim surroundings. You must seen Holmes admirably.
Just his natural perverseness, I suppose.
Oh, I dare say. Our little whitewashed house stood on a grassy headland. From its windows, we looked down upon the whole sinister semicircle of Mount Bay, and that old death trap with its fringe of black cliffs and surge-swept reefs. On the land side, our view was as somber as on the sea. Country of rolling moor, lonely and dun-colored. In every direction, there were traces of some vanished race, which had left as its sole record strange monuments of stone. Holmes spent most of his time puttering round about these weird ruins. Well, everything was going along peacefully until one morning our simple and healthy routine was violently interrupted and we were precipitated into the midst of a series of gruesome and nerve-shattering events.
Quite a surf this morning, eh, Watson? You can see the spray flung up against our windows, and we're a good 100 feet above sea level. I don't think I shall venture out today. Bad weather. The old boy is certainly lashing himself into a fine frenzy.
What do you mean, the old boy?
The devil, Watson. The devil himself.
What are you raving about?
Didn't I tell you that the natives hereabouts refer to that seething death trap down there as the devil's cauldron? They think the old gentleman himself lives there.
Dear me, how unsettling.
Yes, a very interesting superstition. You know, Watson, that this locality is supposed to have been the last resort of devil worship in England. Many scientists believe that those huge prehistoric monuments of stone were part of a temple given over to the Prince of Darkness.
Preposterous.
I don't know. As logical as most of the theories that endeavor to explain their existence. The superstition goes on to say that when the devil was finally driven from his temple, he took refuge in the bay down there. Yes, they claim that on stormy nights you can hear his hoofbeats as he races up and down the rock.
Hey, Holmes, what are you trying to do? Give me a case of nerves?
No, what's this? What's this? Someone running up our path. His smoke flapping about like a giant's bat.
Why, it's that Tregennis fellow, the one who boards with the vicar.
What about Tregennis, eh? Wonder what's happened. Face as white as sheet. Open the door, Watson. Open the door.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes.
Thank heaven I find you at home. The most terrible thing has happened. I can scarcely believe
Sit
it.
down, my dear fellow. Sit down. Yeah, that's better. Now, perhaps you can tell us what's happened. Slowly, take your time.
My family, my sister and my two brothers. It's too terrible. Why, just last night I was with them at the house. The Attic Water, it's called. All well and happy, with great cards. And now, without warning, I can...
Easy, again. It's easy. Perhaps if you can manage to give us a few of the facts.
I left them there last night. My sister Brenda and my two brothers, Owen and George.
What time is that?
The clock in the church steeple over at Pulview was chiming 10 o'clock as I closed the door behind me. I had left them all in the card room, laughing and in good spirits.
And?
This morning, being an early riser, I was out taking a walk before breakfast when Dr. Richard overtook me in his carriage with the news that he'd been sent for on a most urgent call from Attic Water. Something terrible happened to my family. I jumped in beside him and he whipped up the horses.
And what did you find at Attic Water?
Oh, Mr. Holmes, it was terrible. It ghastly. My two brothers and my sister there in the card room just as I had left them. But what a change, what a ghastly change.
Yes.
Brenda lay back, stone dead in her chair. And my two brothers sat on each side of her, laughing and shouting and singing. The senses sickened clean out of them, and all three of them, my dead sister and my two demented brothers, retained upon their faces an expression of ghastly horror, a convulsion of terror. Oh, how terrible. Yes. Dr. Richard lay at the floor of the common pipe and fell fainting into a chair.
Anyone else in the house besides your sister and brothers?
Only Mrs. Porter, the old housekeeper. He said there's nothing during the night.
I presume it was she who found him this morning.
Yes, she always goes through the house in the morning, airing it out before the family comes down. When she reached the card room, she found them. The shock was too much for her. She had a nervous collapse. We had to put her to bed. I don't wonder.
Most exceptional case. Most exceptional.
That's what we thought. We could find no traces of strangers in or around the house. Nothing was stolen, nothing touched. The vicar believes you're the only one who can solve the case, Mr. Holmes. He insisted I come to you.
I'd be only too glad to handle the matter, of course. But first I must ask you a few questions.
Anything, Mr. Holmes, anything.
To begin with, Mr. Tregennis, why do you live with the vicar separated from your family? Any coldness or misunderstanding?
Well, as a matter of fact, we did have a slight argument a few years ago. About some property it was. But that was all settled long ago. We were on the best of terms.
Right. Now, Mr. Tregennis, about a call, anything at all that was out of the ordinary.
There was one thing that occurred to me.
Yes.
As we sat at the card table, my back was to the window. George was facing me. Suddenly I saw him look hard over my shoulder out of the window. I turned quickly, and just for a moment I thought I caught a glimpse of something moving.
Man or animal?
I don't quite know. My brother said he had the same feeling.
You investigated?
No, Mr. Holmes, we did not.
Oh, my.
It seemed to me unimportant. Silly, in fact.
You had no premonition of evil?
No, Mr. Holmes. Would to heaven we had. It's uncanny, that's what it is. Something came into that room, and that something killed my sister and dashed the light of reason from my brother's minds. Something devilish it was.
That should prove to be the case. I fear I shall be of very little assistance, Mr. Tregennis. Come, Watson, come. I think perhaps you'd best go down to Attic Water at once.
This is the house, Mr. Holmes.
Whose carriage is this coming down the drive with the blinds down?
There's someone in it. Listen. My brothers, my poor brothers. It's Dr. Richard's carriage. He's taking him to Hudson. It's too awful, my poor brothers.
Easy, Tregennis. Keep a stiff upper lip, man. We've got to find out who's responsible for this atrocity.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I'll do my best. Stout fellow.
Which are the windows of the card room?
This one here.
Oh, my.
Look out, Holmes, look out. You upset the water.
Oh, there. How clumsy of me. Sorry, Tregennis. I'm afraid I've drenched your boots.
No matter, Mr. Holmes, no matter. Shall we go in?
Yes. I've seen all I need out here.
This way. Card room is over here.
Do you notice anything, Watson?
No, I can't say I do. This is the card room.
As I see, the window's still open. Housekeeper left it that way, I suppose.
Yes, she said it was locked on the inside when she came in.
Quite so. Candles quite got it out. Yes, cards still on the table. They've not risen from their chairs, I take it. And you left about 10. Well, that sets the hour of death at sometime before 11. Fire burned out. A fire. Had they always a fire in this small room on a spring evening?
It was cold and damp last night, Mr. Holmes. The fire was lit shortly after my arrival.
That seems to be about all. No disturbance of any kind. Strange.
Oh, come along, Holmes. This thing gives me the jumps. There's something about the atmosphere. As though death was still hovering in the air.
I wonder.
What are you going to do now, Mr. Holmes?
I think I shall resume the course of tobacco poisoning which Watson so justly condemned. Come, Watson, come. We shall return to our cottage. Did anything occur to me, Mr. Tregennis, I shall communicate with you. Well, it won't do, Watson, it won't do. All the facts are negative.
I say, you think Mr. Dennis's account of his actions last night was truthful?
Quite, Watson, quite. Remember the incident of the spilt watering can? Well, I did that to obtain an impression of his foot.
I take it you succeeded.
I did. With that printed sample, I was able to trace his movements last night. His story is correct. He left the house about 10, went straight back to the vicarage, and didn't return. Nor did anyone else enter or leave the house.
Then it must have been the man or the animal that they thought they saw in the bushes. He must have returned and frightened them to death.
There's no such man or animal, Watson. Last night was a dark night, and anyone who had the wish to frighten these people would have been compelled to put his face against the glass before he could be seen.
Well?
There's a 3-foot flower border outside the cardroom window. And there are absolutely no footprints in there.
Yes. But doesn't that mean?
It means Mrs. Tregennis' sister and her 2 brothers were alone when death struck the sister down and drove the brothers insane.
Hold that. Why, that is supernatural.
I hope not, Watson. I hope not.
Look, Holmes. There comes another visitor at our house. A stranger this time. Big, savage-looking fellow. My word, look at that huge head with the deep eyes and the grizzled beard.
That, my dear Watson, is none other than the famous Dr. Leon Sterndale.
Sterndale? What's the lion hunter and explorer?
Exactly.
What's he doing in this neighborhood?
I've heard he owns a little cottage about 5 miles down the coast. He's coming to live there up to by himself, but he isn't off on one of his expeditions. Never mind, Watson. Never mind. I'll do the honors myself. Come in, Dr. Sterndale. Come in.
Mr. Holmes, I presume?
Yes, quite. This is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do? Mr. Holmes, I've come to you about the Tregennis affair.
Oh, yes.
The police are utterly at a loss, but you have a keener brain.
Pardon me, Dr. Sterndale, but why are you so concerned in this affair?
Well, you see, as a matter of fact, during my many residences in this locality, I've come to know the family of Tregennis very well. Their horrible fate has been a great shock to me, Mr.
Oh, so sorry.
As a matter of fact, I was on my way to Africa. I've gotten as far as Plymouth when the news reached me this morning. I came straight back to help in the inquiry.
But that makes you lose your ship. One sailed for Africa this afternoon, if I'm not mistaken.
I can take the next.
When did you last see the Tregennis family, Dr. Sterndale?
I saw Brenda, Miss Tregennis, 3 days ago, just as I was leaving for Plymouth.
Oh, so you've been in Plymouth the last 3 days?
Yes.
How did you get the news so quickly? Surely the Plymouth paper didn't carry an account of the matter in this morning's edition.
I received a telegram.
Telegram? Might I ask from whom?
You're very inquisitive, Mr. Holmes.
That is my business, Dr. Sterndale.
Very well. The telegram was sent by the vicar, Mr. Roundcliffe.
Right, I see.
Now, Mr. Holmes, have you reached any conclusion?
Conclusion? Well, that would be a trifle premature. But I have every hope of bringing this matter to a satisfactory termination. Satisfactory to me, that is.
Would you mind telling me of your suspicions point in any particular direction?
I don't feel this is the moment to answer that question, Dr. Sterndale.
And I see that I've been wasting my time. I need not prolong this visit. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Close-mouthed fellow, that Dr. Sterndale, Holmes?
He told us more than he realized, Watson. But he knows even more.
How could he? If he was in Plymouth.
But was he, Watson? Was he? That statement is something for us to look into.
Stay home. Must you go on smoking that foul pipe?
Why not?
Oh, the atmosphere is so thick I can hardly see across the room as it is. Oh, Lord, I feel depressed. Who knows what evil thing is talking abroad in our neighborhood?
Light the lamp, Watson. It's the gathering twilight that makes you gloomy.
Oh, rubbish. Look here, Holmes.
Yes?
What about that Dr. Sterndale? Do you think he did it?
No, Watson. I've been in communication with the Plymouth Hotel. His story's correct. He had been there for the past 3 days. We did receive a telegram from the vicar this morning.
And he couldn't possibly have had anything to do with the Guinness tragedy last night. Oh, now what?
Open the door, Watson. Open the door. Oh, my dear vicar. Come in, come in, come in. Dear me. You look as though you've seen a ghost.
It tracked him down, the curse of the family. He's dead. Dead with that same look of terror on his face.
Who's dead?
Mortimer Guinness in his study at the vicarage. My servant found him there, sitting beside his table, his face turned towards the window, and distorted with that same convulsion of fear that marked the features of his sister. Oh, my poor parish! Satan himself is loose among us. We're devil-ridden, Mr. Holmes, devil-ridden! This was his study, Mr. Holmes.
Depressing atmosphere.
It was worse. I had the servant open the window. He's quite ill from the shock, poor fellow.
Oh, what a terrible look on Tregenny's face, Holmes.
The whole body is contorted and convulsed in a very paroxysm of fear. You've never seen death in this form before, Watson?
Never.
You know of no poison that would have this effect?
Good heavens, no.
Lamp is lit. It's been burning over an hour. Notice the oil consumed. And yet darkness only just set in. Did anyone call at the vicarage this afternoon?
No, I was out myself, but my servant says he let no one in.
Oh, then Tregenny was alone.
I wonder. The window was shut at the time of his death, but the lamp was lit. Curious. The window. Let me see, the window. Yes, by Jove, I think I found something.
What's that you're putting in your pocket, Holmes?
The lamp, of course, the lamp. Yeah, notice this powder, which is still in the base of the lamp. Red-brown powder. Give me an envelope, Watson, give me an envelope. I must have suspected this powder.
Why are you so excited about the powder, Holmes?
Because it contains a solution of our mystery, Watson. It is the source and the solution.
I say, Holmes, you haven't touched your supper. Oh, what a foul night. The wind's rising again. Oh, his face is getting on my nerves.
Be quiet, Watson, be quiet.
I don't want to be quiet. I want to talk. I'm tired of sitting here listening to that wind and roar of the surf down below. So, well, why did you send for Dr. Sterndale?
Because he is an authority on obscure African poison.
Poison? Why are you interested in poison?
Watson, there are two striking points in common in both cases under observation.
Yes?
In both cases, the atmosphere of the room had a curious effect on the persons who first entered it. The housekeeper and the vicar's servant, both were overcome, as was the doctor who was called in.
That's right. I hadn't thought of that. The room was still stuffy when he entered.
Right. In each case, there was combustion going on in the room. The fire in the first place, and the lamp in the second. And the lamp was not necessary. It was still daylight when it was lit.
Yes, but don't you see?
Something was burned in each case, which produced an atmosphere causing strange toxic effects. An unknown poison.
Good heavens.
I believe we have a sample of that poison in the brown powder spilled on the base of the lamp.
But how are you going to prove it?
I'm going to burn some of that powder. And notice its effect. Just a small pinch of the powder. Perhaps you'd better leave the room, Watson.
Leave you alone in here? Certainly not.
I warn you, it's risky.
Found them, Jim. Well, come on, let's get on with this.
Very well. Place your chair opposite mine. Then we can watch each other for developments.
Right. Come along, I'm ready.
Good. I put a pinch of the powder into our lamp.
What a pleasant smell.
Musky. Supple. Nauseous.
Oh, listen to the wind. Holmes. I'm afraid. I don't know why. That wind. I can feel my hair rising. Holmes, you see it? That cloud bank, whirling, black and sinister. Oh, it's monstrous. It's concealing something too to imagine. Holmes, it's coming nearer, and nearer. Can't you smell it? Suffering crimson. Hear that? Holmes! It's Hoofy! I know what it is. I can see it. Oh, I can't stand it. It's too terrible.
Here, Watson, for the love of heaven. Don't get in. Don't breathe. Yes, I'll smash the window. I'll smash. Oh, yes, that's better. Now, breathe it, Watson. Breathe it in. Good, clean air. Oh, what a narrow escape. I had no idea it was so powerful. I know. It's a poison that affects the nerve centers of the imagination. The strain is enough to kill a man or drive him crazy. No. Someone's knocking at the door.
And I thought it was Hoofy.
The air seems to clean out. Good thing there was a high wind. Here, I'll close the shutters and draw the curtain. Yes, I may open the door.
Very well. Come on. I need the curtain.
Mr. Holmes. You sent for me? Yes. Come in, Dr. Stanley. Come in.
You look rather pale, both of you.
Yes. We've just been conducting a little experiment with the poison that kills again it.
You?
Yes, Dr. Sterndale. Perhaps you'd like to tell us why you killed Mortimer Tregennis.
I? You can't prove it.
No? Now let me tell you how you did it. You came over to the vicarage late this afternoon. You didn't want anyone to know Tregennis. He would select you in himself, but how could you attract his attention? You brought some pebbles with you, pink pebbles, from a heap beside your house. You threw these at the study window. I found some of these pebbles on the windowsill. Tregennis came downstairs, let you in himself. You had a talk with him, made him light his lamp, placed a pinch of the poison powder in the flame, and left.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I did kill Mortimer Tregennis. But I'm not guilty of the other atrocity. I swear I'm not.
I believe you, Dr. Sterndale. But you know who did do it. Perhaps you'd better tell us about it.
Very well. It was Mortimer Tregennis. Huh? He admitted it before he died. Mr. Holmes, I have been in love with Brenda Tregennis for many years. We were to have been married when my work in Africa was finished. I've lived so long in places where man is a law unto himself, I took my own revenge. He killed Brenda. In cold blood, he killed her. I have nothing more to live for. By heaven, I'd do it again.
But how did Mortimer Tregennis get hold of the poison? It was something unusual, almost unknown.
Yes. It was powdered at Diaboli.
Diaboli? Devil's foot, eh?
Yes. A root found in Africa. It's shaped like a foot, half human, half toad-like. I have the only specimen in England.
And you showed it to Tregennis?
Yes. He was over the other afternoon when I was packing. He was interested in my African curiosities, particularly this powder. I thought no more of the matter until I received the vicar's telegram and learned how they had died. I returned at once. On looking into the tragedy, I was convinced Mortimer Tregennis was the murderer, and that he had done it to gain control of the family fortune. Now, there was a crime, but what was to be his punishment? Whose jury would believe such a fantastic story? No. I decided to take the law into my own hands. Perhaps, if you have ever loved anyone, you will know how I felt.
Dr. Sterndale, what were your plans when you set out for Plymouth?
I had intended to bury myself in Central Africa. My work is only half finished.
Go and finish the other half, Dr. Sterndale. I don't feel called upon to prevent you.
gruesome story, Dr. Watson.
Yes. Next to the famous Hound of the Baskerville adventure, that was the most gruesome experience we ever had.
There's just one thing I'd like to know. What did you think you saw in that cloud of smoke?
Mr. Bell, you'll have to believe me when I tell you that it was too horrible to mention. Just to think of it is enough to make my blood turn to water.
I don't wonder. Well, let's not think about it anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, today those who need money for emergencies will find that the Household Finance Loan Plan makes that money available quickly and privately. Quickly because there is no red tape involved in the making of a household finance loan. Privately because you need not call upon relatives or friends for help. The Household Finance Loan Plan is truly the simple modern way to borrow cash. And the plan is open to single persons and married couples. And both may borrow on their own signature. Anyone who can make regular monthly payments may apply. Why not spend a profitable hour tomorrow talking over your money problem? Get your bills together and then visit a household finance office early Monday morning. Discuss your situation with a friendly household finance representative in a private consultation room. And remember, household finance believes that a loan in itself is not sufficient. Their plan goes further. Once a household finance loan has helped you make a fresh start, Household's Doctor of Family Finances will help you keep even with the help of his money management plan of ordered spending. Ordered spending is not another old-time, cut-and-dried budget system, but a practical method of stopping those tiny leaks in the family pocketbook that are daily robbing you of many of the rewards of life. Act Monday. Don't delay. Arrange for a household loan and help yourself to a fresh start. There are 193 locally managed household finance offices in 134 cities, and you'll find an office conveniently located in your city.
In New York, there are 14 household finance offices conveniently located in Manhattan, Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, Long Island, New York, 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 Bronx, Queens, Long Island.
Our delightful friend and raconteur, Dr. Watson, in his cheery study.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Bell.
Good evening.
Hey, would you mind handing me that little notebook over there? The old bullet wound in my leg's acting up again. I don't enjoy hopping about.
Of course. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't notice.
Why would you, Mr. Bell? Why would you? I'm still capable of my 5 miles a day, provided, of course, it's one of my good days.
Well, of course you are. I'm just wondering how you ever managed to get around as much as you did with Sherlock Holmes. On your bad days, I mean.
Yes. Many are the long and weary miles I've spent trading around after that insatiable sleuth hound when he was hot on the scent. But I remember once when I got even with him, a rascal.
Really? When was that?
It was one spring, in the year 1896, if I remember correctly. Holmes, in the excitement over some chemical experiments, had managed to spill some rather potent acid on his right trouser leg. Before he noticed it, the fabric was completely eaten away, and the flesh underneath had sustained a dangerous burn. At least I led Holmes to believe it was dangerous. It was the only way to keep him anchored to his armchair with a linseed oil bandage neatly in place, where to do some good.
Sherlock Holmes sitting quietly in an armchair. That must have been an unusual sight, Dr. Watson.
It was, Mr. Bell, it was. Our large, airy sitting room in Baker Street was cheerfully illuminated, as I've mentioned before now, by 2 broad windows. One of them, I opened. The weather was unusually warm for May. Then I established Holmes in his armchair in front of it, so that he could watch what was going on in the street below.
Well, I wouldn't have thought there would be enough activity on Baker Street to keep Sherlock Holmes amused, Dr. Watson.
There wasn't, Mr. Bell. There most decidedly was not. Not only did the tedium of sitting still irk my friend, but his leg burned like a veritable inferno.
The combination was not calculated to improve his disposition.
The discouraging, disgusting,
disciplinary?
No, disgraceful irony of it.
What?
This blasted idleness.
But Holmes, after all, it's not your fault if you're temporarily hors de combat, as they say in our more elegant novels.
Who said it was? I'm not complaining because I'm not able to go about looking for trouble, but because no one brings me any. Here I am, the greatest unofficial consulting detective alive.
What's so extraordinary in that?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I thought you always claimed you were the only unofficial consulting detective.
I am.
Well, then naturally you're the greatest.
Now, don't quibble, Watson. As I was saying, here I am, the greatest consulting detective, the last and highest court of appeals in detection. And no one comes to consult me. No one brings me a crime to solve.
Maybe there haven't been any.
Oh, nonsense. The newspapers are full of crimes. 2 bank robberies, an abduction, 3 fires of undoubtedly incendiary origin, and a stolen baby carriage are reported in yesterday's paper alone.
Jimmy.
But does Scotland Yard remember my existence? Does Lestrade drop in this dilatory way? Not at all. Nor have they managed to solve the cases for themselves. No, they're content to let matters drift. Shiftless inefficiency. And here I sit, my brain's stagnating, my energies untapped. I'd even be content to work on the baby carriage, blast it.
Yes, but look here, Holmes. Even if they brought one of these cases to you for solution, you're in no condition to go prowling about town collecting the necessary data.
I wouldn't need to, Watson. Not if they bring me the facts. Anyone, even Lestrade, can unearth facts. It's the correct interpretation of them that marks the expert. The science of deduction and analysis is one that can only be acquired by long and arduous study. From a drop of water, the true logician can infer the possibility of an Atlantic or a Niagara.
Well, if all he wants is a glass of water...
Water, bah! I know all there is to know about the water supply of London. Furthermore, I'm not thirsty. No. What I crave is mental stimulation, something to occupy my brain. And what happens? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Even the passers-by in Baker Street this morning are incredible dullness and respectability. What have we had? A washerwoman with a cold from going out of the air too soon after working over her steaming tubs. Barber with asthma from clipping dusty hair. A postman with corns. And 2 distributors of religious pamphlets, one on each side of the street. Not what one would term exciting specimens of the so-called Homo sapiens.
Well, good heavens, you can't expect thieves and beggars and cutthroats every day of the week.
Well, why not? Every human being is a potential criminal. In fact, you might be surprised to know, Watson, how many people hide a crime of some sort in their past.
Oh, rubbish. I'm no misanthrope like you.
You're always looking at life through the rosy tinted spectacles of a confirmed romanticist. I wonder it doesn't make you bilious. Hello. There's the chap I've been waiting for.
Where?
Turning into Baker Street from Marylebone Road. Drunker than usual. Dear. Auntie will be annoyed.
Holmes, what are you babbling about? You must be running a fever.
Certainly not. My temperature's perfectly normal. What day of the month is it, Watson?
Why, it's the, afraid I don't really remember.
Don't remember? This place, the breakfast table, is all littered up with bills, and he doesn't know the day of the month it is.
By Joe, of course. It must be the first of the month.
Bravo, Watson. I knew you could do it if you tried.
You go to blazing.
I have, judging from the fire in this leg.
Now, what connection has the first of the month got with the inebriated young gentleman lurching up the other side of the street?
Watson, do you mean to tell me that during all the years we've inhabited this suite of rooms, you haven't noticed that come the first of the month, young Mr. Peckworth comes to collect his allowance from his bedridden old aunt who lives in number 224? To the right of his garden house, which lies directly opposite us?
I never even knew there was a Mrs. Peckworth in the neighborhood.
There isn't. The old girl's name is Blunt, Mrs. Blunt. She's married Peckworth's mother's brother, wealthy soap manufacturer, now deceased. Stingy old money bag with a conscience that bristles like a porcupine. Understand she's threatened to cut young Mr. Peckworth out of her will if he turns up once more under the influence of liquor. Here he is. Not only tipsy, but an hour late. The old lady's in a fury.
How do you know so much about it?
Mrs. Hudson has a butter and egg borrowing acquaintance with Mrs. Blunt's housekeeper, the sole attendant. Elderly spinster by the name of O'Reilly, Bridget O'Reilly.
Yes, but how do you know the old harridan's in a temper on this particular morning?
I've seen her face. She has her couch drawn to that second-story bay window. She's poked her head with this incredible nightcap through the curtains no less than 32 times during the last 40 minutes. And her expression is enough to frighten the Gorgon. Yes, there she is again.
By Jove, she's caught sight of her nephew and noticed the difficulty he's having in negotiating her front steps. I'm glad I'm not in his shoes.
Yes, there's a potential drama of no mean voltage in that household, Watson. I wouldn't be surprised if it... Hello? The door is open before Mr. Peckworth is trying to pull the bell. Oh, that's Miss O'Reilly, the housekeeper. She's got a hat on.
Yes, she must be going.
To the post office to post a message, judging by the letter in her hand. Must be important.
What?
Because it's an ordinary letter, she'd drop it at the postbox at the corner. That indicates she intends to go further, to the post office, in fact.
She seems to be giving young Peckworth a bit of a tongue lashing. I'm sure he's having something to say himself.
She slammed the door in his face, leaving him on the steps outside.
There she bounces down the street.
Something's going on in that house, Watson. Something dashed unusual.
And what gives you that impression, sir?
Bridget O'Reilly was so unstrung she forgot to remove her apron. Shouldn't take that O'Reilly woman 15 minutes to go to the post office and return.
Well, she probably had to stand in line. Know yourself how many people send out money orders the first of the month.
Possibly. Still, 15 minutes.
Yes, Mrs. Blunt seems to be having a pretty pull. She's tapping on the window pane to attract her nephew's attention.
She's motioning him to come inside.
I can't get in on you. The door is closed. I say I can't get in.
She can't make out what he's saying. She's opening the window.
What's that? I say I can't get in on door. The door is shut. But it's opening. You can't get in.
She's right. The door was unlocked all the time. He's gone inside.
Yes, and left the door open. What was that? What was that?
Sounded like a door being slammed. Probably the draft from the open front door blew it shut.
If the draft of that strong, it would slam the front door and blow it wider open. But it hasn't been moved.
Here comes young Peckworth, like a shot out of a gun.
He's had a shock. Face white. Perfectly sober. There he goes, tearing down the street. I tell you what, that wasn't the door we heard, it was a revolver. Oh, confound this leg, if I could only...
You mean he's murdered his aunt, and now he's trying to get away? Never fear, Holmes, I'll catch him.
Stop, please. Hi there. Stop him, somebody.
Shut up, you idiot. You'll spoil everything.
Yes, Holmes, you just...
Quiet, Watson, quiet. Here comes the housekeeper back down the street. She's got rid of the apron, I see.
Yes, she's hurrying to make up for lost time. There she goes, up the steps.
I wonder what she's about to find inside that house.
Good heavens, Holmes, you are a cold-blooded monster. No, I believe you're actually hoping there'll be thieves in the attic and a body in the cellar.
I don't think we shall have to hope for a body in this, Watson. There's bound to be. Yes, here comes the housekeeper racing down the steps, hair disheveled.
Police, murder! He's killed! He's up with his blood!
Now, what'd I tell you?
Police!
Well, if they must call Scotland Yard, I only hope they send for Inspector Lestrade.
away from that window and eat your supper.
Oh, confound it. Lestrade has been in that house for 5 hours now. How long is it going to take him to collect his facts and ask us silly questions?
Holmes, the stew's getting
Well, blaze with the stew. Eat it yourself. No, don't. There comes Lestrade now, Watson. Quick. Invite him to drop over for a drink. Quick, Watson, quick.
All right. Hey there. I say, Lestrade, how about a spot of brandy?
Oh, all right, Dr. Watson. I don't mind if I do.
Here he comes, Holmes.
Good. Now get out the glasses, Watson. Get him out.
All right, that's just what I was about to do. Give me time, can't you? Now, let me see. You want a big one, I suppose.
Come in. Inspector Lestrade.
Well, Holmes, there's been a murder just across the street. Practically under your very nose, as you might say.
Yeah, so they tell me.
How are you having, Lestrade?
Oh, very mild. Not more than 4 fingers, thanks.
Abstemious, eh, Watson?
Soda?
Oh, a splash. Just a splash.
There you are, Lestrade.
Now, there's the ticket.
Have you evolved any theories as to how the crime was committed, Lestrade?
Theories? My dear Holmes, you should know by now that Scotland Yard inspector on the case does not drink. We arrested the murderer at his club not half an hour ago. Well, here's to the yacht.
I suppose when you say the murderer, you're alluding to young Peckworth, Mrs. Blunt's nephew.
Exactly. She had a powerful motive. The old lady had just sent off a letter to her attorney saying she wished to see him about changing her will.
All right. The housekeeper told you that, I suppose.
Yes. It seems she met Mr. Peckworth on the front steps when she was going out and told him too. It seems they had quite a few words on the subject.
Absolutely. Holmes and I can testify to that. Eh, Holmes? They quarreled for several minutes. Of course, we couldn't hear what they said, but their expressions were decidedly angry.
And the letter?
Oh, it was mailed right enough, Holmes. Registered at the post office. The housekeeper signed the book.
All right.
Furthermore, the contents of the letter were exactly as the housekeeper specified. So the motive is proved. Even Mr. Peckworth can't deny that. How about another round, Dr. Watson? Solving crimes is dry work.
Right. Hand over your glass.
Well, Holmes, you can't complain Scotland Yard isn't thorough. We traced that letter inside of half an hour.
Have I ever, Lestrade? Short-sighted, perhaps. Even dense, but never, hardly ever. Not thorough.
Oh, I like that. Well, we proved the lad not only had the motive, he had the opportunity.
You don't say.
Here's a drink.
Oh, thanks. He was in the house alone at the time of the shooting.
And how do you know?
Your own Mrs. Hudson is our authority for that. She heard what sounded like a shot across the way, hurried to her basement window, and was in time to see Peckworth dash out of the house and go tearing off down the street.
Oh, I don't doubt he was in the house at the time of the shot. In fact, Watson and I can testify to that, too. But that doesn't prove he fired the shot.
Oh, it doesn't, eh? Well, what was it then? Spontaneous combustion?
Well, even that isn't such an impossibility as you might think, Lestrade. Would you mind answering a few questions, just to put my mind at rest?
Certainly, Holmes. If it will amuse you, always humor the sick.
First of all, what was the expression on the old woman's face?
Well, we couldn't rightly say, Holmes. The murderer had fired point blank. It was badly mutilated.
Powder burns?
Oh, yes, very distinctly. She was shot at close range, if that's what you're getting at.
How about the position of her hands?
She was still holding a knitting.
A knitting? Suggestive, eh, Watson? Very suggestive.
I must say, Holmes, I can't see what difference it makes what she was holding in her hand.
Where'd you find the revolver?
We didn't find it.
Oh, you didn't?
Peckworth must have carried it out of the house with him and disposed of it somewhere.
You're sure it's not in the house?
Of course, I'm sure. Do you think I don't know how to conduct a search? I'd have the house gone off. She was afraid something was amiss. So she went immediately upstairs to her mistress.
And saw the result of the villain's handiwork.
Exactly, Dr. Watson. A few minutes earlier, and she'd have been caught red-handed.
And after viewing the body, as you might say, I suppose she ran out into the street and yammered for a policeman. He came and they searched the house.
But of course that's what happened, Holmes. Good Lord, you saw that much yourself.
I did not. I didn't witness her discovery of the body. Well, let's be accurate, Watson.
Yes, good Lord, what difference is there? Wouldn't have called the police.
Well, he searched the house and found no one. Furthermore, the only other exit, the back door, was locked, as the housekeeper had left it. The only way the murderer could have entered the house was the front door, which the housekeeper had neglected to lock in her excitement. And we have witnesses to prove that Peckworth was the only person to use that door during the housekeeper's absence.
Right. I'll back you up on that, Lestrade.
Thank you, Doctor.
Watson, you're a fool. What has young Peckworth to say about all this, Lestrade?
Oh, the usual thing. Bleats about his innocence. Says he was just about to go upstairs when he heard the shot. Realized that something was decidedly wrong and that he'd be blamed for it if he was found on the spot. Said he never was upstairs at all. Ridiculous, isn't it? That's the trouble with the average criminal. Can't even think of a plausible story.
Yes, the story may not be particularly plausible in this case, Lestrade, but it does happen to be the truth. Peckworth did not kill his aunt.
What makes you so sure?
The lapse of time between the shot and his exit out the front door of the house couldn't possibly have run from in front of his aunt's couch downstairs and out in that short time. Hence, he was not upstairs when the shot was fired.
Yes, but that's just a matter of a couple of seconds. No jury in the world will believe that anyone can judge time with that degree of accuracy.
Now, the average British jury is not composed of magnificent intellects, I grant you. However, I have further proof, which will, I think, convince even their dull brains.
And that is?
Mr. Peckworth did not have a gun on his person when he went in. The bulge would have been extremely noticeable under the foppish lightness of the clothing. Nor did he have one when he left the house.
By Jove, Holmes, I believe you're right. No revolver was found inside the house.
Of course not. The murderer was very careful to remove it.
And now I suppose you're going to tell me you know who the murderer was.
Quite. It was Bridget O'Reilly, the housekeeper.
What? Holmes, you're out of your mind. She couldn't possibly have entered the house.
Oh, no? Suppose you search the airway back of Mrs. Blunt's residence for a blood-stained apron and a business-like revolver. She can't have hidden them too carefully. She didn't have time.
Well, I'll do it.
Good.
Not that I expect to find anything, mind you.
Oh, of course not.
I'm only doing it to humor you. Because you're sick.
Damn nice.
Here comes Lestrade back again, Holmes.
The search didn't take so long, Watson? Scotland Yard is really rather clever at finding things. Yes, once you point out where they should look. Now, come in. Well, Lestrade.
Well, you know, Holmes, sometimes you're positively uncanny.
You don't tell me. Well.
Stevens is over there now, getting the housekeeper's confession.
I take it you found the apron and the revolver.
Yeah, we did. In the areaway, just as you said. It was hidden in an old watering pot. The revolver even had a perfect set of the housekeeper's fingerprints still on it.
Oh, careless of her.
But how you figured it out, Holmes, is beyond me.
I knew the moment you said the victim was still clutching her knitting.
Yes, but
whoever it was that shot her didn't take her unawares. She was shot from the front at close range. However, the approach of the murderer didn't alarm the old lady, or she would have dropped her knitting and put up her hands to defend herself.
Of course, I see what you're getting at.
Now, don't interrupt, Watson. And the only two people who were that intimate with the old lady were her nephew and her housekeeper. Matter of fact, had her nephew entered the room, She would probably put down her knitting in order to give him a tongue lashing. Furthermore, we know it could not have been the nephew because he did not carry the revolver out of the house. Well, who was left? Housekeeper, of course.
I can grant you all that, Holmes. But dash it all, how did she get in and out? The back door was locked from the inside.
Quite. However, you've only the housekeeper's word for it, that it was locked when she left the house.
What do you mean?
What was to prevent her from leaving the back door unlocked? Posting the letter, sneaking back and entering through the back door, committing the crime, exiting again through the back door, disposing of the revolver and blood-stained apron. Blood always is a nasty way of flirting, you know. And then what did she do? Hurries around to the front of the house, enters again, races through to the back door and locks it from the inside. And then runs back out the front door and calls for the police. After all, she didn't have to take the time to go upstairs to discover the crime. Who knows better than the murderer when there's a corpse to be found?
By Jove, Holmes. You know that's a magnificent chain of reasoning.
Huh? Oh, elementary, my dear Watson, elementary.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was certainly a nice bit of logic.
It was.
Bit of logic.
It was.
Bit of logic.
It was.
Bit of logic.